In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called goro, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Aneke television. How Agibon the Father and I am what you Kaku How Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo, what I want here, Bube, I got television on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in a American Futamwa, in our Kozu, in our Uncle, the one I got television, the Arcades will your man, the one I got television, you do man, help the mellow way, Mela Madia, who me would have Nanka Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you won't have to come over since. You never had you well, what I look Aneke television. How agribo mu die ku nkwazo na ahia mgboju ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Heu na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-alụ etiho mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti. Ọ dị na
ndụ m dị n'aka gị, chebe mkpụrụ obi m kọma, iwebe mgbaba m, ụlọelu m ewusiri ike. Otu dị na mbụ, otu ahụ ka ịdị rechi, Chineke nke ndị mgbe ochie. Beloved, I welcome us again to the moment of beauty. It can only become beautiful when the Master Jesus gets involved. Jesus, the beautifier, has the power and ability to turn our ugly past and our ugly situations into His beautiful and undeniable loving presence. Welcome to a season of great and awesome encounter. Last time in our discussion, we talked about the importance of not comparing yourself with another. That is, avoiding comparison. Today, we shall be looking into another topic according to the series that says the importance of location. The importance of location. I take my Bible reading from John chapter 4, verse 7 to 9. John chapter 4, the book of John, chapter 4, verse 7 to 9. There cometh a woman of Samaria to draw water. Jesus said unto her, Give me to drink. For his disciples were gone away unto the city to buy meat. Then said the woman of Samaria unto him, How is it that thou, being a Jew, askest drink of me, which am a woman of Samaria? For the Jews have no dealings with the Samaritans. Shall we pray? Everlasting Father, we thank you for another season to hear your word. We ask for grace and utterance to dissect and digest this word. We pray, O God, that as your people will hear, may this word fulfill the purpose you have sent them. At the end, your name will be glorified. Use me, Lord, as a garment of honor to the glory and praise of your name, in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Like I said before, the topic we are to look into today is the importance of location. There is a statement that used to go this way. A statement says that your location is your allocation. Oftentimes we hear people make such statement. Your location is your allocation. This statement may not completely be absolute, because men with God, we have proven to see that men with God survive even in obscurity and even in difficult situations. Until locations are bettered and rooted in the presence of God and in the will of God, allocations will undeniably remain in negotiation. And therefore I pray that whatever location, wherever location you are in, the presence of God will envelop you. The will of God will become your target. And then testimony shall abound in Jesus' name. Amen. From where we read in John chapter 4, verse 7 to 9. If we go back a little, in John chapter 4, verse 3 and 4, we discovered that there was an intention in the heart of Jesus to go through Samaria on his way back to Galilee. And that is the intention is to have an encounter with a woman of Samaria. And also to change the narratives in the way the Samaritans regards the Jew. And so when Jesus in John chapter 4 verse 7 to 9 came and sat at the well in Samaria, a woman came to draw water. And Jesus said to that woman, "Please, can I have a drink? Give me to drink." And the reason was because Jesus wants to establish a contact and to break a hedge between the Samaritan and the Jewish relationship. The word of God coming to you today has a purpose. And I believe that that purpose will be actualized in the name of Jesus Christ. The water I shall give to you. That was the response of Jesus when the woman rejected the plea of Jesus. And Jesus said, "The water I will give to you, if you drink of it, you will thirst no more. You will not have the time to come to this well for any drink." And the woman said, "Where is your can? Where is your tube? What will you use to draw the water in the first place?" And look at someone trying to help somebody. Where will you get that help? Look at him. Look at this one with disdain. Now hear me, child of God. Where do you have the tube to draw water is inconsequential to the controller of the world, to the controller of needs, and the controller of the whole universe. Jesus is the water himself. Jesus is the channel to draw water, and that is the water of life. The woman's concern was more of ethnicity and hatred. How can a Jew request water from a Samaritan? We see the emphasis on our daily activities with one another today. Jesus emphasized on the gift of God and his personality. And Jesus said, if you know him who is requesting water from you, you will do all you can to give him water, because what he has, what I have, you will not thirst again. Sometimes we have abuse. Sometimes we look down on people because we don't know the actual intent and content of those people. I pray and plead that we stop looking down on personalities. We stop looking down on people based on ethnicity, based on tribal sentiment. Let us learn to celebrate people. Because the quality in a man is what defines what comes out of that person. Beloved, do your best to stop looking down on people. Stop the ugly trend of tribal segregation sentiment. As long as he or she is not from my town, from my village, he or she is not qualified for this office. That is what is the trend. That is what is trending. Then the position becomes a family and tribal affairs in the midst and mercy of unmerited qualification. May God have mercy on us. Location does not define allocation. The very moment Jesus, having been wrongly represented, considered it needful to go to where he will be needed, where he will be celebrated. Child of God, there is something God has put inside you. Until you discover where you are needed, you will not see celebration. I pray that the presence of God that will locate you and I today will introduce you to a location where you'll be celebrated in Jesus' name. Amen. Where your good works can be appreciated instead of provoking conspiracy, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Beloved, where you are, does it attract more friends or more enemies? That's a question we need to ask. I pray for you today, as you plan to escape the enemy's design, you will never be a victim. In the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. John, the beloved, inserted the hostility of the Jews versus the Samaritans. For the Jews, the 6th hour stands for 12 noon. And for the Romans, the 6th hour could either stand as 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. From this context, it's likely to be around 6 p.m. Jesus has gotten wearied after the daily task of evangelism. Now you need to understand that in the time of need, people may decide to use it as an advantage. In the time of weakness, in the time of helpless situation, people may decide to use it as a weakness. But hear me, God is with you. And because God is with you, he will always send a solution. May that solution come undeniably in Jesus' name. Amen. Jesus requested for a drink. The woman's poor, hateful response and rejection came to Jesus, not as a surprise, because he is in charge of situations. Jesus replied, if you know who is he that asked thee to give him drink, you will not say no. For the water that I will give to you shall remain into you, the water of life. And you will drink it, and you will thirst no more. Child of God, I have come your way today to announce to you that God is the controller of locations, and God is in charge of allocations. If where you are is not favorable, I advise and implore you to connect to the God of beauty. He will turn that obscurity into a testimony. He will turn that hidden blessing into a testimony in the name of Jesus Christ. And so, before the woman of Samaria will recognize what is going on, Jesus said to her, I have come because I am the life. I am the water of life. And whoever drinks of me will never thirst again. Jesus was trying to introduce to the woman that in him is the allocation for life. And in him is the location. By his presence, no blessing can be denied. And the woman shouted and screamed, I have seen a man who told me who I am. Child of God, I want to conclude by telling you today that until you locate your location in Jesus, His presence is the only revelation to what your allocation will be. Open your heart today. Accept Jesus into your life as your personal Lord and Savior. And the beauty that has been hidden inside you will manifest in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. I pray for you today. No man will look down on you. No man will look down on your background. No man will look down on your ability. No man will look down on the grace of God upon your life. Because when your life encounters Jesus, the beautifier, you become extraordinary. May the Lord connect you. May the Lord lead you. May the Lord satisfy your longing. You will thirst no more. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Shall we bow down to pray? Everlasting Father, I thank you for your word. I thank you for your listeners. I thank you, oh God, because your word will not return the same void until it has fulfilled the purpose you sent them for. I pray for everyone that has heard this word. May this word create a divine location, a divine allocation unto them in the name of Jesus Christ. May they have testimony from today. Receive your divine location, receive your divine allocation in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. May the presence of God give birth to that desire, and that desire is in your heart. In the name of God the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen and amen.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas, where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from government and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security by leveraging local knowledge and community networks. Rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Aneke TV Sport. I am your one and only sports oracle, bringing you what's happening around the world of sport. around the world of sports and sports and sports. Before I shoot today, I want to let you know, and I want to know if you had a wonderful night. If you had a wonderful night. Remember, thank God, it's weekend. And we bring you sports so that you could just take some, cup of tea or coffee, relax, and then know what's happening, what's trending around the world of sports, what you expected to know, and the things you should know. Now, this weekend is the Austrian GP and the Formula One. We have the Austrian GP coming up. And yesterday, there was some free practice, and today, the quali continues, while tomorrow the game starts on. And we're going to see what happens when the game sets on. I'm telling you that it's going to be one of the best time you will ever have or you will ever see. Now, still talking about that Austrian GP that is coming up, we have Kimi Antonelli, who has, in the free practice, he has topped the free practice, I would say convoy. He has really been first in the free practice, Kimi Antonelli, that guy, that Italian guy, who's young, 19 years old, 9 months and few days. He is the first in free practice 1 and 2. This guy is back to change and to bring this game to the next level. I'm telling you that Kimi Antonelli, he had to take over and he had to, make it to look as if it was nothing yesterday in the free practice. And it was something that everyone was trying to understand. Everyone was trying to know why Kimi Antonelli is really, really topping and he's really, really the champion of Mercedes. He has done it in the free practice, and we're going to see what pole position takes place when pole position takes place today. He will still do it again. And we have Oscar Piastri on the second, that's from McLaren. Then in the laps, that's the 31st lap. We also have Max Verstappen. Lando Norris on the third, Lando Norris on the third position of the McLaren, same McLaren. And then Max Verstappen of the Red Bull. Then we have Lewis Hamilton, Sir Lewis Hamilton on the 5th position. Then we have George Russell of Mercedes on the 6th position. Then we have Isaac Hadjar on the 7th position. Then we have Charles Leclerc on the 8th position. That's from Ferrari. Liam Lawson on the pit bulls. Liam Lawson, we have him on the 9th position. Then Gabriel Bortoleto on the 10th position from Audi. Then we are talking about the Williams. We have Pierre Gasly. Yes, we have him on the 11th position. Then we have Arvid Lindblad. We have him still on the 12th position. Oliver Biermann is driving for Williams, and he's there. He is on the 13th position. Nico Hülkenberg is on the 14th position. Esteban Ocon is on the 15th position. Franco Colapinto is on the 16th position. Alexander Albon is on the 17th position. Carlos Sainz is on the 18th position. And you have Fernando Alonso, that's on the 19th position. Then that's Aston Martin. Then you have Lance Stroll, 19th position, 20th position, Aston Martin. Then Valtteri Bottas from Cadillac. Cadillac is on the 20th, on the 21st, and on the 22nd position with Sergio Perez. These two guys are these are the first top 22 guys who have been making it in the round of Formula One, and we're expecting them to drive this weekend. We're expecting this drive and we're expecting this race to come on. What we're expecting is that nations and teams will come together to see the qualification, to drive in the quali. That's what we're going to see, and I must tell you that it is going to be an interesting one, looking at these guys driving it and driving it home. And I must tell you that even though Sir Lewis Hamilton, he had to take the number 5 position, that does not mean anything, because a lot of his fans still believe that he's still going to, come back and drive and show them what he got. Of course, he told us yesterday in the press conference talking about Sir Lewis Hamilton that he is getting his mind ready to drive. He's preparing himself, he's getting himself ready to drive, and that readiness to drive is something that he is going to, take seriously. And he has been working on his mind, he has been working on his fitness too. He told us that he had a pain earlier on his neck that was very painful. He took a lot of painkillers, but at the end of the day, he was not able to, still recover. And at that same time, he had to take it to drive. He had to drive with it. But looking at what's happening now, looking at what's really happening now, he is ready for the next chapter. He's actually ready for the next chapter. And I must tell you that this guy is not just ready for the next chapter. He is ready for what is coming, and he's ready for that championship. And I'm so to tell you that still on that Formula One game, we are going to have the best of the best, driving and talking about. Now we have the McLaren boys. The McLaren boys that showed up. Last season it was Lando Norris that was the champion of Formula One last season. He was the youngest Formula One champion, in the history of Formula One. He was the champion. And he had to take it and he had to drive it home last week. And it was a wonderful moment for him. And I must tell you that this season, we have the likes of Kimi Antonelli, we have the likes of Oscar Piastri, we have the likes of George Russell competing for the same position. And I must tell you that it is not going to be easy to have that same position. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a drive out, a neck and nerve kind of situation where everyone has to bring on their best driving force. And we're still going to see what happens when these two teams meet and drive again. Now, moving on from Formula One, of course, we're expecting, like I told you, that the race is tomorrow by 2 o'clock, by 2 p.m. The race has started, while by 12:30, build-up has started. And also this evening is the qualification that's taking your pole position. And we're going to see what happens this weekend and on this day. Well, let's move on to UFC. We are talking about UFC. A time ago, just in this month, during President Trump's birthday, which actually collided or was very close with the Americans' 250th year celebration, 250 years of existence. The celebration took place in the White House, where there was a setting of a claw. I could say it's a claw from what was seen. It was actually a claw. That claw was set to sponsor and to bring in guys who are in the boxing arena. So that claw, it was massive and a giant claw. And that claw, under that claw, was where boxers had to come under. That was where they converged to, had the time to box it out. Well, I will tell you for a fact that has been UFC's biggest game in 2026 and in the history of UFC, actually. Because normally in the UFC, it takes them $3 to $4 million to start or to host a fight. But right now, that time, it took them $30 million to fix the fight. And then normally you would have 300, 400 people on the podium, on the PUs, trying to see the game. But right now, I will tell you that they had over 4,000 guys who sat live. Now, in the ticket, the way they shared the ticket was President Trump had to had to invite about 1,000 because it was actually his birthday. And it took place at the South Lawn. There was a place in the White House called South Lawn. That was where the fight was scheduled and the fight was held, in the South Lawn. And then it was a moment that that shaped the world of UFC. They had to. It was a lot for me, I would tell you, because the celebrations and the way the event came through, it was amazing. And I would tell you, and I must tell you, that UFC now had 34 million total global viewers for UFC White House events. Now remember that the guys who they had more than 100 million earlier, more than 150 million earlier, and they're still recording. And these viewers are the guys who had to stream it all over the world, and they had to see the game. And talking about the claws, I just want to give you the description of this, of the claw you are seeing. This giant claw you are seeing, it's more heavier than anything in the world, and it was assembled in 34 days. I mean, to set it up. And then the light you're seeing there is 800. They had 800 lights just in the claw. They had to put 800 lights in the claw. And looking at it, you would see how fanciful and fun it was. Cameras were everywhere. More than 100 cameras were there. And then the president of UFC and President Donald Trump, they had their time and a moment where they had to face off. We call it face off, and boy, it was a funny face off where both of them had to start to laugh. Now, looking at this, I would tell you that UFC has not had such a record all the time of their life and all the time of their practice. And it is something that we must see that UFC, they are making progress. They are really, really bringing that progress. And I must tell you that UFC is ready for the next chapter of their games. They are ready, and they want to, make it obvious that they are moving on. I'm not sure they can go back to that fight where you'll be having just $3 million or $4 million. They are going to be doing it very, very strategic now, and they are going to be very, very intentional. So now, after fixing this fight, a lot of people are asking what next. After having the 250th America celebration fight, a lot of people will be asking, what next? What do you think that will come next after this fight? Well, what I think that will come next after this fight is that countries and sponsors would emerge, and there would be a lot of viewership coming up too, and other things, other teams that have not even had partnership with the UFC, especially DAZN and the rest of them, would want to come into UFC, want to stream UFC. Of course, DAZN does UFC, but there will be more deals for UFC. Now, you know that I told you that it was Paramount, but through Paramount, because Paramount was in partnership. They had a partnership deal with UFC to stream the match live, which gave 80,000 people outside the club. There were 80,000 people who saw the game outside White House. So this was, I'm talking about live stream, like people who were streaming live that were recorded, that were, that were given the opportunity, that were counted before we now had 34 million viewership all around the globe. Now, Paramount had more than 150 million streamers from the fight. It tells you that there will be more openness to deals, and UFC will go into deals, and they will have a lot to handle for me. And I must tell you that it's going to be an amazing thing for them to just take it to the next level. And who are you expecting? What are you expecting? And when are you expecting the next fight in the UFC? I will tell you that before I go. And I want to also tell you that there has been this uprising going around in the world of UFC too. But I'm going to give you more on that as we go on a short break. We'll be right back with a lot of details around sports and other events. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back now. I told you that I'm going to give you the latest update on the UFC fight. We have the UFC fight day today, and it is from the UFC fight night. It's today by 3 p.m. Watch the prelims live from 2 p.m. and that's British Standard Time, and 3 p.m. Central Eastern Time. on the UFC Fight Pass, that's on X, you would see that it's just the UFC Baku Day where guys have lined up to see what's going on. That's the fight that is coming. And it is one of the events, one of the games that would determine who takes it to the next level in the world of UFC. And I must tell you that it is something you have to really get into your schedule so that you could see the match. And we are talking about the boys are in Baku. The boys are in Baku to clash it out. Talking about the boys in Baku, they are in Baku to show what they know best. And that fight is today. That's the next fight. And the fight is between Fidze Torres and Magidon versus Torreira. That's the fight that is coming. They are just four, and it's the fight of the season. It's the fight. He's talking about Fiziev Torres, Fiziev versus Torres, and Magomedov versus Pereira. That's the fight that is coming up. And I don't know who is going to win in this game, because a lot of fights, a lot of games are coming up, and this fight is something that you have not seen coming. And I must tell you that the fight will not just be a little or just let's box through. It's going to be a do or die affair, and that's what we are going to expect. That's what we're expecting today, because it's going to be a fight from back, and there has been the fixtures. The fixtures are all over the place. You would see it too. And I must tell you that this fight has something in common with the likes of the destructions you will ever get in the world. Now we're still talking about that, and it is one more sleep. We're talking about the June 27th, the fight that's coming up today. We have the one more sleep between Zayas and Jane Ramos. It's the fight that is coming, and both of them are going to clash it out. Today is the fight, and today is the moment you've been waiting for. So you have to stay tuned to see the games. That is one more sleep from Jaron Ennis and Xander Zavas. Jaron Ennis and Xander Zavas is one more sleep. And what do you think is one more sleep? I'm Jaron Ennis. Let me just give you a brief profile of Jaron Ennis. Jaron Ennis is called Jaron Boat Ennis, an American professional boxer from Philadelphia who holds the IBF and WBA welterweight titles and is regarded among the sport's top pound-for-pound fighters. Undefeated with a high knockout ratio, Ennis is known for his switch hitting, speed, and precision. That's what you know Ennis for. You know Ennis for his switch hitting. And it is something that I must tell you that Ennis has actually aimed it. You see that rhyme? So now I must tell you that Xander Zayas too has been influential in the world of boxing, where you have him from Puerto Rico. He's from Puerto Rico and is a professional boxer and the reigning unified WBA and WBO lightweight champion, and a former U.S. middleweight lightweight national amateur champion. He turned pro in 2019 at the age of 17, becoming Top Rank's youngest signee, undefeated at 23 with 13 knockouts. He won the WBO title in 2025 and is unified in January against Abbas Barao. That's the thing. He is just 23 years old. He was born in September 5th, and the guy, he is ready for the next face-off. They have already had their press conference just 4 weeks ago. You could check it out on YouTube. When you type DAZN Boxing, you would see it, where both of them had to challenge each other, and he had to talk about his challenges and what is coming, what you should expect, and the rest of them. He has been a profiled person, and he has been a champion, and that's one thing I must tell you that these guys are up to. Now I must tell you that you have to just stay true and stay glued to the fight as it comes your way shortly. Now let's take a look at the world of tennis. A lot of my lovers, a lot of sport lovers also love tennis, and I'm just going to bring you an update where you have the projected quarterfinals by seeding. That's the projected quarterfinal by seeding. It's coming up where you have Jess Sina and the Medvedev is coming. And this is also from Uga Alisme versus Novak Djokovic. That's the fight that's coming, Novak Djokovic. Now you have the gentlemen's singles, the fight of the clash of the gentlemen, where you have Ada Minor versus B. Shelton. Then you have T. Fritz versus Verez. That's the guy who won the last championship in the Australian Open. He has actually tried twice, but he had to win it this year. Talking about Verev. Verev is the guy. He is the guy who would face T. Fritz. And this fight is coming up. And this, sorry, I'm used to fight. Sorry, I'm not used to war, but I'm kind of saying that this game is coming up and it's going to be an interesting one for the people. Now we have the last 15 ring prospects of the year. We have the last 15 ring prospects of the year where we are expected to see the guys who have been influential in the world of the UFC, talking about the rings. The rings is something is a conglomerate of the best, and I'm telling you right now that this is gonna be what is going to be the fight. The award goes to the guys who has really taken it to the next level in this year. Let's just take a look at the last 15 of the year award. The guys who has been winning it since 2011. We have Gary Russell Jr. from the US, Kate Tuman in 2012 won it. Now in 2013, we have Vasily Lomachenko from Ukraine. And we have Anthony Joshua in 2014 from UK. Then we have Takuma Inoue from Japan. And we have Eriksen Lubin from US. Then we have Jaime Mungua in 2017 from Mexico, and we have Tofeme Lopez from US, and we have Veggie Otis Jr. from US in 2019. Then we have Jerome Boots Ennis, the guy I told you that the fight is coming up. Jerome Boots Ennis in 2020. We have Brandon Lee of US. Then we have Keshan Davis of US in 2022. We have Bruce Carrington of 2023. Then we have Moses Itauma of the UK, and we have Emiliano Vargas of 2025. You know, our 2025, 2021, and 2020 are winners who are in action this weekend. So Jerome Booth and his challenges Xander Zayas with Emiliano Vargas facing Bryce Mills and on the card on Saturday, and Brandon Lee fight Kane Sandoval on Sunday. That's the fight that we're expecting to see, and that's actually the fight that we have been looking up to having. So it's going to be a wonderful time when you just sit back, sit tight to see these games, and you're wondering where you could stream the games. Don't worry again. You are in safe hands, and your internet should actually do that for you. While you just check on YouTube, search The Zone or Paramount Plus, you would see the games going live. I know a lot of people don't like watching boxing. A lot of people don't like watching where they are slapping people. They are slapping people back and forth. But then I could tell you that this is game and this is sports. Many other people love to see where they are wrangling somebody to death. I mean, that is not even a good one, but because it's sports, we have to take it. And remember that the warning that comes always from this is that do not try this at home. So if there's anyone you're planning to try at home, please don't. Please don't try this at home. You must be a professional boxer before you box someone, not just in the street fight. If it's street fights, then it has to be organized, and it has to involve sports commission. And also you have to involve the sports oracle so that we can bring you what's happening around it. We can give you live coverage on all this. Then we can also give you what is really, really going on. We can also bring that your way. And I must tell you, it is something that has been making rounds all over the internet. So if you want to see the games, you just want to sit back and see the games and know what is actually going on. And now, before I move over to the next gist and updates I have for you in the world of sport, I want to tell you, in case you want to see the Formula One, let us take a look at the time, Australian Grand Prix streaming time, the global qualifying start time, the time, the race today, the time it will start. And I promise you, Lagos is there. You know, a lot of times people say, oh, Lagos is not there. Lagos was excluded. Oh, but this time around, we are having Lagos. And we're having the city in the time zone listed so that you could know and you could see. And I must tell you this, that since Nigeria indicated that they want to host Formula One, it has been a lot. There has been a lot of changes in the time zone, because earlier Nigeria was not added, Lagos was not added. Well, now we have Lagos. Lagos is inclusive in the time zone that you will want to stream the qualifier, the qualifying start time of the Australian group. Now let's take a look at it. Where we have in Amsterdam, it starts 4 p.m., 16 o'clock in the 16th hour of the day. Starts 4 p.m. Now you will have by 2 p.m. We're talking about Auckland. Auckland is start by 2 p.m. Now Auckland is actually in Australia. Then you have Austin. That's in Austin. It starts by 9 o'clock. Now you have in Barcelona, it's 4 p.m. Then you have in Budapest, 4 p.m. Then you have in 11 p.m. in Buenos Aires. Then you have a 17 hour. That's in Helsinki. That's where you have the Australian Grand Prix qualifiers. Then you have in Istanbul by 5 o'clock and Jakarta by 9 o'clock. Then you have at Jeddah, that's Saudi Arabia, Middle East, where you have it by 5 o'clock. And in Johannesburg, you have it by 4 p.m. Now, in the biggest city in West Africa, the biggest commercial city in West Africa, talking about Lagos. Lagos is actually going to be, you're going to stream it if you're in Lagos. Now, when you hear Lagos, this is a representation of Nigeria, like Nigeria's time for the Austrian GP. That's the qualification today is by 4 p.m. So what are you doing by 4 p.m.? Let us stay together to see the game, and let us stay together to watch and know what's going on. And let us also stay together to have a time of our lives, and also let us stay together to have a wonderful time seeing who will qualify. Before I just round it off on this edition, before we go on a short break, I want to ask you, who do you think is going to qualify for this race? Who do you think is going to qualify? Who do you think is going to take the pole position? Is it Kimi Antonelli, or is it Sir Lewis Hamilton, or is it Lando Norris, or is it Oscar Piastri of McLaren? Or are you talking about the man of the moment who said to drive and still drive for Mercedes in 2027, talking about George Russell? Or are you talking about Bottas? Are you talking about the Williams or the Audi guys or the Cadillac guys? Whoever you think that would make it to the next level, I want you to write the name and tell us on the comment section there on YouTube. Tell us who would win this Australian GP. I know people like my guy Worldwide would want Kimi Antonelli to still win, but I'm telling Worldwide that today is not the day. We need this guy. We need Sir Lewis Hamilton to win it twice. Then we move to the next level. Of course, if Sir Lewis Hamilton wins this race, it is going to be, I'm going to get a branded shirt of Sir Lewis Hamilton. I'm going to get a Ferrari shirt and branded Sir Lewis Hamilton. Let me tell you why. Because Manchester United is red, Ferrari is red, Portugal is red, Sir Lewis Hamilton is 41, Cristiano Ronaldo is 41, and Manchester United is above 41. So we are on point, guys. We are on point, and it is amazing. It's one thing that I'm going to do. And I want you to know that when we come back from the short break, we're going to bring you updates across the world of football. What is happening, how it is happening, when it is happening, and what you expect to see. Of course, the qualies and the round of 32 games, they would actually swing into action just in a moment, and they only have 3 days of break. But before then, other games will be coming so that we could see who wins and who plays. Now, newsflash, Messi is said not to play, that he's not going to play the game against Jordan. Talking about Argentina, Jordan, Messi said not to play the game. That's their last game, because they have already qualified and they don't need any action to qualify again. But, a lot of fans have been, making rounds asking that this guy should go and score. But he said that he's going to play at least so that he could keep fit, because it's going to take 11 days before they play the next game. And this, with more, I'm going to bring your way while we take a short break. We'll be right back. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. How are you doing? Thank you very much for staying with us. Now let's take a look at the qualified teams in this World Cup. Teams have actually been playing the best they could. They have actually found their feet trying to score a lot of goals. But so far, there's this team that has not scored since the World Cup began. Talking about the team. I know you are trying to guess the team. The team is Panama. Panama is going to face England today by 10 p.m. and it's going to be one of the games that would change the course of their lives. I mean, if they score today, they would really frame the goal because they had to play 2 games and they were not able to score. Now, let's take a look at the teams who has qualified so far and who has, entered the next phase and the next stage of the quali for the FIFA World Cup. We have Mexico and US. They entered their rests very, very early. They entered their rest very early while they defeated their opponents. And US has been wonderful at talking about their coach, Pochettino. Pochettino has been classical and clinical, giving them the morale they needed to get it to the next level. And we could see what this has done to them. And let's take a look at the teams who has qualified. We have Mexico, we have USA, and we have Germany, we have Argentina, we have France, we have Sweden, we have Norway, then we have Ecuador, we have Sweden, and also we have Canada, we have Brazil, we have Morocco, we have South Africa, and we have Japan, and we have Australia, we have Spain, we have Colombia, we have these guys, and also we also have the guy and the people who no one expected they would qualify. That's talking about Cape Verde. Cape Verde has qualified for the next stage. Now, what is this that is happening to Cape Verde? Cape Verde has been so influential. Cape Verde has actually been so influential in their game. And I must tell you that so far, Cape Verde, they are inspiring a lot of Africans. Now, I want to get you to think about something. Imagine that these guys will qualify for the next phase after round of 32. And imagine also that they will qualify for the next game. Imagine they'll qualify for the next game. That's talking about qualifying till the last breath. That's they will actually go to the finals. And looking at this, I will tell you that no one knows what's going to happen. They had to, play a wonderful game. Talking about their game, and with Saudi Arabia, they had to play a draw game. It was a draw game. But then Cape Verde seems to be one of the teams that looks very undefeated. They look undefeated. What they have been playing so far is amazing. Now, let me just give you a little stat about this country, Cape Verde. They appeared first in their FIFA World Cup. That is in 2026. In case you're thinking, oh, it's in 2096. No, it's in 2026. They appeared first in their FIFA World Cup. And their debut against Spain, they had a debut against Spain where they played 0-0. And moving that actually gave them their first point. Cape Verde has actually been playing, they have been holding people down with draws. They have been holding it down. And they have really, really been holding it down with draws. And looking at that, we could see that they qualified for the first time and because they won Eswatini. That was what brought them to the World Cup. And they have actually been seen, which is actually true, that they are the smallest country with the population, with the land area of 4,033 square kilometers and the population of just 525,000. You see, very little, but they are much. Very, very little, but they are much. Now, it was something that you would not understand, that a lot of football analysts would say Cape Verde would go. Just like the same thing that happened to Curaçao. But we are saying that this Cape Verde, they are undying, and they are the men and the team and the guys of the moment. And I'm telling you, and we're saying congratulations to Cape Verde for getting into the next phase. Then we're also talking about the teams that has qualified. Let's talk about the teams that have been eliminated. Teams that have been eliminated from the World Cup. The teams that have been eliminated. It's actually so sad to see teams that you have been anticipating the best of them to be eliminated in this World Cup. And it's actually sad to have these teams. But what will you do when you are looking at the playing or at the playtime? What will you actually do if nothing happens? So you just had to, keep yourself together and then believe for the best and for the best. And so it's going to be interesting where you have teams like I want to mention the team, but I'm sad. Like, I'm really, really sad to see that these teams are really, really out of the World Cup, and it is very, very bad. While we're talking about the teams that has qualified, Egypt and the rest of them, qualifying, just Egypt playing their game yesterday, qualifying, we now have teams that have actually been eliminated. We have Czech Republic, and we have Qatar, we have Haiti, we have Turkey, we have Curacao, we have Tunisia, we have New Zealand, we have Uruguay. This Uruguay that has been eliminated, they are so, they pain me, Gan. Now, let me come down to this dialect. They pain me, Gan. It's paining me so much, really, because looking at them, what they are playing, how they are playing, it is one of the things I've not seen in the World Cup. They play a good attacking football, and they shoot from anywhere. Uruguay don't need to come close to you to score. They shoot from anywhere. I think that's actually why they were unable to score a lot of goals. But let's just move on from that. We have Saudi Arabia, we have Iraq, then we have Jordan, we have Uzbekistan, we have Panama. Panama has already been eliminated from the World Cup. And the dreams of World Cup for them, for these countries, the dreams end here, while the fight will never be forgotten. These guys really fought. These guys really, really fought, and I must tell you that they really, really fought. They really fought. They really tried their best to, take it to the next level. And it was unfortunate. It was quite unfortunate for them to, qualify for the next team. Well, we're going to see what happens at the end of the day as teams are playing today and as countries are getting ready to have their games come that way. Now, yesterday, let's talk about the games of yesterday. Today, very early this morning and yesterday, where we had France trashing Norway 4-1. France had to trash Norway 4-1. It was a moment for Dembele, who scored a hat-trick and became man of the match. While you could have Desire Doué had to, make it 4 at the extra time, at the neck of the time, in the 90th plus 4 minutes. Desire Doué had to, held it in while Bakola held down the assist. Looking at those guys, you would see that they are already playing like PSG team. France already plays like PSG, and I must tell you that they are ready for anyone in this World Cup. But we don't want them to play any team again, except the teams that they have been playing there. We don't want them to play against any big team till the finals. We want to see those finals like France, Argentina, France, Portugal, France, Brazil. That's what we want to see at the finals, because we are ready for this final, semi-final, final, and the rest of them. Now, we will see that Asgard had to convert a penalty for France in the early time. I mean, talking about in the first half, that was when Asgard had to convert a penalty for France. And you could see Ousmane Dembele striking the Kvaratskhelia pose. When he scored the goal, he had to strike it. I don't know if I should show you, but he had to strike the post. And he had to do his hand like this because he scored a goal. And that's how they celebrate over there in Paris Saint-Germain. Yes, looking at him and his teammate, Kvaratskhelia. That this now is the reigning, I will tell you, this is the reigning pose. So when I win anything now, I'm going to strike this pose. And this is the pose that really matters. Now let's take a look at what happened yesterday while Senegal trashed Iraq 5-0. Senegal thrashed Iraq 5-0 yesterday, where they started scoring at the 4th minute and ended at the 82nd minute, where you have Sa scoring against Sa. No, not Sa, not Good Morning Sir. That's the name of the guy. The name of the guy is S-A-R-R, not Good Morning Sir. Yes, Sir actually, but I can call him Good Morning Sir. We can call him Lionel Sir. He scored another wonderful screamer yesterday, and on the 56th minute, and on the 4th minute, Jara had to open the scoring, and on the 58th minute, Wike scored twice. That on the 58th and on the 71st minute, and then ndlea had to complete it, 5 goals. And then on the Iraqi side, they only had to score a red card. They scored a red card, and it was from Sulaka that he got the red card on the 13th minute. And that was what made Senegal to really trash these guys down, even though they were already trashed and they have been, eliminated. Now, talking about yesterday's score, we have Belgium trashing Australia 5-1. Belgium trashed Australia 5-1. You will see Leonardo Trossard of Arsenal had to score. He scored twice yesterday, and Kevin De Bruyne had to score again, while Romelu Lukaku, the big Kaku, had to score on the 86th minute, and Salem Makers had to also score in the extra time, in the 4th minute of the extra time. Talking about the same yesterday, we had full time of Egypt and their guys. They played yesterday. Egypt had a draw game yesterday, and I must tell you that they have actually qualified for the next round of the games. They have really qualified, and this is what it is, and this is how it is. And I must tell you that in the round of 32 of Argentina, they are going to face Cape Verde on July 3rd. They're going to face Cape Verde on July 3rd. That's in the round of 32. I don't know how this game is going to be, but Cape Verde is already pulling fingers and pulling. They're leading in the side where they cannot even understand what's happening. So they are all leading. They are all leading to the side, and they are playing the best game for themselves. So they're going to face Argentina on July 3rd. The match is going to come by 6 p.m. So you have to see the game. You have to hang around to see the game and see how these guys. Do you think Cape Verde would trash Argentina? Do you think Cape Verde would trash Argentina? Well, I think Cape Verde would trash Argentina. I mean, Argentina could trash Cape Verde and put them in the trash. But, I mean, all we know is that you are trashed. So you have been disposed or exposed, whatever it is. But, playing against the likes of Lionel Messi, Lisandro Martinez, Lautaro Martinez, and the rest of them would really mean a lot for the goalkeeper, for that wonderful Cape Verdean goalkeeper, someone who has, been waiting for those days for such an opportunity to come to him. And I must tell you that it's something that these guys has really been seeing, and it is amazing. It's an amazing time. Before we go on a final short break, I want to let you know that there's a lot happening in the world of transfers. The transfer world now has gotten so busy, and teams are reinforcing the attack. Teams are also reinforcing their midfield, while teams are already reinforcing their defense. Just like Jose Mourinho said yesterday that he wants Real Madrid players to, go out of the World Cup so that they can come back by July and then do what and go for preseason, because he has taken over and he will be announced just at the neck of time. But before I bring you this transfer update, I would like us to go on a short break. When we return, we'll also finish the World Cup matter and the transfer updates. Stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Now, welcome back. Yesterday, we had to, see yesterday that Elliot Anderson has been signed to Manchester City. He signed for Manchester City. He had to take it to the next level from Nottingham Forest. And this guy has been debated over the course of time if he actually worth that price. Talking about 116 million euros for his transfer. That would really that has made history in the world of Nottingham Forest to sell that kind of player. Well, Elliot Anderson, he is good, he is wonderful, he plays good game. But I want to see how he will fit in the midfield of Manchester City. Talking about the guys of Ryan Shekri. If you had seen yesterday's game, you would see Ryan Shekri. Ryan Shekri, he was everywhere. I guess he played a free role yesterday in the game versus Norway yesterday. He played a free role and he was mad. He played a wonderful game yesterday. He was everywhere. He was really, really everywhere. Now, you would see the likes of Phil Foden too, and the likes of Rodri in the midfield, and the likes of Rangers in the midfield. And these guys are going to line up to play for Manchester City. We're going to see what happens since Bernardo Silva has, taking it to the next level by going to Real Madrid. He has signed for Real Madrid. We're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Now, we're still talking about the transfers where we have Goncalo Ramos yesterday signed for AC Milan. Goncalo Ramos, he had to go from Paris Saint-Germain to AC Milan, where he will be testing his next phase, where he will be testing the ground. He will be testing a lot of, where he'll be making that debut, that, checking the next ground, checking the pitch, the turf on the Italian side. So he's going to play for the Italian side this season that is coming. And it's very, very wonderful to have him play for this team. Now, I want to take us back a little to the World Cup, where you have England has qualified for the next round. They have qualified for the round of 32, and we could see they still have this game to play today. They still have their game to play today. But at the end of the day, we could see what happens. Now we have France. France is going to play Sweden. They're going to play Sweden. And that is the game in the round of 32. They're going to play Sweden. France playing Sweden is the game that many people and a lot of football lovers are expecting. So now, what do you think about this France-Sweden? What do you think about it? Now, looking at France trio, the guys who has been unstoppable, and they have contributed 14 goals and assists this World Cup. Talking about Kylian Mbappe, Ousmane Dembele, and Michael Olise. They have contributed so much in this World Cup, and they have really done a lot for the team. Looking at yesterday, the man of the hat-trick, he is also someone, after Lionel Messi, Ousmane Dembele scored a hat-trick in this 2026 World Cup. So he has been the second person to score a hat-trick, And other people have scored two goals, has scored three goals, four goals. But Ousmane Dembele has been sensational. And still looking at Michael Olise, who has been assisted just yesterday. Kylian Mbappe he was not able to score a goal. He was not really able to score a goal. But at the end of the day, we would see what happens. He was not able to score a goal after all he tried. Now, these guys are very, very fast, I must tell you. They are very, very, very fast. So, and looking at the way they play, they don't play like the normal players. They play like as though they are playing for PSG. And Michael Olise looks very good. He will look very good after he has played for Bayern Munich. He will play for PSG, I think, or he would play for Real Madrid. Wherever he goes, I'm sure that it's going to be a wonderful time. Now, we could just take a look at the matches that will be coming up today, where we have the games that are going to, just make the matches already today has been played, but we could say that's the game versus Spain and the rest of them. Egypt too, they have actually played their game. Belgium too have played their game today, where they had to trash New Zealand 5-1. Egypt, Iran, and then Uruguay versus Spain. They have played. Cape Verde has actually played too. And then yesterday was Iraq, Senegal, and the rest of them. But let's bring you, as we round up the show, the games you expected to see today. Talking about Panama versus England. It's going to be by 10 p.m. today. Then Croatia versus Ghana is going to be by 10 p.m. Colombia versus Portugal is going to be by 12:30 tomorrow morning. Colombia versus Portugal is going to be by 12:30 tomorrow morning. Then DR Congo versus Uzbekistan is going to be by tomorrow at 12:30 a.m. That's very early in the morning. Then we still have Jordan versus Argentina by 3 a.m. It's going to happen. Now we have Algeria versus Austria by 3 a.m. That's the games that is coming, that's going to come your way. And it's going to be a wonderful time seeing that these guys have taken that step and they have taken the shape. They have been playing. They want to see what happens. Now, let's just take a look at the, still talking about that tomorrow by 8 p.m. We have South Africa is going to play their roundup 32 versus Canada. South Africa is going to play versus Canada. And then on Monday, you have Brazil versus Japan. Brazil is going to clash it out with Japan by 6 p.m. And Germany is going to play that same day by 9:30 in Germany versus Paraguay. In the Netherlands versus Morocco is going to come up by June 30th. That's on the Tuesday by 2 a.m. Then Ivory Coast is going to happen on June 30th by 6 p.m. Then France versus Sweden is going to happen by June 30th. And Mexico and the third place of the Group C or Group E or Group F or Group H or Group I is going to clash it out with Mexico. We're going to see the winner in Group L. They're going to clash it out with the winner with the third place in the Group E. So it's going to be an amazing time as we look at what's going to happen and as we anticipate these games. But what game are you anticipating? I want you to write it on the comment section on our YouTube. Just put it out there. Let us see the games you are anticipating, the guys you're anticipating to win this round of 16. I want to see your team. Do you have a team? For me, I feel the big guys would really make a lot of sense. The big guys, I'm talking about the likes of Brazil, Portugal, Argentina, France, they're going to make a lot of sense. I tip them to, land and arrive to the top, to the round of, talking about the semi-final. I tip them to go to the quarterfinals. And yes, as I tip them, I will also tell you that I would root for anyone that comes out well, that plays very well. And I will root for those guys who did their best. And this is where we're calling it a day on this edition of Aneke TV Sports. I hope you had a wonderful time. I hope you saw the games and I hope you followed the update across the world. We say come your way same time, same station tomorrow as we bring you the update and what happened over the weekend. I am Good Hope Chukuma, the Sport Oracle. Bye for now.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Nigeria's debt profile continues to rise, raising concerns among economists about sustainability and long-term economic stability. As of 2025, the total public debt was estimated to be around 152 trillion naira, or roughly $190 billion, according to the Debt Management Office. Debt servicing now consumes a significant share of government revenue, limiting spending on infrastructure, health, and education. Economists say the challenge is not only how much Nigeria borrows, but how effectively borrowed funds are converted into productive assets. The World Bank has repeatedly highlighted weaknesses in Nigeria's public financial management system, including inefficiencies in capital budget execution and limited transparency in project delivery. Across the country, there are recurring examples of abandoned and uncompleted projects, despite significant public expenditure. Infrastructure studies show that cost overruns, delays, and project abandonment remain common in public sector delivery, often due to procurement weaknesses and poor oversight. Roads, hospital facilities, and housing projects in several states remain uncompleted years after budget releases and contract awards. In the power sector, Nigeria continues to lose an estimated $29 billion annually due to unreliable electricity supply and infrastructure deficits, according to industry estimates cited in international reporting. Despite repeated investment cycles, grid instability and transmission constraints persist, limiting industrial growth. Governance experts also point to leakages in public finance management. Studies by international organizations have estimated that Nigeria lost billions annually in previous decades to corruption-related inefficiencies, including inflated contracts and weak monitoring systems. These leakages reduce the impact of borrowing and weaken development outcomes. Even social intervention programs have faced scrutiny over accountability and targeting inefficiencies, with investigations in recent years leading to recoveries for mismanaged funds in some federal programs. Despite these challenges, Nigeria remains richly endowed. The country has more than 70 million hectares of arable land, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, agricultural productivity remains below potential due to limited mechanization and storage infrastructure. Agriculture still employs a large share of the workforce, but contributes less than expected to GDP. In the energy sector, Nigeria produces over 1 million barrels of crude oil per day, according to OPEC data. Yet, for years, depended heavily on imported refined products, creating pressure on foreign exchange and public finances. New refining capacity is beginning to shift these balances, offering potential savings in import costs. The solid minerals sector also remains largely underdeveloped, despite more than 40 commercially viable mineral resources, including lithium, gold, and iron ore. Industry reports suggest the sector contributes less than 1% of GDP, despite its strong export potential. Experts argue that reducing Nigeria's dependence on borrowing will require a shift from consumption-driven spending to productivity-led investments. This includes strengthening procurement systems, enforcing project completion audits, expanding non-oil revenue, and accelerating public-private partnerships in infrastructure delivery. Ultimately, analysts say that Nigeria's economic challenge is not the absence of resources, but the efficiency of conversion. Borrowing, they argue, only becomes sustainable when it is tied directly to productive investment and measurable national outputs. I am Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
Good morning and welcome to News Update on Aneke Television. I am Onyenyechi Ugu and I'm glad to have you join us. The headlines. Army reshuffles senior officers, appoints new commanders. NDC heads to appeal court, insists party remains legally registered. On the foreign scene, United Nations steps up efforts to evacuate over 500 vessels stranded in Strait of Hormuz. On business news, court holds procurement of 1.55 million naira smart meters amid manufacturer's suit. Now the news in details. The Edo State government has intensified efforts to combat drug trafficking, warning criminal syndicates that there will be no hiding place for drug offenders in the state. Governor Monday Akpebolo gave the assurance in Benin City during the commemoration of the 2026 International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, pledging tougher enforcement and innovative justice reforms to dismantle drug networks. Governor Okpebolo said his administration was complementing law enforcement with sustained investment in youth empowerment, skills acquisition, and economic opportunities to reduce the vulnerability of young people to substance abuse. He stressed that creating alternative livelihoods remained critical to winning the fight against illicit drugs. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Edo State Command, said that it had arrested 289 suspected drug traffickers and secured 52 convictions this year. The command also seized and destroyed more than 35,000 kilograms of illicit drugs, including cannabis cultivated on illegal plantations across the state. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Enugu State Command, says it confiscated 929.463 kilograms of assorted illicit drugs and secured the conviction of 53 drug offenders between November 2025 and June 2026. The seizures include cannabis, savitar, and methamphetamine, popularly known as crystal meth or Mburumiri. The state commander of the agency, Mr. Owoputi Adekunle, announced this during the 2026 International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking held in Enugu in collaboration with the Enugu state government. He added that over 111 drug-related cases were pending before the Federal High Court, while 157 clients received counseling and 23 others were undergoing rehabilitation. Mr. Adekunle described drug abuse as a major threat to public health, security, and national development. Governor Petermbah, represented by the Commissioner for Health, Professor George Ugu, urged young people to reject substance abuse and embrace opportunities in agriculture, digital technology, and mechanized farming. Delivering the keynote lecture, Dr. Ronald Okereke, Senior Registrar at the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Enugu, called for improved access to treatment, early intervention, and stronger family support to address substance use disorders. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, says it has arrested more than 29,000 suspected drug traffickers and seized illicit drugs valued at about 1.5 trillion over the past 18 months. The agency announced the figures during the grand finale of activities marking the 2026 International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking in Abuja. Chairman of the agency, retired Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, said sustained intelligence-led operations had also resulted in over 5,000 convictions and the arrest of 234 major drug barons within the last 5 years. He noted that the agency had intensified collaboration with international partners to dismantle transactional drug trafficking networks. According to NDLEA chairman, joint operations with the United States Drug Enforcement Administration and European security agencies led to the dismantling of the notorious Ahmadi Simon drug cartel. He added that operatives also uncovered a clandestine methamphetamine laboratory in Ibarapa North local government area of Oyo State. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Prince Lateef Fangbemi, he commended the agency's achievements and reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to tackling organized crime. He urged parents, schools, religious institutions, and traditional rulers to complement enforcement efforts through preventive education and moral guidance. The Nigerian police force has called for stronger collaboration between security agencies and members of the public to improve intelligence gathering and strengthen community policing in Kwara State. The appeal was made during an operational assessment visit to the Kwara State Police Command in Ilorin. The Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of training and development, DIG, Isaku Mohammed, met with senior officers, including area commanders and divisional police officers, to review security operations and develop strategies for addressing emerging security challenges across the state. Speaking during a stakeholders meeting, the DIG said effective policing depends on public trust, timely intelligence, and close cooperation between communities and security agencies. He urged residents to support law enforcement through prompt reporting of suspicious activities. Participants at the forum, including retired Assistant Inspector General of Police Adisa Bolanta, representatives of the Police Community Relations Committee, the Vigilante Group of Nigeria, religious leaders and government officials, called for increased manpower and logistics to enhance policing. The Nigerian Army has approved a major reshuffle of senior officers with new appointments across operational, command, training, and administrative formations as part of efforts to strengthen national security and enhance operational effectiveness. In a statement, the Acting Director of Army Public Relations, Colonel Apollonia Anele, said the redeployment was approved by the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Y.D. Shaibu, and affects general officers commanders of key operations, principal staff officers, and heads of military training institutions. Under the new postings, Major General W.M. Dangana has been appointed General Officer, commanding 3 Division Nigerian Army and Commander, Joint Task Force Operation Enduring Peace, while Major General E.I. Okoro becomes General Officer, commanding 6th Division and Land Component Commander, Joint Task Force Operation Delta Safe. Major General J.R. Lare has been named Commander, Army Headquarters garrison, while Brigadier General O.M. Oyekola assumes duty as acting military secretary. Brigadier I. Waziri retains his position as Chief of Staff in the Office of the Chief of Army Staff. The Army also announced the appointment of Major General O. Adegbe as Director of Intelligence and Security at Defense Headquarters, Major General K.E. Chigbu as Deputy Commandant of the National Defense College, and Major General S.D. Makolo as Commandant of the Nigerian Army Armor School. The Army says the reshuffle is aimed at strengthening leadership, improving operational readiness, and enhancing the service's capacity to address emerging security and technology-driven warfare challenges. The Chief Judge of Edo State, Justice Daniel Okumbowa, has constituted a specialized criminal tribunal to handle kidnapping and cultism cases in the state. The court's designated Special Criminal Court 1 is expected to commence sitting in Benin City on July 1st. The development was announced in a statement issued by the Chief Registrar of the Edo State High Court, Mr. B.O. Osawaru. The tribunal was established following a request by Governor Monday Okwebolo aimed at accelerating the prosecution of violent crimes and strengthening the administration of justice. Governor Okwebolo said and had earlier pledged to introduce special measures to tackle rising cases of kidnapping and cult-related violence. Through the Secretary to the State Government, Umar Ikihola, the governor requested the assignment of dedicated judges to ensure speedy trials and reduce delays in the judicial process. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, says Nigeria cannot effectively combat corruption through arrest and prosecutions alone. Chairman of the Commission, Dr. Musa Aliyu, stated this during a workshop organized in collaboration with the Nigerian Law School in Kano. Dr. Aliyu stressed the need to strengthen ethical values and integrity within educational institutions, particularly among future legal practitioners. According to him, corruption thrives when professional standards are compromised, weakening public trust in governance and the justice system. The ICPC chairman urged universities and professional training institutions to integrate accountability, transparency, and ethical conduct into their curricula. He noted that preventive measures remain critical in addressing corruption and promoting responsible leadership. He also announced that the Commission was working with stakeholders to develop a sustainable ethical framework for legal education nationwide. The initiative, he said, would be expanded to other parts of the country as part of broader efforts to strengthen integrity in public and professional life. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State has declared a state of emergency on environmental protection, citing the growing threat of flooding, gully erosion, and indiscriminate sand mining across the state. The governor made the declaration during a meeting with the Anambra State Traditional Rulers Council in Awka. Governor Soludo directed the immediate desilting of drainage channels and called for an end of illegal sand mining activities, which he said were contributing significantly to environmental degradation. He warned that blocked waterways and poor waste disposal practices were worsening flooding and threatening communities. The governor described erosion as one of the most serious challenges facing Anambra, noting that large portions of land were being lost annually. He expressed concern that the scale of environmental damage had exceeded available resources and required urgent collective action. Beyond environmental issues, Governor Soludo announced plans to strengthen community administration through new registration legislation that would formally recognize autonomous communities within local government structures. He said the initiative would help address governance challenges and promote stability at the grassroots levels. President Bola Tinubu has signed the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, Act 2026 into law, providing a new legal framework of Nigeria's digital identity system. The legislation replaces the existing 207 law and is expected to strengthen identity management across the country. According to Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Mr. Bayo Nanugar, the law establishes the National Identification Number, NIN, as the primary means of identity verification for public and private sector transactions. Director General of the National Identity Management Commission, Dr. Abisoyi Koka Odusote, described the legislation as a major step towards improving digital inclusion, data protection, and cybersecurity. She said the law would support the development of a secure and reliable digital identity ecosystem. The Commission noted that the new framework would eliminate duplication across government identity programs and expand access to social, financial, and legal services, particularly for underserved and vulnerable populations. The Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, has rejected a ruling of the Federal High Court in Lokoja, Kogi State, which set aside an earlier judgment directing the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to register the party. Addressing a news conference in Abuja, the national chairman of the party, Senator Moses Cleopas, said the NDC remained a legally recognized political party and would immediately challenge the ruling at the Court of Appeal. He urged members and supporters to remain calm. Senator Cleopas argued that the court lacked the jurisdiction to revisit a matter on which it had already delivered a final judgment. He maintained that the ruling neither ordered the deregistration of the party nor affected the validity of its candidates for the 2027 general elections. The NDC chairman said the party had already conducted nationwide congresses and primary elections and had nominated candidates for various elective offices, including the presidency. He insisted that all legal steps would be taken to defend the party's status and participation in the 2027 elections. You're watching news updates on Aneke TV, coming to you live from our studios. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making the headlines. Army approves strategic redeployment of senior officers. NDC to appeal court ruling, insists party remains legally registered. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, United Nations intensify efforts to evacuate stranded vessels from Strait of Hormuz. On the business news, court holds procurement of 1.55 million smart meters over legal dispute. We'll be back shortly.
"7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Burkina Faso has formally severed diplomatic relations with France, marking a major shift in relations between the West African nation and its former colonial power. The announcement was made by the government in a broadcast on state television, ending years of worsening diplomatic ties. The Minister of Communications, Gilbert Ouedraogo, said the decision followed what the government described as the breakdown of mutual trust, respect, and non-interference. He accused France of supporting activities that undermine Burkina Faso's security, allegations previously denied by the French government. The diplomatic fallout comes as Burkina Faso continues to battle a prolonged Islamist insurgency that has claimed thousands of lives and displaced millions of people across the Sahel region. The military-led government has increasingly pursued policies aimed at strengthening national sovereignty and reducing foreign influence. The Texas State Board of Education has approved a new public school curriculum that includes teachings from the Bible following a 9-5 vote by the Republican-controlled board. The curriculum is expected to be introduced in phases and fully implemented by 2030. The revised reading program includes classical literary works alongside selected biblical texts. Supporters say the curriculum reflects the historic and cultural influence of Judeo-Christian values on American society and education. However, the decision has generated widespread debate across the United States. Critics argue that the policy blurs the constitutional separation between church and state and could discriminate against students from different religious backgrounds. Civil rights groups have also expressed concerns over diversity in the curriculum, while supporters maintain that the changes are intended to strengthen moral values and improve students' understanding of history and literature. The United Nations has intensified diplomatic efforts to resume the evacuation of hundreds of commercial vessels stranded in the Strait of Hormuz, following heightened tensions in the strategic waterway. Rescue operations were suspended after an attack on a commercial container vessel. The United States has carried out airstrikes on military targets in Iran following a reported drone attack on a commercial cargo vessel in the Strait of Hormuz. The operation marks a significant escalation in tensions in the Middle East. According to the United States Central Command, the strikes targeted missiles and drone storage facilities, as well as coastal radar installations. The Pentagon described the action as a response aimed at protecting international shipping routes and regional security. Nigeria and the European Union have reaffirmed their commitment to deepening economic cooperation to attract investment, boost trade, and drive sustainable development. The commitment was made at the 10th Nigeria-European Union Business Forum held in Abuja. Representing Vice President Kashim Shettima, the Director General of the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, Princess Zara Mustafa Audu, said ongoing economic reforms are improving Nigeria's investment climate. She noted that the European Union remains Nigeria's largest trading partner and biggest source of foreign direct investment. The Association of Metal Manufacturers of Nigeria, AMON, has secured a court order halting the international procurement of 1.55 million smart prepaid meters under the World Bank-supported Nigeria Distribution Sector Recovery Program. The World Bank, in its latest implementation report, identified the legal dispute as a major risk to the $500 million electricity program, warning that continued delays could affect project delivery. Amon argues that the procurement process sidelines local manufacturers and undermines Nigeria's domestic metering industry. And that concludes the news on Aneke TV News by 9. And here are the main points again just before we go. The Nigerian Army has approved a strategic redeployment of senior officers across operational, command and training formations to strengthen national security and improved operational effectiveness. The postings were approved by the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Y.D. Shaibu, and announced by the Acting Director of Army Public Relations Officer, Colonel Apollonia Anele. the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, says it will challenge the judgment of the Federal High Court in Lokoja at the Court of Appeal. Addressing journalists in Abuja, okay, that concludes the news at 9. I am Ugu Onyinyechigu. Thank you for joining us. Have a good morning.
Chimamanda Adichie. Adichie gives voice to African identity in a global world. From half of Yellow Sun to her TED Talks, she speaks truth with elegance. She urges us to reject the single story and celebrate complexity, a modern cultural beacon.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. 7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. 7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Good morning to you, viewers, and welcome to Week in Retrospect. It's another Saturday here in the coast city state, and welcome to Week in Review, where we'll bring to you conversations and highlights from Monday through to Saturday. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai saying happy weekend. Yes, it's the Week in Retrospect, where we'll bring to you highlights of core news issues, yes, that dominated the headlines and made round in Nigeria. There are a whole lot of things to talk about, Ochoma. However, before you start talking about it, let me remind you that it's Saturday, and Saturdays are for party jollof rice, yes.
I mean, Mr. Uche, if we're counting all the party jollofs that you are owing me, I mean, I think I should have a full bag of rice, more than the one that the government gives.
Anyways, you know, one thing with party jollof rice is that in parties, once you miss it, you've missed it. Either you go for Amala or that. And it's another Saturday. If you miss that or the previous Saturday, then it's gone. However, the next party jollof rice we are hoping on is yours.
My birthday is not on a Saturday.
It doesn't matter. Party jollof rice, party jollof rice. Party jollof rice, we can still do that on the very day. Or if you want to do the cake and then move the party jollof rice on Saturday. Yes.
And also is the last Saturday in the month of June.
That's wonderful.
When we are finally rounding up in the month of June. It's been a roller coaster month, you know, from the sides of the economy to the political stables. It's been a lot.
Most turn is left at turn.
It's been a lot, like every corner.
Yes.
Every corner.
Things kept happening.
Yes.
And you were just talking about the empowerment by our first lady. So there are a whole lot of things to talk about.
Truly, there's a whole lot to unpack this morning. But we'll take a short break. When we get back, we'll delve right into our conversations for the morning. Do stay with us.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. This is still Week in Retrospect. But before we get into the conversation, Mr. Che, you are trying to stir up a conversation. Now, referring to the video of the wife of the president, Senator Remi Tinubu, yesterday, the video trended yesterday, where she was asserting to empowerment, encouraging people to start selling akara, groundnuts, kuli, as opposed to empowering and setting up, you know, skill acquisition centers across the nation. Now, as much as what she said is valid, because there are businesses that you don't need so much capital to start up. But coming from her, I feel is quite undermining, because this is someone who we've seen, you know, give out cars we've seen, I don't know why you're looking at me like this.
I'm quite interested in the conversation.
We've seen the wife of the president give out, I think it was a couple of months ago, that the video where she was calling out the wives of APC women leaders in state. And when you check the worth of each of these cars, none of them is below 5 million.
Okay.
I mean, 5 million being, we are trying to play it safe. None of these cars are below 5 million naira. And then you come to confront a situation where people that you're supposedly the mother over, and you're not telling us how to make skill acquisition centers available, how to, the efforts you are putting in place. Okay, if she had said something like, oh, I know that things are hard, but we are working towards setting up, we have started from this stage, we're moving over to this stage, but to come out and say, and my issue was people standing behind her, they were nodding. None of the person standing beside her ever had to do an akara business, ever had to start business or start doing kulikuli business. Even if, say, they ventured into kulikuli business, it is not because they want it, because out of leisure or out of maybe I'm bored and I need something extra. But coming out to say that, I mean, people, if you see the comments both on Instagram and X, people they were disappointed that she could make such a statement. Nobody in her family, nobody as it starts, nobody in her lineage is selling a car. So for her to have made that bold statement, I felt it was quite undermining, honestly.
Let me ask you before we delve really into the conversation. What were you angry about?
The way she was saying it.
The way she was.
Yes.
How did she say it? And how would she have said it?
I mean, I wish we had the video to play for people to see. But then again, like I said earlier, it wasn't what she said. It's not about what was said.
But how she said it.
How it was said and who said it.
Okay.
The mannerism it was, I mean, she was coming from,
since we started this conversation, I've been laughing. Let's talk about it. I do not hold forth for Senator Oluremi Tinubu, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. There are a whole lot of things I do not, take keenly when it comes to Senator Oluremi Tinubu. There are a lot of things. And let me speak. When I look at her, she signifies and embodies a lot of things.
Yes.
Things that I may not mention before the world. Are you getting me? So, for me to see some positivism in what Senator Oluremi Tinubu, the First Lady, has said or done, I just needed to clear the ground that I'm not her fan. Right? But let's say the truth. A lot of times, on utter of political correctness, we don't want to, we sugarcoat a lot of things. Now, I am happy that you mentioned it, that she gave out cars worth 5 million. Good. The issue is that a number of times we'll try to take things out of context. Senator Oluremi Tinubu that I know would not be speaking to your chama, who is a lead presenter and reporter. Are you getting me? To tell you to go fry akara because you have something doing. What she would do is either empower you in line with your field or calling to get better at what you do.
Yes.
And I am aware, Senator Oluremi Tinubu has been in empowerment, talking about skill acquisitions and all that. Yes. And what she is saying, and I am still stand to be corrected, she wasn't speaking to everybody. When you talk about frying akara, there are a lot of persons in that category who are doing nothing, who doesn't know where the next meal will come from, who can't assess. If you give them 500,000, you may have caused them a disservice. Such individuals, do they keep sitting on their hands waiting for the day the government is able to, empower them and get to where they are? What she was simply saying, you can start something from where you are. And if you are frying akara, for example, if the First Lady happens to meet you, she won't be talking to you about frying akara. She will be talking about how to scale it to the next stage. And a number of times in our climb, we'll have people who don't want to do anything and want government to do everything for us. No. No one has ever gotten rich through handouts. Irrespective of the empowerment, what she did say is the truth. And I've been around in this nation. I've traversed. If there's one person who will boldly say, I've covered the length and breadth of this nation, I would stand amongst them and compete. And I have. When you move through northern Nigeria, for example, we have an explosive population of women who are doing nothing, who could, from where they start. And I'm speaking to the impoverished, who could start from where they are to fry akara. I know a lot of widows who are waiting on handout because the breadwinner of the family is not there. The husband may not have relatives who would assist. And I have in the past spoken to such people that the least business you could start is going to frying of akara. In that way, your children will not starve. And this is what Senator Oluremi Tinubu was speaking to. The least, what she was talking to was the least of the businesses that you may not need so much money to go into. And we are talking about survival in this instance. So when she did say it, yes, many people are expecting her to say how women should go into what? Sewing, open bakery, and all that. Fine. But be realistic. How many people could government give handouts to? How many people could you give 1 million to? And we are talking about speaking truth. If such women go into that, then government should be talking about scaling it up. And that's my point about it. So when you talk about skill acquisition and empowerment, there are people you organize skill acquisition for, and these things are in stages. And I know government, and I know who fought for them. I know they do that. But she was speaking some truths in that instance, irrespective of the fact that we don't want to hear it. However, when you talk about handing out cows, to APC women leaders and all that, I have a big issue with that. Are you getting me? I have big issues with that. But in the truth that she has said, that some women in Otueke village, some women in Angwarimi in Kaduna, some women in Kofawambe in Kano, do not need to beg. You can get into getting a pot and start frying akara, and you will feed your children. That's what the point she was making.
Anyway, for the purpose of love and light, we agree to disagree about getting into a conversation for the morning. We're starting off from the Daily Sun. Court vacates judgment that got NDC registered. Others fresh hearing. Court vacates judgment that got NDC registered. Others fresh hearing. The Federal High Court sitting in Lokoja has set aside its December 10, 2025 judgment that directed the Independent National Electoral Commission to register the Nigeria Democratic Congress as a political party, ruling that the original proceedings excluded a party with a direct stake in the outcome. And the judge over the case was Justice Issa Deshan, and he held that the earlier judgment affected the rights of the Peace Movement Party, which was not joined in the suit at the time. And this is because this party, or this supposed group of people, Peace Movement Party, have alleged to claim ownership of the logo that NDC is used, and there is a supposed order from the High Court to INEC to deregister NDC. Now, this is coming after a couple of weeks after we've seen the same High Court order INEC to deregister 5 parties. We saw the ADC, the Accord, the Zenith, I think one other party. And of course, we saw how that one played out. And in that moment, we had conversations where the NDC felt, we spoke about it and we said, oh, this NDC looks like they are stable. It looks like they've, acquired all the necessary documents and qualifications to stand as a political party. But this is weeks after, and that we are seeing a threat to the existence of the NDC, that this party had, laid an appeal that NDC took their logo. And this is a party that was registered early this year. And I wouldn't know what the processes of registering a party is, but I'm sure to have gotten to the point where NDC used to have conducted primaries, have had conventions, have all of these formations and committees set up, and have followed due process, just awaiting the submission on the portal when, as at yesterday, where the uploading codes were released. So this is the point where they are trying to finalize everything. And this High Court in Lokoja is asking INEC to deregister them. I wonder what the fate at this point of NDC is. Although they said they will appeal, of course, appeal is mandatory and required. But then again, what is this going to do to the opposition system in Nigeria? This is a party that, amongst other opposition parties that have risen in this past years to stand as a firm opposition. For the longest, we felt, or we hoped, that the opposition was going to be PDP, and then we'll see what happened in PDP. We moved to ADC. We've seen the chaos and the dysfunction in the ADC. Now some persons have pitched tent with the NDC, but this is another threat by a federal high court to destabilize the runnings and community process in the electoral system in Nigeria. Mr. Chair, I don't know how do we reconcile this? Always a federal high court always trying to get INEC to deregister a party.
There's nothing wrong when the courts are doing their legitimate duties, that of in arbitration, try to set things right, especially when there are fundamental rights infringements. However, this issue with NDC and the court's involvement, but before I get to this issue, it has become quite appalling when the very courts that were made to be, the very institution that will uphold democracy in Nigeria is said to be the very instrument that is being used, to put a stumbling block on our mileage when it comes to democracy. However, Choma, it's quite disturbing, and you've cited it quite well. Just less than a fortnight, we are battling with the order given by the High Court of Justice Peter Lifu, asking the same INEC to register amongst other political parties, the ADC. The ADC quickly appealed, and the appellate court, in its wisdom, intervened immediately to give clarity on the issue, trying to save us from unnecessary chaos. And here we are this morning talking about a middlesomeness of the same High Court. I use the word in quotes. Why do I use the word middlesomeness? When you look at the issues at stake and the position of various political parties, and INEC, it asks me to this moment, is here to make a statement, which is why I use that word, because this is democracy. And the courts are one institution, that should be seen to uphold our democracy. And when they go into, though their constitutional right is to listen to all parties, they should, first of all, whatever position they take, they should be one that will be seen not to be in any way pointing towards derailing our democracy. And it's quite unfortunate that in this very republic, we've had a lot of issues leading people to question the state of opposition in Nigeria. And let's speak to this very issue before we begin to talk about the oppositions in Nigeria. The confusion that has arisen from this court directive. And you would remember that it is the same court, the court of His Lordship, Justice Issa Danshan, that gave the local standard upon which the registration of NDC, under INEC did happen. That judgment on 10th December 2025, where he mandated the INEC to register NDC, through his ruling in this very instance, and then bettered NDC. The same very court now coming 7 months later to reverse itself and then issue another order, declaring that all parties should return to status quo litem. We were battling with the status quo antebellum before, in the case of the ADC, when that became a lexicon, in the public domain. Now we've moved away from maintaining the status quo antebellum, which was a crisis, an issue in itself in that era. Now the court of His Lordship, Issa Danshan, has issued another directive that all parties should maintain status quo ante litem, which is the state of things, even before the 10th of December pronouncement of the court, meaning that INEC should no longer recognize NDC. In fact, should withdraw the certificate of recognition and registration that he has issued to INEC. In fact, moving further by that pronouncement is that NDC should not be included on the ballot. Do you understand? This is totally to cease recognizing NDC as a registered political party. That's what is ruling is, until they are done with hearing the substantive suit on the infringement of the right of Peace Movement Party. Now, let's look at this issue from the bottom up. One is that this High Court went into, ruling, having seen all the necessary facts that were presented by the Nigerian Democratic Congress, and issued an order mandating INEC to register them. One would assume that this party has considered all facts before it, and then came to the conclusion that NDC has met the requirement, the constitutional requirement, to be registered by INEC, and therefore so mandated INEC. And INEC, without recourse to appealing or any further movement, found the ruling of the High Court to be one that is clear on the part of the Constitution, in line with the Nigerian law, and then registered NDC. Having done that, 7 months after the ruling, and now a supposedly non-registered political party or movement comes up, goes before the same court to ask the same court that its right has been infringed. And what is the basis of this infringement? That the logo adopted by the NDC, upon which this registration has happened, is now an infringement of its very right. Leading me to think and to say that our justices, the justices of the High Court, is it that something has gone wrong in the manner of our ruling? That more often, when their position comes out to the public domain, it is one that throws confusion and disagreement, not just among ordinary Nigerians, but even among the princes of law at the Temple of Justice. You see that their position often brings division amongst lawyers. Yes, we know that there are different perspectives to every issue, but on most of their position, just like the one you cited on Justice Peter Lifau, ruling that ADC should be delisted, the appellate court said he overreached his bound in that very instance. And here we are. The same court that tried this issue, if one is to look at things from the perspective of the NDC that has quietly, come out publicly to assage its members that they are still a registered political party, that their candidates are still, legally standing, and they will challenge the position of the High Court at the appellate court. In this instance, their position is that the Justice Issa, has overreached his constitutional duties, and that immediately he has dispensed with that very first ruling on 10th of December 2025, that he no longer has the legal local standing or jurisdiction, what you call functus official, meaning that he has discharged his duty and has no legal, he has no local standing to revisit the issue. And if the PMP, the Peace Movement Party, feel aggrieved by the ruling of the High Court, should have done what is necessary before the law, go on appeal. And this brings me to the fact that our politicians, over time, when they want to do the abominable, let me use the word, or when they want to cut corners, they go what you call forum shopping, looking for avenues or a judge that will give them listening ear. What stopped them from, within 7 months of that ruling, today is almost, we're getting to the last month of June. This ruling was on 10th December. Obviously, about 7 months, you're now going back to the same court to say that your right was breached, that by its ruling, it infringed on your right. Why didn't you appeal?
Yes.
That's the position of the NDC. Why haven't you appealed this very judgment? And the right thing would have been to go on appeal if you feel that your right is infringed. And I feel from where I stand, as not a legal person or a legal practitioner, and most legal practitioners that I've read from and interacted with are now asking the same question. From where does the High Court derive its local standing, its jurisdiction to entertain the suit, and now mandate INEC to reverse to status quo ante litem? Meaning that the NDC is no longer a duly recognized political party. You're asking that it goes to the position of things before you gave your ruling, therefore causing further infringements. This is why I tell you that our politicians, we need to be careful, because a number of times our actions seems to be one that is calculated to derail democracy. One would have expected that in this instance, the PMP that is not recognized by any known law, since it's not a political party, it's just a movement, a gathering of like minds. That is what it is before you are registered. And in this very instance, we do not know if they have the required documents, because if they do, they will have been registered. Therefore, coming to speak about infringement, there are two issues for me here, and I meant to interact and interrogate more lawyers on this. Assuming, but not conceding, that the logo in question was rightfully theirs, because it's a subject of litigation. Both parties would have to argue on who has the right, and then you now argue on copyright and who, if it's a civil matter or criminal issue in this instance. So one would have expected that this court would have pushed this matter or thrown it out or moved it to, they should have gone to the right court. If you say that the ruling of court infringed on your rights, go on appeal. Then if you don't have the intent to appeal, then file legal proceedings against the NDC for having stolen your logo or something like that. True. In this very matter. We've seen none of that. Then the court has gone ahead to make a pronouncement leading to other issues that one must question. And what are these issues that we will question? Is there any calculated attempt to derail our democracy? Because since, like I rightfully mentioned, one thing we've battled in this very republic is the opposition political parties facing challenges. Sometimes people have argued that it is man-made and orchestrated to derail opposition in Nigeria. We've seen the case with the PDP. The PDP as of today have factions, and these factions rightfully are man-made. The actors are known. And what are the issues in contention here? Issues that, if interests are aligned, should be settled even without litigation. And parties, politicians over time were able to settle their issues. How come in this very republic, things are allowed to linger and fester beyond the norm? Go to the Labour Party. Does the Labour Party exist today? Some may argue yes, but one would equally argue further that the crisis within the Labour Party has derailed the party from being a major opposition political party in Nigeria. Today, the Labour political party is no longer seen as one of the leading national political parties in Nigeria due to crisis of leadership, which many over time allude to the fact that was orchestrated by interest within Nigeria and in high places. Moving away from that, when it seemed that all is now aligned and we saw the ADC, the formation of the ADC, what happened? You saw that the ADC was now faced with crisis of what? Being obliterated by the mere fact that the very law that has brought about to its belt and the processes upon which it came about are now being challenged by the very people who sat in the same forum that we are clapping at when certain individuals were allowed into the party and allowed to take over the hierarchy of the party. Same individuals who clapped, cheered, and were happy and made statements now after several months went to court to now say that what they clapped, favored, and spoke for, they no longer want, leading to crisis. So one should rightfully ask, why are we facing this sort of crisis in opposition political parties? And there seems to be only one political party that is standing. For the past 6 months, Nigerians have spoken to a one-party state. And where I come from, more often it's said that when a baby is crying and is pointing towards a certain direction, if the father is not there, the mother may be there. And if none of them are there, then there could be a relative close by. Leading me to want to, if I have the ear of Mr. President, I would ask him what is happening, in the sense that maybe he is not aware, but he should know that there are things that will not be allowed and should not be allowed to happen under his watch, because he is a known Democrat. That so many things that will happen under his watch will be recorded to has happened under his care. Just like we are talking about Abacha, who is no longer around to defend himself, about the funds that were discovered in foreign accounts, either they were looted or they were money meant to help Nigeria remain afloat. Nigeria being a pariah state then. Abiola is not alive today to state his own end of things. Likewise, he may not be around when the history will be written that under his watch, that opposition political parties were thrown into turmoil. I do not think as a Democrat he would want to bear that footnote in history. Because we've heard, and we did watch, his chief of staff encouraging and speaking to supporting people who are causing crisis in the opposition domain, which shouldn't be of any democratic or democratically elected individuals who are in government. The first move of every Democrat will be to uphold the very institution upon which they came to limelight and came to power. And in this regard, and I believe, I know quite well that Mr. President, the President Bola Tinubu I know, that I have studied as a Democrat over time, would not be happy with what is happening. But he is getting to a point where, like the late former President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua did publicly state that he didn't want crisis. He doesn't want crisis of any sort amongst the political parties during his time. And we witness the peace of that era. It's high time we will know where he stands on this issue, irrespective of the fact that they will favor him or not. Because people are now, at the other end, alleging to the fact that the government of the day doesn't want such certain individual and certain political parties, that certain individuals are not wanted in the ballot, that certain political parties are not wanted as an opposition against the ruling political party. So when we bring these things together, it now begins to ask, where are we dwelling as a people? Democracy should be allowed to thrive in Nigeria. And the courts should watch that they are not used to truncate democracy. Because when you look at these issues, as we are witnessing today, go back. I was telling someone the other day, I happened to see the very posters upon which Shehu Shagari campaigned with.
Where they are
the promises he made, the same issues he made, the same issues he ran on, the same issues he highlighted, are the same very promises that are being made to Nigerians since 1999 to date. So what is happening? When you go back to read why we struck, speaking to the Q of 1966, you begin to find out that it is the same very reasons that the military gave as to why they truncated our democracy. We are beginning to see such issues rear their ugly heads. People should remember that this democracy was gotten, on bended knees and blood and tears.
Sweat.
People died for us to enjoy this democracy. And Mr. President was there. Mr. President had to leave Nigeria through the Nadeko route. He left Nigeria to great inconvenience. And today, fortune and hard work happened on him. He is the commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So if there's one person who I know that is better positioned to see to it that this democracy is not derailed, there's no other individual, no one person alive in Nigeria than President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in this instance. Therefore, seeing these issues, the NDC has come out publicly to ask its members to remain calm, that they will appeal. And this is a political party when we are talking about whose rights are infringed on. Let's talk about people's rights that will be infringed on. Have we looked at beyond the chairman of the party, Moses Cleopas, and the founder, Siraki Adesin? They've gone ahead to elect presidential candidates in peterobi and Rabiu Kwankwaso. Won't the rights of this individual be infringed if the High Court is allowed to throw this line of argument that because of the logo of PMP, a judgment that was given 7 months ago on the 10th of December in 2025, that an unknown entity before the rules of INEC has come out to claim the logo upon which a political party is registered? What one would expect when natural justice is invoked is that this party, having been rejected earlier on and is an unknown entity before the rules of INEC, should go back to its drawing board, get its ass together, and continue to push to be registered. Because in this very dispensation, this election cycle, PMP cannot be on the ballot. There is no law. Even if you stand the Nigerian law on its head, it cannot emerge as a political party at this time.
But would you say there could be any form of political motivation behind all of these series of deregistration calls so far?
Ochoma, I am not a lawyer, but one thing I can tell you for fact, when there are politicians, then you can drive political motivation. There are motivations of selfishness, motivation for position, motivation for self-aggrandizement, motivated by money and a lot of interest. Yes, there are. We cannot point to individuals, but it's all about motivation. It's all about politics. Is about scheming and scheming your opponent. Yes, there are interests. But what we are asking is that this interest should not be such that weaken the very institution upon which democracy thrives. Which is
having opposition parties.
Yes, democracy thrives when you have opposition political parties. True. I may not, in all honesty, I may not be an advocate of the very this sort of democracy that we practice. I may not be an advocate of the multiple political parties that we have, right? But the question remains that there are very principles, the very foundation upon which this nation sits today should not be on no ground, touched. And having stated that, the people that will be freed, the MDC has gone ahead, conducted primaries, they have presidential candidates, they have they've already had a National Assembly, states, and all that. So there are various individuals, under the platform of the NDC whose right would equally be what have infringed upon. So these are the issues that the High Court should have looked on, and perhaps, on legal standing, nudged the PMP and whoever the backers are to the appellate court. Because if one, I've not seen any lawyer that has argued so far, and I'm still, very careful in choosing my words until we hear from the legal department of INEC and see what their moves will be, that the position of the NDC seems to be, at this point in time, the legal standing position that the judge has, at the moment he's discharged his duties, has become factus officio, lacks jurisdiction, has no local standing to entertain this very issue and to give this very order. But it's not our call until the NDC goes to the appellate court. But what we are asking that this should not in any way begin to derail our democracy and cause more chaos. We don't need chaos. We need to quietly, go into the election seasons and then let the best candidates win.
Truly, truly. All right, moving on to the Guardian newspaper. Despite Child Rights Act, underage labor drives agro-enterprise in Nigeria. Despite laws prohibiting child labor, underage children remain a significant part of Nigeria's agricultural workforce. Poverty, limited access to education, and weak enforcement of the Child Rights Act continue to push many children into farming and other agro-related activities. Now, while some farmers rely on children's labor for survival, rights advocates warn that the practice exposes them to exploitation, hazardous working conditions, and missed educational requirement. And we've had people come out to say, or the National Bureau of Statistics Child Labor Survey highlights that 39.2% of Nigerian children aged 5 to 17, representing roughly 24.67 million of the Nigerian population, are engaged in underage labor, with 56.8% working in agriculture. I know we've had a lot of conversations about having to, get children to go to school, protect children from abuse, from domestic violence. But one subtle pointer that we have been, directed to this morning is on agriculture. Now we find families, homes who have turned, because they can't afford to pay laborers, because they can't afford to employ hands to work on the farm, both the basic farming or on a large-scale farm. You see families, you see relatives engage the services of young children. Oh, we are going to the farm, let's go to the farm. And these children may not understand that they are being forced into some kind of labor. We have the parents trying to talk children into being, helpful in the house, because you can't go to school, why don't you be useful at home? Or if you can't, have education, how would we train you if you don't farm, if you don't go to the farm, if you don't do these things? And it has largely increased the rate of underage labor in Nigeria. Yes, underage labor could be in hawking. We have it in hawking, the abuse in hawking, the out of school. But this emphasis this morning on agriculture is one that needs to be looked into. Are children, exposed to much hazards because of there's a lot to consider. There is the rain, there is the snake bites. There are things, and to think that the percentage of the children involved in this labor is at 56.8. That's more than half of any percentage, and it is a cry for help. It's a cry for help. And the fact that we have Child Rights Act, we have Child Rights Act. I think the most recent case of the beatings in Anambra, where the Child Rights Act and enforcement agencies arrested the parent, these guardians, and then the child is in hospital receiving treatment. That's one aspect. These are the points where you see this Child Rights Act in full force. But these subtle ones that are farming, selling things in the market, nobody would consider them as abuse, because you are offering, they see that you're offering services to their children. Sometimes they end up not going to school. And it's worse during holidays, when you are made to go back home to the village. For persons who live in the city, go back to the village, you're farming, you don't get to read up on your lessons, you don't get to prepare. When you come home, the little opportunity or the little time you'd have that you would use to reset and take a recess, you are planning on going to farm the next day. And this by far is affecting the growth of an average youth in Nigeria. Because if you are molded to the point to think that all you have to do is survive, and you don't get to contribute to the growth of your society, you don't get to study. We are talking about, there is this current conversation on social media, they call it Olodo uprising. Now, these, I'm not saying these are major factors, but when a child that ought to be in school, that ought to read things, to understand the trajectory of his life, to understand history, to know how in the little ways he can effect change in his community, he's being dragged into child labor. That's a huge, huge disservice when it comes to children and the population of Nigeria at large.
Anyway, you summed it quite well. In looking at this issue, yes, there are laws, against child labor. We have laws protecting the rights of children and
yes,
against child labor. And yes, the point remains that when we talk about these laws, one thing with law is that laws need enforcement. However, how do you enforce such laws in a situation where in Nigeria that you're speaking about poverty? When poverty is the case, and most parents cannot fend for their children in this very instance, how are you going to see such families obey such laws when they can't feed? And the little they could do is for all hands to be on deck. And you have, in most cases, beyond the cities where people are living on subsistence farming, parents will feel, oh, everybody all hands on deck, and they take everybody to farm. So when you look at the issue here, you discover that the major crisis here is that of poverty, talking about the causes of child labor. And when we talk about child labor, what are we talking about? It says that child labor refers to work that deprives children of their childhood, education, healthy development, and often interfering with schooling or exposing them to hazardous conditions. Now, when you look at these issues, let's bring it home to Nigeria. A number of times, people cite poverty as a case. And when you have this situation, some parents would want to leverage on their children on the things they can do, which is why you see a lot of children hawking in our streets. Thanks to some governments that will go to arrest these children and has mandated and given free education to see that children are in school, which is why personally I am happy and excited when I see the issue around school meal. Do you understand? Yes. When they provide school meal for children. In this instance, one can now argue that, yes, they go to school on hungry stomach and all that. So if you've given free education and you are providing at least one meal, per child or during school hour, you saw the tremendous achievement and enrollment we saw in Nigeria when this policy came about. The enrollment increased tremendously. Then the number of children you will see on the streets will reduce. So in all, what we should be talking about is how do we curb this, the factors that are, leading to child labor in Nigeria. And a number of times you mentioned consistently the issue around agriculture and farming. Good. Let's talk about it. You see a situation where most families in the rural communities are dependent on farming. In this instance, what do you expect them to do? They will go for what? Cheap labor. And where do you first get cheap labor? From your family. You bring in your children. Next, those of them who are even doing it on the bigger scale, what would they do? Because you won't see adults to employ. They look for underage, in this very instance, who are even more affordable, compared to having mature adult hands that will do farm work for you. The children will be quite affordable, and they would rather go for this. So for me, yes, this issue is worrisome, and we need to do something about it. But for us to have a handle on it, I feel we should look at the various issues that would, encourage child labor in Nigeria. And we've mentioned poverty. Access to what quality education is another factor. So there are a whole lot of issues around it. And if you treat these issues, then you can begin to talk about the general issue of child labor. It's just like when someone has malaria, and instead of treating malaria, you're giving the person paracetamol to treat the symptoms of malaria in this instance. you've not treated the issue. So until we create the enabling environment, the laws would not, uphold itself. Even no matter how you want to implement, you won't be able to have a handle on it. So solve the issues. And how are we going to solve the issues? That's why we keep speaking to the economy. If the economy is working for everyone and things are better and there are jobs available, parents would work, they will be able to take care of their children. So there are a whole lot of issues around this very subject matter that would help, around seeing that child labor becomes not just things that we witness, it becomes a conversation that could cite as things that happened in the past. However, beyond that, another factor you look at is this issue of migration, and one is meant to understand that given the situation of Nigerian economy, you were in the past, you used to have migrant laborers from neighboring countries come into Nigeria, especially when you talk about the cocoa plantations and all of them that majority that you have in the southwest. You see these foreigners who come, troop in to come habit in Nigeria, make money because Nigerian economy was stable and thriving. But when you have people who are coming, for example, if you have someone coming from Ghana and the person discovers that when he makes 1,000 naira in Nigeria is not equivalent to, let's say 500 Ghanaian cedis, what do you expect? The person would rather go and work at home where he stands the chance of making more money. Or you have somebody from Niger, for example, whom I know that prior to this period, they come to Nigeria and the Nigerian money had more value than their currency. They would rather want to make more money in Nigeria. But when they discovered that the Nigerian currency has somehow, gone down, doesn't hold much value against their own currency, what do? They set shop in their own currency, in their own country, make more money, then bring it to Nigeria to, come shopping for business and all that. When they change that to the Nigerian currency, they have more money available. So you won't have cheap labor that migrates from those nations coming into your country to provide the needed labor. In this instance, what you see is that people are left with only child labor. You no longer have migrant labor again. You are left with the situation, and then the situation we are in now, where the Nigerian children, let me speak to the Gen Zs or the current adults who have, everyone is gunning for white-collar jobs. Nobody wants to do all those menial jobs again. Sometimes when you go in certain places looking for artisans, you may find it difficult to get artisans, unlike before. So you see, people are left with no choice and look for the more affordable, more available, which is the child labor. So for me, we have to work on creating an enabling environment that would encourage the children to return more to classroom, that would empower parents to send their children to school as well, provide for their children. Then you begin to see that enforcement will begin to produce the needed results.
Okay, I don't know if we have, that's the much time for this morning. We would have looked at the 700 Nigerians are stranded.
No, we can talk about that. We can talk about that before we go.
Now, on the Punch newspaper, this is on the xenophobia. 700 Nigerians stranded as South Africa deadline looms. More than 700 Nigerians remain stranded in South Africa 3 days before the June 30th deadline issued by anti-immigration groups. This is what we've learned, and it has been gathered that despite the president's approval for funds for the evacuation, bureaucratic delays have prevented the release of the money, leaving hundreds stranded and escalating xenophobic attacks. There was a video I watched one time where, I think last week, regarding this xenophobia, where one minister or one government representative in South Africa was asking the South Africans was commending the efforts of the Nigerian president in evacuating. But in turn, these Nigerians in South Africa were livid, seeing that they've had to give up a lot to be at the place because the government of Nigeria had asked them to come out, that they would be, like the man said, some of them could have easily, found their way home, but because they believed in their president, and the president had asked them, so some of them have even given up their houses, sold some of their properties, and have come out to the point, and then they're stranded. Now, there is a deadline, June 30th, that's on Tuesday, for all Africans to leave South Africa. And we are hearing that over 700. And now, I think it was in this student, in one of the newspapers last month, or this month, that we learned that the federal government had aligned with Air Peace to bring people home. And as at that time, by the Monday, they were going to repatriate over 270 at the time. And that evacuation did not happen till Friday of that week. Now, since then, we've not heard, this is like 2-3 weeks now. Since then, we've not heard any other evacuation. We've not heard that any other Nigerians have been repatriated home. So I'm wondering, what is the plan? All right? What is the plan? Because I understand that there's a whole lot going on in Nigeria, but enough for us to worry about South African and this xenophobic attack in South Africans. But these are citizens of Nigeria that are stranded. Not just stranded, they are at risk. Their lives are at risk, because if we understand the nature of the xenophobic attack in South Africa, it's not light. It's not something that should be, according to the man in the video, he said all other countries are evacuating their citizens on a daily basis. Now it's only Nigeria that has left. This is over 100, not just over 100 adults. We're talking about children. We're talking about babies who are in the open, who are outside. Yes, the consulate has allowed for accommodations and, safety provisions for social basic amenities, but this is not what we ought to be hearing. At this point, this xenophobic attack has been on for months, and the government had come out to make promises. Oh, we would bring you home. Just come out to this place, make your go through with your documentations with the commission, the Nigeria Commission in South Africa, Pretoria, and we will bring you home. Oh, these are the promises, which brings us back to the numerous promises that the Nigerian government has made to its people. At what point do we consider? Now, I remember when the Minister of Home Affairs, Senator Ojukwu, Bianca Ojukwu had, okay, the government is working, the government is in communication with the South African government that they will repatriate, or saying that they have extreme measures in case these attacks affect Nigerians. But this is where we are. Over 3 months, Nigerians are still stranded. Over 700 are still stranded in South Africa, and nothing seems to be done about it yet.
All right, so you've summed it quite well, but one thing I know for sure is that the Nigerian government will not leave them stranded. It's unfortunate that most of them has packed up from their home. I understand that they pay monthly rent in South Africa, and then most of them have told the landlords that they know that they are leaving, they are no longer renewing their rent, and then they've moved and they are, left stranded. Unfortunately, there are lots of logistics involved when it comes to, evacuation. And I suppose that the Nigerian government is handling this logistics, and hopefully before the deadline, they will be airlifted and brought back to Nigeria. What will frown out is that they are left there, and at the end of the day, the expiry dates, comes, and then we'll see that some of our nationals are affected, through the unruly actions of the South Africans. We don't want that to happen. However, let us equally state the fact that there are Nigerians who are not willing to come back. True. There are those who are still there. True. And hopefully, perhaps, government is engaging the South African counterparts through diplomatic channels to see that this situation is handled. I am more angry at the government of South Africa for its inability to bring in its people and have a handle on the situation, where people go around and threaten people in the country is not allowed. But if other African countries could speedily evacuate their people from South Africa, then Nigeria, the giant of Africa, should be able to do that without raising some dust. I have faith in the ability of the Nigerian Foreign Affairs Minister, Bianca Ojukwu, and in our First Lady, and this very government to do the needful. And I expect they will be brought back home in due course. I
mean, if they finalize the payments with Air Peace and all the modalities. All right, that's the mark we're taking this morning on Week in Retrospect. Thank you for sitting through with us. Till we come your way again next week. I'm Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai saying bye-bye.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Sharon Uchi. Health is often described as wealth, and one of the greatest challenges to public health around the world remains tuberculosis, commonly known as TB. Despite being preventable and treatable, tuberculosis continues to affect millions of people globally, causing illness, loss of productivity, and in some cases, death. Many people still lack adequate information about how the disease spreads, its symptoms, available treatment options, and the role communities can play in preventing it. On this program, we break down medical issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live healthier, longer, and better. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. We'll take a short break now. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Today on Health Matters, we are discussing an important public health issue, eradicating tuberculosis. Tuberculosis remains a major concern, particularly in developing countries, where awareness, early diagnosis, treatment adherence, and community support continue to play vital roles in controlling this disease. As efforts to eliminate tuberculosis continue, organizations, healthcare providers, community groups, and development partners are increasingly working together to strengthen healthcare services and ensure that affected individuals receive the care they need. One of such efforts is the community-led monitoring project currently being implemented in Enugu State, which seeks to strengthen accountability, encourage community participation, and improve access to quality TB and other healthcare services. Our focus today is eradicating tuberculosis, the role of communities and healthcare stakeholders. Joining us in the studio is Chief Uchendo Godwin Agudioka. Pardon me if I didn't get that correctly.
That's Agudioka, yes.
Okay. State Coordinator of the TB Network Nigeria Enugu State Chapter.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
We are glad to have you in the studio this evening.
Yeah.
Okay, let's begin our discussion. Despite years of intervention and increased awareness, tuberculosis remains one of the leading public health concerns in Nigeria. As the state coordinator of the TB Network Nigeria Enugu State Chapter, from your perspective, what are the major factors that continue to drive the burden of TB in our communities?
We have to underline the challenges first, because the challenges still remain upon the government effort. The challenges still remain social stigma, where people are, apart from ignorance, people are hiding because of the social stigma that is attached to the disease. Once earlier detection is made, treatment is just free and in a short period. So the problem now we have, why I started with the word challenges, is because upon all the efforts, people don't want to avail themselves to the services rendered by the monitoring team.
Yeah.
You see, there are other factors fighting community mobilization, the fight against tuberculosis, but the main factors is that ignorance is still one of the problems. People don't want to listen. People don't want to get themselves to avail to the services rendered. Again, because of that, some of the drugs already supplied free of charge by the government and the development funders are expiring from time to time in the facilities because they are not, nobody is assessing that. But with the media and what we are planning to do with community-led monitoring, that is the only way out, because when we go to the community, we look at the gatekeepers, we get into them and tell them the need of going to the hospital, health facilities to access the drugs, and at the same time, stop taking treatment unless if it is diagnosed. One other problem is that you cannot treat what you don't know about. Somebody may have headache. Evelyn may have headache. Thompson may have headache. You give PCM paracetamol, because somebody is having headache. You don't know the reason why Evelyn is having headache or the other person is having. So the most important thing is to go to a lab, find out exactly what is wrong. Some cough is not even TB. Just like as we talk about malaria. Malaria, all the fever is not malaria. It is only when it is diagnosed, tested, then you now know what to start doing and when to start doing that.
Okay, so let us just wind back a little. Now, talking about malaria, is there a connection between malaria and tuberculosis?
Because of what the international organization is doing, the funders and Nigeria at large, we have something we call ATM, not the one of the bank. ATM, AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. And you cannot do this one and leave the other one. Like in Enugu, they call me Mr. T, because I'm in charge of tuberculosis. They call Florence M, because he's in charge of the other side of immunity, nutrition and so on.
Okay.
Then the other one, HIV, before you talk about AIDS. You know, when it is HIV, it is even manageable. But when it becomes AIDS, it is only Jesus that will know what is going to happen.
You know, we started on the factors when I asked you what are the factors.
Yeah.
And you went back to the challenges. So can we speak on that?
Yeah, we can go back to it, because yes. I was telling you, you are thanking government and the people because they are trying their best, but it is not yielding a fruitful result as required. Okay. Then I have to tell you that it's because of the challenges we have. When you don't come out to tell a doctor or a paramedic that you are sick, you are coughing for more than 2 weeks, how are you going to now start doing anything? So the media should help us to make sure that people who have cough for more than 2 weeks should come to the nearest go to the nearest health facility, whether it is owned by government, whether it's owned by individual.
Okay. Okay. Beyond the medical aspect of the disease, I believe there are some social and economic factors that come into play. Can you mention some social and economic factors that come into play when it comes to the disease?
The disease, if I should understand where you are coming from.
Yeah.
Social aspect of it.
Yeah, like the society.
The society.
How do they
There are people up here now, apart from what media is going to help us to do.
Okay.
People are still believing that it is witchcraft. There's nothing that can affect anybody about AFB, acid fast bacilli. That's what we call acid fast bacilli. The animal inside the body that you cannot see without microscopic, even some microscopic reason cannot see. We use what we call gene experts. That is where you see the particular microorganism that causes the TB. And it cannot affect anybody except from the nose. If anybody have toilets from here to the other municipal council, you can be here and you magnetic because of your ear. So that is why we advise people not to cough anyhow in the public, even in the church, even in the house. And they should live in a place where there is ventilated distance. People should not be there 8 or 9 or 2 or 3 in one bed, in one room. It's not good, because if the person coughs and the bacteria goes out, you sneeze it, and if you sneeze it, it goes to the lung. Some may not even be discovered unless you use the accurate material to do that.
Okay.
Then another one, husbands may not allow their wives to go to access these medical services, because they will tell them, my friend, why are you going to that place? It is because of maybe I and the wike was quarreling for a land that they use what they call witch, and they don't want to believe that this thing is airborne disease. Airborne disease. I repeat it, it is airborne disease. Nothing can affect anybody about that except if the person sneezes, there's something from through the nose. Am I answering your question?
Yes, of course.
So that's one of it. Then another one. When I was managing with my first hospital, Abakaliki, some people will leave IDH here in Enugu, go to my first hospital, Abakaliki, because they are hidden. They don't want even people to know that it has CP. How can you now manage this thing? Some people will go there and change their names at the card in, card out. If you come to look for somebody, they say that they don't have such thing. So those things are part of the things that we should fight against, so that people will now realize that it is better you say, if you see something, you say something. That is the language.
Okay, and let's talk about the poverty aspect. We often hear that tuberculosis is closely linked to poverty. How do poor living conditions and limited access to healthcare affect?
It's one of the biggest problems. Like, if you don't eat real nutritious food, you can't even sustain taking the drug. First of all, if you cannot eat 3 good square meals, you will abscond from taking treatment. And the law says that if you abscond from taking treatment, after 8 months or something like that, the thing will come back again with a big blow. Because that time we will place the person in what we call DRTB. DRTB means drug-resistant tuberculosis. There is another one called DS. That one is you can be placed on treatment, and make sure you follow the treatment. You don't default, adhere strictly to the treatment. You will be okay within 6 months. But if you have 2 diseases at a time, the microorganism that causes TB and you have HIV, we abandon giving you treatment for TB. We face HIV because we will try to make sure that your immunity comes up so that you can now sustain the drug that is going to give to you. After treating the HIV something, then put it to management level, then we'll commence giving you the treatment for TB.
You know, when I talk about poverty, it's the poor standard of living, not being able to access healthcare.
That is one of it. Even somebody who cannot even have 1 square meter, 100, may not even have transport. Another problem is that the places where this drug is assessed may be far from the patient. He cannot have even money to eat, talk less of asking him or her to go to that clinic. So that's one of the poverty problems. Okay. You understand? Yeah. So this is why now the community-led monitoring goes nearer to the doorstep of the patient, talk to him or her through the gatekeepers. Why? We don't want him or her to start thinking about going to UNTH because of transportation. And by the time we bring that into the doorstep of that particular person, what will now stop him or her to start taking drugs? So that is one of the things. So poverty is one of the problems faced by the victim, by the people who are infected with this thing. That is why when I established what I call a society of persons affected by tuberculosis, people don't know what I was talking about until it was registered in Geneva. And as soon as it's registered in Geneva, that's what SOPAT is all about, Society of Persons Affected by Tuberculosis. If you are not directly infected, you are directly or indirectly affected. What does it mean? If a patient is having this contagious disease and is not treated, the whole people in the family is in danger. The whole people in the car is in danger. The whole people in the church, left and right, are in danger. So if you have a patient or you have a relation that have TB, then you are affected. So that is the first thing I established 14 years ago. And for that 14 years ago now, led us to get what we now call Godwin Super Development Initiative, also registered with Switzerland and WHO. Then it is now the Godwin Super Development Initiative that is housing the TB network in Nigeria, Enugu State chapter. And so that is exactly the thing. So we didn't just climb up stairs without matching the carpet. So that is why WHO, IHVN said that the only thing to make this thing stand well in Enugu is to ask myself, who have just told you my name, to go and canvass and see if I can campaign to be what? We were about 9 in Enugu State, but I was victorious during the election. And I was even returned unopposed again, because I am the one sponsoring the house, sponsoring the office of CB Network in Nigeria, because we don't have fund. So we still want government to assist us to rent places like this, so that sometimes people will not bother themselves to start going to where they cannot get vehicle to come in or to come out.
Okay, before we go into the organization and the project and everything, we are still talking on the disease itself. So before we go on that, let's just take a short break. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Today on Health Matters, we are discussing an important health issue, eradicating tuberculosis. Now, we are still on the issue of eradicating tuberculosis, and we just had a guest, Mr. Meniru Hamilton Chidozie, the State Program Officer, Civil Society for the Eradication of Tuberculosis in Nigeria. Welcome, sir.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we are glad to have you in the studio. As we were discussing on the aspect of poverty. Now, how does, from your own perspective, how do you think poverty affects the access to healthcare?
It's a serious challenge, poverty, healthcare. This is one of the things our project is trying to address. The Project TB Network is currently running in Nigeria, community-led monitoring. There are people who are poor in the community, people like us who are poor in the community, who cannot afford to access service at expensive places. That is, to God be the glory, we've been advocating and it has been actualized. People like us that are in civil society organization, there are PHC, primary health centers, in all the political worlds. And the essence of the project PHC in all the political work is to make the health service affordable and accessible so that people cannot travel far. The service will be there for you to access at zero sum, at minimal expenditure. Not just the service being there for you to access at zero sum. Knowing fully well that these services exist, you can pump in there to access those services at your will, at your wish, because staffs are there waiting for people to come and access those services. But the concern, the challenge we have is that people are not even aware we are poor. These things exist. We are not aware that these PHCs are where you can come to access services free of charge. So thank you for inviting us to talk on this health matter. Okay. Poverty remains a major challenge in health service delivery.
Okay, we often hear that TB is preventable and curable, yet many cases are still diagnosed quite late. So what barriers are preventing early detection and treatment?
Early detection, one of the key major challenges in TB management is knowledge, access to care. Like this thing you've just said, poverty. People see themselves, and stigma. Stigma is another issue that is affecting early detection. People see themselves that because I have TB, if I go for treatment, people will start saying, if because I'm coughing, because I have the sign, because we educate people on the major and minor signs of TB, whereby you cannot just conclude that those signs are TB until you go for medical checkup, medical examination. So those early detection, the challenge is a very strong one. Early detection, people don't see it as, should I even go for this thing? One of the things I attribute to it is our perception, Nigeria perception, to fear. To fear, meaning that this thing is not my for me. It is, which means I cannot have TB. Whereas TB is there, and people are having TB, they don't even come to access the services.
Okay, when you talk about symptoms, you know, you may, just like I just did, can you detect that I have TB?
You can.
That's why I asked, what are the symptoms, apart from going to make checkups? Are there any
there are minor symptoms? One of them is that maybe coughing for I think for 2
weeks or more.
Constant coughing for 2 weeks. Persistent coughing, then your lungs will be paining you. These are the minor. So maybe when you are coughing and your lungs is paining you, start suspecting. Don't conclude that it's TB.
It's only testing that can determine whether it is TB
or not. And those testing services are free of charge when it comes to TB cases. The services, the drug distribution are free of charge. I like what you said before. TB is curable. It's treatable. It is not disease that you will see that because you have this infection, you cannot be cured.
Okay, let's talk about, you talked about stigma, right? How significant is the impact of stigma on TB controls efforts?
It is a very big challenge.
So how can it be addressed?
Being addressed is everybody should see it as a concern. I like what my coordinator rightly said before. If you are not infected, you are affected.
Directly or indirectly?
If you are not infected, you are affected. In the sense that those services, that person that you are saying, this person has TB, There is possibility that the person didn't know how he contracted this TB. One, there are things that the person would have been doing for you. The person will not be strong enough to even fetching or trying to make money to sustain the family. So at that level, that person is not enough to struggle to sustain the family, to make moves to sustain the family. The family starts doing what? Being deprived of their basic amenity, basic needs. So at that level, they are not affected. So you see, if you are not infected, you are affected.
Directly infected or indirectly infected.
Okay, now let's talk about community-led monitoring. How does this approach complement the work already being done by healthcare providers and government agencies? Before you answer that, let's take a look at the work that was just implemented, the project that was just implemented in Enugu State.
Deficiency syndrome and malaria. He attributed the situation to poverty, poor access to health care, long distances to facilities, and high treatment costs, noting that some patients travel over 30 kilometers for care. Chidozie explained that the ICLM project, supported by the Global Fund and implemented with the Institute of Human Virology Nigeria, is designed to strengthen health systems through community participation, improved monitoring, and accountability in service delivery.
The purpose of the grant is to address gaps in the health systems and infrastructure for sustainable, efficient, and effective health outcomes, as well as to ensure that communities and civil society organizations are integrated into the health care response, such that all contribute their quota to the achievement of positive results.
Also speaking, the state coordinator of tobacco.
So, Chief, let's talk about this right now. How does this approach complement the work already being done by healthcare providers and government agencies in the fight against tuberculosis?
Just like what you have seen in the screen, it is something that it's not one man show. First of all, what we need to go about that is determination and collective will. If funders are coming and nobody is taking the thing to the grassroots level, it's not going to help us. So exactly what we are trying to do with community-led monitoring is that by the time we go to the place who cannot come out because of poverty, because of no transport or this, I think that's the only way to start changing the narrative, because people will always think that there's no need of going to access facility services. They don't even know that they have that thing near them. Or again, some of the facilities may be built in a place where people don't go because of transport money. So I think with what community-led monitoring is doing, the situation is going to have a difference, because already not sitting down in the office, but going to the place and see exactly what is happening in the community by using the available existing institutions.
Okay, so can we get your opinion based on this?
Yeah, community leading and monitoring to ensure that health services are accessible and affordable. That is what CLM is. The summary of CLM. 4A and 1Q. 4A and 1Q. Making sure that health services are accessible, affordable. That is what CLM, the summary of what CLM is doing. And involving the people, letting the people know that, yes, government came and built this facility for you. It is your own. If you leave it, it will perish. If you leave it, government, who are the government? We are the government. We want to work, CLM wants to help the community to identify that we have so and so strengths to make sure that these health services are affordable, serves everyone within our reach. That's the major key thing that CLM is looking at. At the same time, not just making it to be affordable, there are some key things that CLM helps to identify or address. For instance, you come to the facility where people are, like the PAT where we are talking, or other facilities where people go to access, not just tuberculosis, health services in general. You identify that the staff strength is poor, insecurity is another thing. CLM helps to identify strength from the communities
that need to be
strength in the community, not just strength in those communities. Those strength in the community, these are the issues we identified in their community. If you help us to address this issue. Don't wait for the government to come and do it alone. If you help us as a community to address these issues, health services will be improved in this community, in this location. If you help us to address that, for instance, also, there are some places where we work, the communities donated solar panel. Staffs don't work at night. There are no placenta pits. Salem, we have to identify these are issues. Yes, government supposed to do it, but if they are not doing it, as a community, you push should take, raise resources. There are indigent citizens within and outside the communities who has the willpower to donate something to the communities. There are also places where CLM has worked in Enugu. You will see people working. There are no doctors. Doctors don't come there routinely as supposed. The communities, CLM will have to do what? Them to amplify their voice to know that you should demand this. This is a part of what CLM does. In the state, ensure that health services are affordable and accessible. There are also places where they don't have water. CLM will have to help the community to do what? These are your rights. You can do it. Don't just wait for the government to come and do this. The people, the government also, CLM also visit the staffs that are working at the facility. You notice that the staffs are there. People are not coming to access those services. Why? They are not informed. Lack of information. Fear of the unknown. Are you sure that if I go there, I will get those services I need? CLM helps to build confidence that these services that are there, the staff that are there, are more qualified than those patent medical dealers you went to patronize outside. Go there and gain such services. We build confidence in both ways. The service provider and also the service off-taker.
Let me come in there. There's another thing that is very, very important, following your questions. Formally, the government sometimes used to look at civil society organizations as auditors. We are not auditors. What we do as CSOs is to see where there is gap, go back to the government, and put it to them. Your Excellency, you say you are going to give also another health facility before the end of the year. We have not done anything. Maybe he has forgotten. That's part of the work of the civil society organizations. So we go there to checkmate what is not done well, why it is not done well, what to be done, then recommendation on how to amend those things. And by so doing, we now say that the services will go very well.
So, sorry, you mentioned about the water supply and all that. These are practical, yes, these are practical terms that helps that have TB, yes, achievement, objective, and things that this community-led monitoring has done. Yes. Okay, now, how important are these interventions in strengthening healthcare delivery and improving TB outcomes?
Very, very, very important. Like, for instance, when there is no portable or available water supply, it affects service delivery. Service delivery in the sense that the person working in the health facility need to have water to wash, need to have water to clean the environment. To clean the environment. Yes. So if these things are not there, CLM will help to identify it. Not just identifying it. If you identify a problem, you will solve it. If it's a problem that needs government intervention, you will solve it. If it's a problem that needs community intervention, you bring it to the community. It's not a one-off. CLM doesn't have a formula that the answer must come from here. You are solving a problem with what you see and providing solution with what they think is achievable. There's no one-off to solving problems. So the water is one of them, electricity is one of them.
Fencing of the compound,
the
security,
creation of services is also one of them.
Security is also one of them.
There are facilities that are there. People don't even come. CLM comes, when we come, we take the record, we see that this facility that is supposed to be having intake of 100 patients per day, inflow per day, you see them having 5. Could we just keep at, why is he having 5? It now boils to a question, why is it just 5 people that are coming to this facility per day? Why is it only on Thursday that people come here?
Recommendations.
So those things that we see, we have tools. As we are asking it, we are getting the answer from the community. And when we get the answer from the community, this issue comes from you. You also provide the answer. All of us will now put this together to solve it as a team. That's what CLM does.
Okay, since the implementation of this community-led monitoring, what can you see, Chief, what can you see as the most significant achievements being made? Since this implementation, since this project implementation, the most significant achievement. You know, he just mentioned a lot. He mentioned water supply and every other. What is the most significant? What is the main aim that you had in mind for implementing this community-led?
We have gotten a lot of gaps because of neglect, that is nonchalant attitude, and what again?
Ignorance.
Ignorance, non-performance of the. Then the other thing we call patient charter and responsibilities, patient's rights and responsibilities. They don't know it, but community monitoring, community-led monitoring has made people in the town using the gatekeepers. You know the gatekeepers. Gatekeepers are, it may be Igwe, it may be President General, it may be, you know, that kind of, you cannot enter in a community without using these people. Though we do that when we do what we call needs assessment. Because you have to know, remember, this is just pilot too. This is just for 3 local governments, because we are going to domesticate it as time goes on, because it depends on the strength of the fund that is available. You understand? So this is why it is only Enugu North, Enugu South, and then for now. And we hope that as time goes on, we will domesticate it and expand the program to other places. So patients' rights and responsibilities is one of the things that we solve that we are questioning, because if patient knows his or her rights, and the medical health workers know what they're supposed to do. Time has gone when you want to inject somebody, you don't tell the person the type of injection you want to give the person. The person is supposed to say, doc, nurse, please, what type of medicine do you want to give? So you know your rights, you know what you have to do and when to do that. You know how to maintain the family. For example, if we discover that somebody has TB, it is another thing for us that we have to make sure that before we release that very person, we will be given what we call chemotherapy to make sure that the other person who is taking care of that patient, maybe he has contacted the disease or not, will be protected while the main person is receiving treatment. You understand now? So by the time that patient knows his or her right, and the health worker knows his or her right, not that, are you coughing? Please sit down, go to the other place. You have even killed that very person, because other people in the hospital will no longer connive with the person. Oh, you are having TB. Oh, sorry. You understand that? So patient knows his right, her right. The health worker knows his or her right. Then the problem is solved.
Okay, let's talk about partnership. You know, partnership appears to be a key element of this initiative, bringing together government agencies, civil society organizations. Yes. So how important is collaboration in achieving this goal of eradicating tuberculosis?
One thing is that, for example, now, somebody may be contributing because he is a medical professional. Somebody may be contributing because he is an informant. Somebody may be contributing. You see why it is a collaborative something. The networking there is that you bring your own idea, I bring my own idea. We are only serving one Alhaji. You understand that kind of a thing? So it is not one man show. I have told you before. So collaboration means, networking means using the already existing institution in a particular given situation to solve the problem you have.
So let me add first to what you said in terms of partnership. I think I should give kudos at this level to State Primary Healthcare Development Agency of Enugu State for their level of, for creating an enabling environment for CLM to thrive in Enugu State. It is a strong partnership. That partnership in the sense that CLM is thriving in Enugu State because of their strength. How do I mean by their strength? The PHs where CLM is being implemented is under their care, the care of State Primary Healthcare Development Agency. We are partnering with them. Some of the things that we profile or we do, we relate it with them. They see it as a need that these things we are doing for us matters a lot. We also call what we do stakeholder mapping, stakeholder engagement. But there are a lot of challenges in CLM in Enugu State, which we believe we will talk about that when we get to that. So that partnership is very, very great. For instance, also, we partner with CLM is not just been looking at TB alone. We are looking at AT, and there is this we call ATM, is tuberculosis and malaria. There are state structures of these areas, we work with them. We also work with other networks that are in these areas. They bring initiatives. They also bring ideas. When we go to the CLM, go to the field to get information, we all come to the drawing table. these are what we see in the field. We hold what we call quarterly coordination meeting. At that quarterly coordination, or we come to your office. If we've identified an issue that your office is what will help us to solve the issue, we see us in your office. This is what we identify. And we believe you have the strength to address this issue because we do what we call stakeholder mapping. Those stakeholders, in the level of that stakeholder mapping, we identify stakeholders that are relevant to what we have identified. We move to that stakeholder. The TLM has a project, a process that maybe you come to and you have an issue. People are doing this. The issue has been persistent, have been discovered. For instance, in Enugu, one of the key major issues is inadequate staff. Manpower that is lack of manpower. And to God be the glory, the agency involved responsible for this action, State Primary Health Care, is already working on it. I believe they're trying to engage more people to address it. But we did not just stop there. That if there are no staff, CLM says if the staffs are not adequate, yes. But what do we do to make the health services affordable, to let people still see where to access health service? We move with the community people. Why not engage CVs? There are some things, and not just engaging CVs.
Let's know the meaning of CV.
Community, it's community volunteers. Engage CVs that will help to augment what you are doing. And those CVs that you are engaging, let it be there are some remuneration that are allocated. CLM is not the people. We motivate or help the community to amplify that these are what we can do.
That's right.
On one table, if we do this, do that. Because there's no one, not like as I said before, there is no one formula in addressing issue. Once you are faced with the issue, the answer comes from the issue. That's how CLM approach works. So partnership is key from the community, from the government angle, from the civil society organization. We partner greatly to achieve CLM aim.
Okay.
Like we are partnering with you as media. Yeah. We cannot do this thing at the kitchen. You are the mouth, our voice. So let other people know that this is what we are doing.
Before we conclude, if there is one key message you would like our viewers to take away from today's discussion on eradicating tuberculosis, what would that be?
One key thing I want to drop to our people is that TB is there. See yourself that you are an advocate. Anywhere you see yourself, talk about it. Stop stigma. And at the same time, from the government angle, support CLM process. CLM is being implemented in 3 LGAs in Enugu State. Our coverage is very, very poor. Enugu State have 17 LGA. CLM have 3 LGA coverage.
For a start.
Other LGAs, what happens to them? CLM is being funded by Global Fund through IHVN. So at this junction, let the state see that CLM should be expanded in the state. So that's my key message.
So before I get your opinion on this same question, how long has this been on?
CLM started in Nigeria last year, October.
Just that there is no much awareness.
We are doing the awareness in our own capacity. Not just that there is no much awareness. The coverage is low. We have 17 LGA. CLM is being implemented. You see, the coverage makes it people are not necessarily aware. So that is why we are using media to amplify.
Together. All hands must be on deck to get this situation arrested, to improve on the stigma. Social stigma is one of our problems. Okay. So by the time the government can buy in, the community can buy in, you say that the matter is solved. Hence, it is traceable, it is free, and in short, there's nothing to stop somebody from going to the nearest facility to access the drugs. We don't want drugs to be expiring any longer, because part of our job is to let them know that this is here and that they can access it free of charge.
Okay, thank you very much to our guest for those insightful and valuable information based on this subject. We really appreciate. And thank you to our viewers for staying with us to the end of today's program. As a reminder, the fight against tuberculosis remains a collective effort through increased awareness, early diagnosis, proper treatment, community participation, and stronger healthcare systems, the goal of eliminating tuberculosis becomes more achievable. That brings us to the end of today's program. I am Sharon Uche. Thank you for watching Health Matters on Aneke TV. See you next time. Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice, and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Pleasant welcome to You and the Law, the program where we break down the law and defend your rights and bring real legal issues to light. I'm your host, Gift Obodo, and today we are discussing a topic that lies at the heart of democracy: election and voting rights. Every eligible citizen that has a right to participate in choosing a leader through a free and fair and credible electoral process. Yet many people do not fully understand their voting rights, the legal protection available to voters, and what they have to do when their right has been violated. This leads us to the topic election and voting rights. And to discuss this issue is a very well distinguished legal practitioner with high years of experience in the field. He has won numerous high profile cases and very well respected in the legal field. May welcome Barrister Emmanuel Dekachi Wachuku. Barrister, you're welcome.
It's a pleasure to be in the station with you this morning.
Okay, and to discuss this further, we'll go on a short break. When we will be right back, we'll dive into the main conversation of the day. Stay tuned.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Welcome back to You and the Law, where a program where we dissect your rights as a citizen. You know, Barrister, we have a lot of issues surrounding today's democracy and election rights, voting rights, and as a citizen, I will ask the question, is voting rights a civic duty or both under Nigerian law?
Well, we can say that voting is actually a duty, but then we can say that the laws, the Constitution, 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and other international enactment like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, and other African Charter of Human Rights and People's Rights, and other enactments or statutes that have been put in place, either enacted by the national government or other international bodies like the United Nations, has made it, has been emphatically clear that the people deserve the right or have the right to vote and be voted for in any election cycle. So, you know, it's considered a duty in this sense that you are expected to vote and be voted for. However, it doesn't mean that you'll be forced to vote. Rather, it's a civic obligation that you're expected to perform. But then no one will fine you for not voting, but it is right and proper that you do cast your vote and do participate in the election of people who will represent you at any level or stage of governance.
So why is a voter, why is his participation in the incoming election, why is it very important in a democratic society?
Well, like it's widely believed that democracy is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So as a people, as a person who believes or who claims an ownership of the governance, you must participate in how the representative, those who represent your interest, emerge. You cannot sit hands akimbo in your home and decide or expect for the representatives to emerge and for them to represent your interests without sitting down to critically examine those who are, you know, vying for those elective positions, study their antecedents and what they have been capable of doing both in the public and the private sector, and what then they are bringing to the table. Are there people with competence? Are there people with integrity? Do they have the capacity to deliver? So if you can't do this basic task of analyzing these issues, analyzing these candidates, and making a stand and say, okay, I've put all these people, all these cards on the table, and this candidate is likely going to represent my interests more if he's elected, then step up to the responsibility and deliver. So it's necessary, because you can't sit at home, complain that those that are doing the job are not getting it the way they ought to do, they are not delivering on the mandate, they are not delivering on their manifestos without being an active participant. So by not participating in the election, I would rather say that you have given up your right to complain if those who are elected fail to deliver on what you term are the dividends of democracy.
So you see that 12th June is a day where we remember democracy for the people. And at this day, election is far approaching. Do you think this celebration of democracy would, you know, raise the feeling of the people towards the incoming election?
Well, June 12th is a symbolic day in the history of the country. You know, it dates back to June 12, 1993 election, and what happened with MKO and the electoral cycle, and how, you know, in the guise to fight to restore his mandate, which the generality of the people, of the population, of the electorate, you know, willingly gave to him during the 1993 election. He died in the process and did, you know, he didn't finally had the opportunity to be the president of the country. So today reminds us of the journey, the democratic journey, those who fought for democracy, those who ensured that despite the challenges, despite the authoritarian nature of the military regime and how they fought to make sure that democracy was restored in 1999. So today reminds us of our core responsibilities to defend democracy, to do our bit, to make sure that we contribute in fostering the continuous existence of democracy. So when you vote, when you participate in the election cycle, this is your own way of contributing to the sustenance of democracy in the country. So if you don't vote, if you don't participate in the election or in deciding who leads you or who doesn't lead you, then you are not participating, you are not contributing to the well-being or to the growth or development of the country and the democracy generally.
Now you can see that so many things is going on in the country. Sometimes, recently we see a protest going by the very known activist, Very Dark Man. You see people trying to protest and tell people, go and pick your PVC and get some things. And at that point, people are afraid of picking their PVC and getting to vote for the people. Don't you think it's because of the numerous issues arising? Is there any way the government or the people can urge their fellow citizens to go and pick in the name of democracy in the society?
Well, like the Igbo people, we say, so we can't use because the society is bad, that there are security challenges to fail to do the basic task you can do. I know the government is behaving, the performance is below average. They are not doing the security issues we have in some states like your state and even some parts of Enugu as a state and other places. It's not encouraging. But then that should motivate you more to do what is necessary to enthrone the kind of government that will secure your life and secure your properties. In the cases of seeing children being kidnapped, being taken to places, being murdered unnecessarily, unjustifiably, and see people being kidnapped and whatever issues. These issues, the root cause of these issues is the kind of leaders we have. If you elect someone or you allow someone who doesn't care about your well-being to emerge, either as the president, either as the governor, or members of the legislative houses, you have lost that right to complain that the society is not okay. So this should be a moment of sober reflection, a moment for us to pick up the courage. I know with what happened in 2023, a lot of people lost the confidence and courage and said that, okay, probably the election or their votes were wasted votes, that it didn't count. But then this is democracy or nation building is not what we get in a day. We take some baby steps, we keep on improving. It's a day-to-day obligation. Even old democracies like the United States, United Kingdom, and other old democracies, they haven't gotten it all figured out. They still falter in one way or the other, but they keep, the most important thing is that you're on a journey and you keep moving from strength to strength. So you don't relapse. You don't say, okay, we did this, it didn't work. No, even as a student, you don't give up on school because you failed a course. You strive harder to pass, to improve, and to make sure that you keep on the movement. So I encourage everyone who is opportune or who has not had the opportunity to go and pick up their PVC to register, because the time frame is almost at the tail end of the registration. So it's very, very necessary for us to register and be eligible to vote in the upcoming general elections.
Are there legal rights a voter have in this country? If they are, what are the legal rights?
Of course, a voter has a lot of rights. One, you have a right to register to vote. That's the most important thing. You have a right to have your name included in the register of INEC, voters register of INEC. Thirdly, you have a right to have your permanent voters card. Fourthly, on the election day, you have a right to submit yourself to be accredited as a voter. And finally, you have a right to vote for the candidates of your choice without anyone influencing you negatively, without undue pressure, without coercion, without anyone telling you who to vote or who not to vote. It's your sole right, your sole decision to make, no matter how perverse your choice could be. Even if you want to select the worst of the worst candidate, it's still your right to exercise such right. So a voter has that inimical right to choose whoever he wants to and to participate actively in the electoral process without any form of coercion.
Do you think that the Nigerian constitution protects every voter's rights?
Of course, it's not just the Constitution. We have other laws like the Electoral Act. We have other regulations like the one being made by INEC and other statutes that covers the subject matter. So Nigeria, issue of Nigeria is that we are not in short supply of laws and statutes. The most important thing is on its implementation. We believe that the laws are sufficient enough to protect the citizens and the electorate. But the most important thing is, are those rights being implemented how are those rights enforced? You get to elect, to polling units, and you see even members of the security forces being biased, members of the INEC officers, taking one position or the other due to one form of probably financial inducement or one form of threat or, what have you. So if everything works according to the laws, you will see that everyone is protected. But then it's about the implementation, which we urge the government and other stakeholders to ensure. Now, not just the rights of the electorates are protected, but even their sanity, their safety, so that you don't just go and you return in several pieces or you don't return in one piece. So that's the most important thing.
So if a voter's right is violated or intimidated during the casting of vote in a polling unit, what should he do at that particular point in time? At that particular time, you should at least have some semblance of an evidence that your rights have been breached. For instance, if you are denied to vote and you are able to at least take recordings, thank God for social media, thank God for that you have smartphones that you can use to make some recording, then the most appropriate thing is to send a petition. Petition them, you can petition them to the other regulatory agencies, or you can even petition depending on where the infringement arises from. If it is members of the INEC or the staff of the Independent National Electoral Commission are infringing on your right, you have the right. They have an agency, within the electoral body that takes care of the complaints of citizens, of electorates. Equally, if it is the members of the police force that infringed on your right, there are equally departments in the police and in other security agencies that caters to such needs. So it depends. If it is the political party that violates your rights, there are still some checks and balances within the system that regulate such conduct. So you can start by exercising your displeasure at those agencies, and then secondly, you can take it up by instituting a matter in court, against those persons, and your right will definitely be enforced once it is proved. Now you can see so many cases where election is not conducted on a free and fair note, and at that point, what could the citizens do at that point to bring the plight to the government that, see, our rights to free and fair election have been buried, looking at the situation of a democratic society today?
Where is one of the viruses affecting the country called Nigeria is the issue of electoral irregularities and malpractices. Where people have the confidence that we want to vote for this candidate and we voted for this candidate, and who probably were there when the votes were counted, and then at the end of the day we are seeing an entire different result. It discourages and demoralizes them from continuing to vote for future elections. So what is open for the citizens and for the public when these issues arises is not to take the laws into their hands. They can, like you rightly stated, very dark man, is conducting a protest. This is one of the ways people air their displeasure about the things that are working in the society. You can do petitions, you can go on protest, you can institute matters in court against the government. So these options are open to you. You can even petition, other, international or world bodies, or grant press releases, and the media has a role to play to amplify those voices and those issues. So with these options, are open to the electorate or to the voters or to the people, I believe that at least they would have taken a step to make sure that their voices are heard. So
I'm trying to pick out an option for what you gave, and the most emphatic one is the protest. Now we see some people trying to protest against government. They are being taken, as them committing a crime. Do you think protest is a crime against the state?
No, protest can never be a crime. It's just that sometimes some of these protests are being hijacked, not by the people protesting, but it could be members of the other people that are not happy that some are speaking out. You could see agents of destruction coming to hijack, send moves into the protest, because if you are protesting rightly, you are not destroying government properties, you are not destroying public properties, you are not destroying private properties and businesses, and you are emphatic that this is the essence of this protest. So the government is bound to listen to you. So it is not a criminal action. Matters have been won time after time in court against people who have, against the government and other security agencies who have clamped down on those protesting or who have infringed on the right of the citizens to protest. So we still have recourse to the court to address some of these issues, but it can expressly and be stated that protesting can never in any guise be a criminal action unless such protest moves from being a peaceful protest to a violent protest. That's the saying is, where your right stops, another person's right starts from. So if in the exercise of your own rights you infringe on the rights of either other citizens or even the government, they are bound to come and restrain you from committing further damages to public assets.
So in a country like this, do you think it's compulsory for during an election that everybody must vote? Because seeing the fact that most people trying to vote and they feel that their vote doesn't count, or their vote is per se after their voting process, still they are left with the option of bad governance. Some people have this not open-minded situation of voting. But do you think is the situation in this country that we should there should be compulsory voting in Nigeria?
Well, I don't think there should be compulsory voting in Nigeria, but we have universal suffrage, right? Everyone has that right to vote, but you can't be compelled to vote. On election day, you might decide to say, like we saw during 2023, that we said that there is an Ofe Obono day, is an Salah soup day, so they will enjoy themselves, they will not vote and do all those things, which are very, very discouraging. We are encouraged in whatever capacity we are to exercise this option, this right, this choice to vote for competent citizens, because competent people to get on the hem of affairs of the country. These people will not elect themselves, and if good people don't elect, bad people will elect their members and those who share the same values and philosophies with them. So those who claim that they are good citizens must rise up, stand up, and count themselves opportune to enthrone good governance in the country.
So according to Barrister Wachuku, he always say that you have your right as a citizen to vote and elect who you want to lead you in governance. Because if you don't do it, nobody is left to the option. You are left with the option to be ruled by whoever claims the seat. We'll be right back. We'll go on a short break.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to You and the Law, a program where we break down the law, defend your right, and bring real legal issues to right. As Barrister Wachuku will always say, your right depends on how you use it. And going back to this, I will ask, is there something like vote buying, and is it legal in the country or illegal?
And there are instances of vote buying in our country, when people are giving, naira notes, giving food, giving bags of rice, not even bags of rice, cups of rice, and other gifts and other inducement to vote for a particular candidate, a particular party. These are vote buying mechanisms, and it's a crime against, as provided in the Electoral Act, and it's, you can get yourself fined or even up to 12 months imprisonment. So it's a crime in the country, and it's not encouraged. So, but then there has been an effort to sanitize the system for people to say no. No matter what you give us, if you give us a bag of rice, how much, how often, how long will that kind of bag of rice last us? Will it last us for 4 years? Will it be enough for us to settle kidnappers when they demand for ransom? Will it be enough to sort out my bills, school fees of your kids and all those things? So you see that those kind of inducements, even if you don't reject, even if you accept those gifts from the government, but you or from other people interested in buying your vote, but you should be emphatic that you want, know the kind of country you want, know the kind of candidate that represents what a decent society should look at.
Now, when you see in Nigeria that most of our politicians do this towards election period, and none of them have been touched, is it that the law is blind, or is it that they are more than the law?
Well, it's not about morality, or it's not about whether someone has been, caught or not. The most important thing is this: if you commit a crime, it behoves on the prosecuting agencies to charge you to court. No one is. We have rule of law in the country. No one is above the law, as the Constitution makes us to understand. No one is above the law. No one is sovereign or supreme that he cannot be arrested. But it boils down on those who have that responsibility to charge those people to court. So these are crimes, these are criminal actions, and the prosecuting agencies, being the state, should take up this responsibility so that we can be able to sanitize the system and make sure that the electoral process is not just is not just fair and free and credible, but seen to be fair, free and credible.
So do you see voter apathy becoming a bigger threat to democracy than election, rigging?
Well, I think both of them go hand in hand. It's like two sides of a coin. When people believe that the election are being rigged, they will say, come on, why am I going to waste my time? Because no matter who I vote for, no matter how the election result turn out, in the polling unit, things will still be rigged out. So they will just relax and say, okay, is it not better that I just stay indoors, watch Netflix, chill, relax, and not just go and waste my time? But then, if you do that, you are giving them more rights, more opportunities to continue the rigging. But if the people come out in mass to say that, to protest at the polling units and say that this election will not be rigged, that our vote, that who we vote and our votes must count, then those who are perpetuating these criminalities, those who are indulged or involved in these criminal activities like rigging, they will be discouraged from continuing such actions. But then if we leave it up to them, say, after all, they will still rig the election, definitely you are handing the victory over to them.
Have technology improved the credibility of election in Nigeria today?
Of course. I believe that technology is here to stay. Technology has made our life better. You and I can, can stay at any part of the country and see what is happening in other parts of the country. So I believe that technology has, we have what we call a bimodal voter accreditation system, that the BVAS, and other technologies being employed by INEC to make sure that voting seems to be credible. And there's equally a mass movement or mass call that we can have electronic voting. So if these technologies are put in place, like we've seen in the United States, people can stay wherever they are and cast their vote for their favorite candidate. If technology is being used effectively like the way it should, it will reduce the cases of rigging. It will reduce the cases of even violence at the polling station, or people making away with ballot boxes or what have you. So, but then the issue we have is that those technologies being put to use, like we saw in 2020 elections, at the end of the day, it seemed that either we have one issue with the technology or not. Either we, they start telling stories, like in some polling units in 2023. At a point, the BVAS stopped they stopped doing the accreditation with the BVAS, and then they turned into manual accreditation, which was actually provided by the law, that you can do electronic or manual. But then if the laws are enforced and are amended in a way to ensure that accreditation must be by electronically done, so you see that there will be low chances of manipulating the process and the results of the election. So technology has a great say in whatever our election or the electoral experience could be. But it's about how we implement it.
Now, cutting you short, you talk about using this electronic thing. Have Nigeria got to that point where we could safely say our system is working perfectly to use these electronic high gadgets to do our election? Because if you check, for instance, sites can be hijacked. Sites, there has been reports, there are some interviews that I feel that 2023 election, why people are trying to insinuate the case that elections, that they are the ones inciting this thing, they are the ones, having network glitch during the process. Don't you think these are, circumstances in which we say no to this electoral, high upgrade of technology?
No, we can't say that. Because if we want to be sincere to ourselves, you see that these are man-made issues. These are man-made problems. These are manufactured excuses and reasons. So if we are sincere, we can see that other established democracies are doing it and they are getting it right. So it's not even about the system and the infrastructure being in place. They are in place. It's about the people doing it. right? Okay, people are writing, the JAMB and their wike and all those things. They are employing the use of technology. You don't have to wait to see your results on the newspaper, on other, modalities. You write your JAMB exams, you see your results being sent to you directly to your phone, to your telephone. And equally, other parastatals and other, even, institutions of higher learning, they use technology. So these issues are manufactured issues, and they can resolve it if we get the right people who are willing. And there is a great check and balances on those who are being appointed or who are being employed to man these devices. If we can get people who have that credibility, it depends on if you have someone as INEC chairman who is determined to give us the kind of election that we'll be proud of. We have a president that is willing to make sure that elections are fair and credible. It will trickle down from the president down to the least staff of the independent National Electoral Commission staff. So these things is not rocket science. It's what is possible. It's happening in other places. We are using technology in other places. Okay, for instance, MTN can reach as many people as they are. Most of the banks, in fact, all the banks, they have digital segments of their corporations, of their businesses, and it's still working very well. You can have minimum effort, but then generally speaking, it's at least 90% or 95% of their businesses are online. So if we can get those in the private sectors can do that happen, imagine the public sector, the federal government with the enormous resources at its disposal. So it's just being unsincere and unfair to ourselves to say that it can be done. So do you think that election offenders should face stricter punishment or just a minor one? We just have our laws. Our laws are there, and is a very treasonable offense to deny the people the right to choose the kind of leader they want. So if by your action or your inaction you participate in making sure or denying the people this opportunity to vote or for their votes to count and their voice to be heard, you should go in for it. You should be given the maximum sentence if possible. Thank you, Barrister Wachuku, on your opinion and your views on election and voting right. As we conclude today's discussion on election and voting right, one thing you should remember: democracy thrives when citizens are informed, active, and willing to participate in electoral process. That's all we have for you on today's episode on You and the Law, where we tell you your legal rights. Remember, knowing your rights is the first step to protecting yourself and ensuring that we have a state safe place and society for us to cohabit and live. I'm your host, Gift Obodo, and thank you once again, Barrister Wachuku Dikachi. Thank you so much. That's all we have for you on Aneke TV today. Bye.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice, and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the Law on Aneke TV.
Good afternoon and welcome to News on the Hour on Aneke TV. I am Onyechi Ugu and I'm glad to have you join us. The headlines. NDC steps up Ebola preparedness, strengthens border surveillance. Lagos police arrest suspect with human hand weapons. Now the news in details. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, says it has intensified nationwide preparedness measures against the Ebola virus disease, while assuring Nigerians that no confirmed cases has been recorded in the country. The Director General of the agency, Dr. Olajide Idris, gave the assurance during the 15th Expanded Ministerial Oversight Committee meeting in Abuja. Dr. Idris said the agency had activated surveillance systems, strengthened coordination with relevant institutions, and assessed treatment centers and laboratory capacity to ensure the country remains prepared for any potential outbreak. He noted that response activities commenced before the recent constitution of the Presidential Ebola Task Force. According to the NCDC Director General, the agency is working closely with the Port Health Services, the Nigeria Immigration Service, the Nigeria Customs Service, and aviation authorities to strengthen surveillance at the nation's point of entry. He said the initial focus is on states hosting international airports to improve the screening of inbound travelers. Dr. Idris added that the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare has introduced updated entry protocols requiring all travelers arriving in Nigeria to complete health declaration forms before arrival. He urged the public to remain vigilant, observe public health advisories, and report any suspected symptoms promptly. The Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubumi Tunji Ojo, says Nigeria's integrated identity management system has led to the arrest of 7 suspected Boko Haram and ISWAP commanders who recently returned from the 2026 Hajj pilgrimage. He stated this shortly after President Bola Tinubu signed the National Identity Management Commission (NIMC) Act 2026 into law at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. Dr. Tunji Ojo said the suspects were apprehended at Castina Airport after arriving from Mecca and were subsequently handed over to the Department of State Services, DSS, for further investigations. He explained that the arrests were made possible through the integration of the National Identity Management Commission database with the Nigeria Immigration Service database and international security platforms, including Interpol. The minister said the newly signed NIMC Act would further strengthen Nigeria's national security architecture by accelerating the harmonization of identity databases, improving interagency collaboration, and enhancing the integrity of the national identity number system. He noted that the law would also strengthen efforts to combat identity theft, terrorism, financial crimes, and other transnational offenses. Dr. Tunji Ojo added that before the current reforms, Nigeria's identity management systems operated independently, making security coordination more difficult. He said the integration of identity databases is expected to improve security service delivery, strengthen border security, and enhance the country's capacity to detect and prevent security threats. The Anglican Bishop of Enugu Diocese, the Right Reverend Samuel Obiajulu Ike, has called on the federal government to end the reintegration of repentant terrorists, insisting that those involved in acts of terrorism should be persecuted in accordance with the law. He made the call in his presidential address at the 3rd session of the 19th Synod of the Diocese, held at St. Peter's Anglican Church, Obuete, Enugu. Bishop Ike expressed concern over the nation's security situation despite increased government spending on defense. He noted that about 5.41 trillion naira representing approximately 9.3% of the proposed 2026 national budget, had already been allocated to security. Yet incidents of killings, kidnappings, and violent attacks continue in many parts of the country. The cleric urged the federal government to strengthen its counter-terrorism strategy by ensuring that perpetrators of violent crimes are brought to justice. He also called for decisive action against individuals found to be supporting terrorist groups and advocated that the official designation of Boko Haram members as terrorists. In addition, he urged authorities to address the use of social media platforms for extremist propaganda. On the economy, Bishop Wike criticized the federal government's continued borrowing, describing it as inconsistent with earlier commitments to reduce dependence on loans. He also questioned whether the country's significant investment in military hardware had translated into improved security, maintaining that Nigerians deserve greater protection of lives and property. The General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Pastor Aneke, and the founder of Living Faith Church Worldwide, Bishop David Oyedepo, have called for stronger international support in addressing terrorism and insecurity in Nigeria. The appeal was made during the Faith Heroes Award Gala organized by the Save Nigeria Group USA in Washington, D.C. Pastor Adeboye said terrorism remains one of Nigeria's greatest security challenges and urged the international community to sustain efforts aimed at combating violent extremism. He stressed that the scale of the crisis requires greater global cooperation, warning that insecurity continues to threaten lives and communities across the country. Bishop David Oyedepo, who was represented at the event, also expressed concern over the security situation and backed international initiatives aimed at strengthening measures against terrorism. Other participants, including former United States Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom, Mr. Sam Brownback, and human rights advocate Dr. Katrina Lantos-Sweet, called for greater protection of religious freedom and improved security for all Nigerians. The speaker urged governments and international partners to deepen collaboration in tackling terrorism, promoting justice, and safeguarding vulnerable communities. They maintained that sustained efforts by national authorities, religious partners, and the international community remain essential to restoring lasting peace and stability. The Cross River State Police Command has commenced an investigation into the death of a 13-year-old girl, Nancy Peter, allegedly following corporal punishment at a church in Boki local government area of the state. The General Overseer of Goodness of Jesus Ministry, WULA, Pastor Roman Samson Okoye, and the deceased mother, Mrs. Agnes Peter, are in police custody in connection with the incident. Police said preliminary investigations indicate that the teenager was taken to the pastor after being accused of stealing 30,000 naira. The girl reportedly collapsed after being subjected to punishment and was later confirmed dead at a hospital. Detectives attached to the homicide section of the State Criminal Investigation Department are handling the case. Speaking to investigators, Pastor Okoye admitted administering corporal punishment, but said he never intended to harm the teenager. The deceased mother, however, maintained that she only took her daughter to the cleric for counseling and prayers, denying that she authorized the alleged beating. The spokesperson of the Cross River State Police Command, Mr. Ewa Etiokpa, Sunday confirmed that investigations are ongoing. He assured the public that the command remains committed to a thorough investigation and that anyone found culpable will be dealt with in accordance to the law. The Anambra State government says it is taking steps to formally recognize autonomous communities within the state's governance structure through a proposed community administration law. Governor Chukwuma Soludo stated this while addressing members of the Anambra State Traditional Rulers Council at the Lighthouse in Awka. Governor Soludo said the proposed legislation follows the recent Supreme Court judgments that resolved long-standing disputes over the status of autonomous communities in the state. He explained that the law would contain a comprehensive schedule identifying the autonomous communities that make up each local government areas. The governor said the initiative is aimed at strengthening grassroots governance and addressing recurrent disputes over community administration. He noted that while town unions currently play important roles in community development, they are voluntary associations, a situation that has led to the emergence of multiple unions in some communities and avoidable leadership conflicts. Professor Soludo reaffirmed his administration's commitment to strengthening local governance, promoting peace and ensuring orderly community administration across the state. He added that the proposed legal framework would provide greater clarity in community leadership and support sustainable development at the grassroots levels. News on the Hour is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the headlines. Nigeria strengthens Ebola preparedness as NCDC tightens border surveillance. And coming up shortly, police arrest Lagos suspect over human hand, illegal weapons. We'll be back shortly.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Enugu State Police Command has recovered 2 vehicles stolen in separate incidents in Imo State and arrested 3 suspects in operations aimed at curbing vehicle theft and other criminal activities. The recovered vehicles include a commercial minibus recently snatched in Okigwe and a Lexus RX 300 sports utility vehicle stolen during an armed robbery in Owerri in 2018. Police said operatives of the Aninri Police Division, acting on credible intelligence, recovered the commercial minibus after it was traced in Onweke community in Dabo, Aninri local government area of Enugu State. The suspect reportedly abandoned the vehicle and fled on citing the operatives. Efforts are ongoing to apprehend those involved. In a separate operation, operatives of the Enugu Metro Area Command recovered the Lexus RX 300 after verification by the Federal Road Safety Corps confirmed it had been reported stolen. Police investigations revealed that the vehicle was snatched during an armed robbery in Owerri in 2018. 3 suspects, Chukudi Ubani, Uchenna Obaji, and Neme Chukudi, were subsequently arrested in connection with the case. The Commissioner of Police, Enugu State Command, Mr. Bitrus Kiwa, commended the operatives for the successful operations and urged the public to continue providing timely and credible information to the police. He also advised intending buyers of used vehicles to verify ownership documents before purchase and encouraged vehicle owners to register the Nigeria Police Force Electronic Central Motor Registry to facilitate the recovery of stolen vehicles. The Lagos State Police Command has arrested a 21-year-old suspected armed robber, allegedly found in possession of a suspected human hand, firearms, and other dangerous items during a stop-and-search operation along the Lekki-Ekpe Expressway. The police public relations officer, Mr. Abimbola Adebisi, said operatives intercepted an unregistered commercial shuttle bus conveying 6 occupants, during which one of the passengers was arrested. A search of the suspect reportedly led to the discovery of a suspected human right hand, 2 locally made pistols, 1 live cartridge, 2 axes, a point-of-sale machine, and 5 automated teller machine cards. According to the police, the suspect allegedly confessed to robbing 3 victims and dispossessing them of valuables, including the recovered POS machine and ATM cards. Investigators are working to identify the victims and reunite them with their recovered property, while further inquiries continue into the circumstances surrounding the suspected human hand. The Commissioner of Police, Mr. Fatai Tijani, reassured residents of the command's commitment to tackling crime across the state. The police said investigations are ongoing to identify other suspects linked to the case, while the suspect will be charged to court upon conclusion of investigations. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Tunji Disu, has directed security agencies in Osun State to intensify collaboration to combat criminal activities and ensure adequate security ahead of the August 15th governorship election. Represented by the Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the Southwest, Mr. Adegoke Soyade, the Inspector General gave the directive during a stakeholder security meeting at the Osun State Police Command headquarters in Osogbo. He expressed concern over reports of violence and other security threats in parts of the state. The meeting brought together security agencies and political stakeholders to review security preparations for the election. While representatives of All Progressive Congress attended the meeting, police noted the absence of the Accord Party despite an invitation extended to the party. The Inspector General urged security agencies to identify criminal hideouts, strengthen intelligence gathering, and ensure that offenders are dealt with strictly in accordance with the law. He reaffirmed the commitment of Nigeria Police Force to maintaining peace and guaranteeing a secure environment before, during, and after the governorship election. The Osun State Police Command has arrested 3 suspects over the alleged unlawful possession of a human skull believed to have been removed from a family grave in the state. Investigations into the incidents are continuing, while efforts have been intensified to arrest another suspect who remains at large. The Police Public Relations Officer, Superintendent of Police Abiodun Ajelabi, said the case was reported after residents discovered that the grave of his late elder brother, located within the family compound, had been tampered with and the deceased skull removed by unknown persons. Police said intelligence-led investigations resulted in the arrest of Ogunsola Ojo, who allegedly implicated Ayeloja Latif, Aziz Rashid, and Kunle Fatai. A subsequent search at the residence of the fleeing suspect, Kunle Fatai, led to the recovery of the suspected human skull concealed in an uncompleted building adjoining the property. The recovered exhibit has been taken into police custody, while investigations continue to establish the circumstances surrounding the incident and apprehend all those connected with the alleged offense. The command assured residents that all suspects found culpable would be prosecuted in accordance with the law. The Vice-Chancellor of the University of Uyo, Professor Chris Ekong, has expressed concern over what he described as the persistent funding deficit facing Nigerian public universities, warning that inadequate financing is affecting infrastructure, research, and the delivery of quality education. Professor Ekong said capital allocations to federal universities have remained below 10% over the last 4 years, while institutions are also required to remit 25% of their internally generated revenue to the federal government. He noted that failure to comply could result in deductions from personnel allocations. The Vice-Chancellor spoke during the University of Uyo Alumni Association's first anniversary lecture and the inauguration of the renovated 550-seat ELF lecture theatre at the institution's main campus in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. He said universities require stronger financial support to meet growing academic and infrastructural demands. Professor Ekong called on alumni associations, corporate organizations, and other stakeholders to complement government efforts through strategic partnerships and investments in tertiary education. He also announced plans to include members of the Alumni Association in the university's advisory committee to strengthen institutional development. Lagos State Governor Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu has directed the commencement of a large-scale demolition and environmental cleanup of illegal structures on the median of the Lagos-Badagry Expressway, beginning Monday as part of efforts to restore order and improve sanitation along the corridor. Speaking during the monthly environmental sanitation exercise in Surulere, Governor Sanwo-Olu said the illegal occupation of the highway median as an abuse of public infrastructure and a threat to the ongoing reconstruction of the Lagos-Badagry 10-lane superhighway. He warned that all illegal structures between Orile Igamu and Okoko Maiko would be removed without exception. The governor reiterated that the road median was designed solely for highway infrastructure and not for commercial activities or residential occupation. He assured residents that the enforcement exercise will support traffic management, environmental sustainability, and public safety across the state. Governor Sanwo-Olu also announced that the state government had produced and procured an additional 150 waste compactors to improve refuse evacuation. He said the first batch of the equipment is expected to arrive within the next 3 months as part of broader efforts to strengthen waste management across Lagos State. Residents of Alimosho local government area of Lagos have expressed concern over the persistent accumulation of refuse in their communities, saying prolonged delays in waste evacuation have reduced the effectiveness of the state's monthly environmental sanitation exercise. The residents spoke during the June environmental sanitation exercise reintroduced by Lagos State government in April 2026 to encourage regular community cleanup through movement restrictions observed on the last Saturday of every month. They said overflowing refuse had become a public health concern despite residents' efforts to keep their surroundings clean. Some residents attributed the situation to the inability of private sector participation waste operators to evacuate refuse regularly. They said many collection vehicles were unable to clear the growing volume of waste, resulting in overflowing dump sites and offensive odor in residential neighborhoods. However, other residents urged members of the public not to abandon the sanitation exercise, stressing that environmental cleanliness remains a shared responsibility. They called for improved waste collection services and stronger collaboration between residents and the Lagos State government to achieve a cleaner and healthier environment. Before we go on the news, a recap of our top stories. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention has intensified national preparedness against the Ebola virus disease, with Director General Dr. Olajide Idris announcing strengthened border surveillance, enhanced screening at international entry points, and closer collaboration with relevant agencies despite the absence of any confirmed Ebola case in Nigeria. The Lagos State Police Command has arrested a 21-year-old suspect allegedly found in possession of a suspected human hand, 2 locally made pistols, and other dangerous items during a stop-and-search operation along the Lekki-Ekpe Expressway. The police public relations officer, Mr. Abimbola Adebisi, says investigations are ongoing, while the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Fatai Tijani, has reaffirmed the command's commitment to combating crime and ensuring public safety across Lagos State. That's the news on By 3. For more news and live update, follow us across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Onyinyechi Ugu. Good afternoon.
Community secondary school in Valley.
Aneke television. How I get one of the father and I am what you go how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, Aneke television on the Melo, Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Putanwa, in our Hozu, in our African, the one Aneke television, the Arcades, your man. Television, you do man. Help the low way, Melamadia. Who me, Bodia, Nanka, Bonkai. You might have a girl, if you won't talk to come over soon. You better have you well, what I look at television. Oh, boy, you're Babula, what the social media, what the Babula, what the Lugu City.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Good day, viewer. Once again, you are welcome to a continuation of one of our programs on these mysteries of life. I'm your host, Professor Jude Udenta. And with me in the studio to continue with this discussion, looking at this mystery of life. You know, this mystery is a mystery that, you know, is complicating people's mind, you know, and continues to raise issues. So, it's about what we call rituals. And as one of our brothers mentioned last time, rituals come from rites. I want to continue our discussion on rituals, whether there is substance in rituals or they are just mere abracadabra. What is substance in it? Of course, we have taken some level of discussion, but somehow there was need, based on you know, the responses from the public, for us to even delve more into the concept of you know, rituals, whether there is substance to it or it's mere abracadabra, or whether it's just mere symbolism. And with me in the studio to continue with this discussion, we have by my left our brother Mazi Gabriel Nemeka Anichukwu. Welcome to the program, Gabriel.
Prof. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then by my right, we have our brother whose name is I just know as Mahansa Ezengwako or Ezengwoko? I'm trying to get used to one. Which one? Is it Ezengwoko?
Ezengwoko.
Ezengwoko. Ezengwoko. Ezengwoko. Okay, because there's Ngwoko, there's Ngwoko, there's Ngwoko. So Ezengwoko. Ezengwoko. Good. Ezengwoko. So, yes, thank you. Let me start with you, or let me continue with you. This issue of rituals, because even though when we ended last time, issues came up that we need to discuss it. We need to dive into it. People are raising issues, diving into this matter, and I really got into my mind. I got this issue of that. I remember that in the book of Genesis, during the covenant between God and Abraham, God told him, do this, break the animals into 2 parts, but the birds don't break them into 2 parts, and gave him the age of the animals to be involved in the matter, and so on and so on. Then, of course, by the time we got to Moses, we also saw a number of rituals, up to the Passover. Then by the time we got to Joshua, we talked about the 12 stones. Of course, before under Moses, we made the Ark of the Covenant and what the Ark would look like, and so on and so on. We can continue ad infinitum, ad nauseum, according to somebody. So rituals and rites, and then if we come to our own traditional religion, we know we have a lot of rituals. So these rituals, do you see any substance in the rituals, or is it just mere symbolism and abracadabra?
Well, for me, the end of everything is the result.
Okay.
If there are no results, there won't be the rituals.
Okay.
So over time, the people who have performed these rituals over certain ceremonies or certain activities or certain religious beliefs or belief systems or whatever thing it is, must have had results which have been empirically tested over the years. If there are no results, then why are you performing the rituals?
Okay.
Why are you forcing people into a ritual if there are no results? So that's how I look at it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me come to you, my brother Emeka, or Nemeka. Now, rituals. Is there anything inherently negative about rituals? Because that's part of where there's always this confusion that rituals are negative. That has to do with the evil forces and so on and so on.
There is nothing negative, inherently or innately negative about rituals. It's all about the person who is doing the rituals and the purpose, either negative purpose or positive purpose, for which he or she is doing the ritual. So inherently or innately, ritual is just neutral. Depends on how you want to use the ritual and for what you are using.
Okay.
So there are negative rituals and there are positive rituals, but it is a neutral component, a spiritual component that could be used for good or for evil.
So now, let me continue with you. How would somebody fall into the hand of an evil ritualist?
When we talk of rituals,
yes,
there are rituals in several African traditional shrines. There are rituals in Christian shrines, like Madonna Shrine. There are rituals there. When you go to Madonna Shrine, that's where you bend down, how you do your supplication, your petition before Madonna Shrine. But shrine is not negative, but whenever you mention shrine, people attach negative sentiment to it. Shrine is where where spirits, deities congregate for those who are venerating them to solve a certain need. So
I love the way you use the word veneration.
Veneration, exactly. So now, when you go to some shrine like Madonna Shrine, nobody goes to Madonna Shrine to do evil. It's all about supplicating to the Blessed Heart of Virgin Mary to do this or do that for us as a Christian. Then when somebody goes to a shrine like Anye Emama Shrine, Anye Emego Shrine, Anye Amanji Shrine in my home, in my town, no more nothing. Because those traditional shrines function on the fulcrum of a phone on the ogu. You cannot go there and do evil. So nobody who wants to perform an evil intention can go to Anyemegwe, Anyemamo, Obunego shrine. So likewise, the Blessed Virgin Mary shrine. So what I'm saying is that, and when you are doing another ritual, when you meet these evil occult collegiates, those who have imported negative, high-profile evil powers, it's all rituals.
Okay.
Where you use human beings, where you take the staff of another person, somebody's destiny, you capture it through some high-profile mystic formulas. You come into a family, you cage all the stars of your brothers and cousins and the whole family, and you're using them. And you are the person who is progressing. You come into a town, you cage everybody, somehow sworn in their village that nobody can surpass them in prosperity.
Is there no way?
So there's a shrine, there's a ritual somebody can do that everybody under his village, under his family will be under him and his children. He's sealed.
No, but
it's an evil ritual.
Let's say Woko knows that. Look at what he just said. Yes. How even if it is possible, how do people escape from such ritual tendencies?
Well,
because that's what is important for the viewer here.
Okay. The first and foremost thing is that I'm going to quote your Bible.
Okay.
Is that my people perish for lack of what?
Knowledge.
People have deliberately chosen to go the path of apathy, ignorance, in the form of spiritual laziness. That is what I see. That's what I've observed. Now, such people that he has just mentioned are people who, yes, they know these laws of nature. They understand these laws. These so-called occultic people, like he said, esoteric, scholars, and, practitioners, whatever. They've dabbled into all sorts. They know these mystical formulas. They know how to get those formulas. They know the portals to enter and crack some codes and come back.
Exactly.
They know those things. Now, it is the man in the street who has the right to make himself go in cattle that will be used. For instance, if you come to Afa, chair and Afa, as if you know about no fake. And ofeke means that he has no protection. So he is a willing sacrifice. Mugu go. Exactly. So and the aim of the hunter is to go for the kill. That's it. So people are just ignorant.
Exactly.
And I'm very sorry to say what I want to say. Some religious belief systems are just there to keep people down for control. Simple. What I like about Ordinale, I'm not trying to promote Ordinale here, but what I like about Ordinale allows you to function with the spirits that work for you. You don't need to function with the spirit that works. My chi and your chi are not the same. Exactly. Likewise, your own chi.
My patron saint and your patron saint, they are not the same.
Exactly.
Yes.
Sorry.
My patron saint is St. Jude.
Good. My patron saint is my reincarnate spirit.
Like how? That's your own patron saint?
Yes.
Yeah, fine. So that even if you are going like that...
That's my patron saint. You understand what I'm saying?
Even if you go like that, we still have our own...
I understand. For instance, in
my own patron saint is my true wife, so Okeleki Iboke Saint, Okeleki Iboke Anyoma.
You understand? And there's no way what the white man has brought here to impose on us is superior to what we have.
Well, the way you're going to... No, we're talking about rituals. It makes all the sense.
Yes.
We're talking about rituals. And then we want to see all these rites. Because whether it is in the traditional religion or in the Christian religion, which it depends, because if we have...
Or in the Hindu. Or in
whichever religion. So if you go to Hindu, you go to the river.
Yeah. Sorry.
And so on and so
Prof,
on.
my pain.
So we're not going to your pain about religion. We are not seeing it as that somebody brought something here. No, nobody brought anything here.
Sorry, I'm coming, please. I just want us to get something clear.
Yes.
Somebody will go to Jerusalem and tell me, they will tell him River Jordan. Then,
in my place.
You know, you're beginning to sound like you're sounding like
I'm coming.
Like Neman the leper.
No, hold on.
Neman the leper was angry initially.
No.
By the time the work finished, Neman said, "Please give me as much as I can carry."
No, hold on.
Yes.
Prof, please hold on. What I'm trying to say is
this
that
phone. How many of them have you produced in Nigeria?
The producer of the phone is a black man, Russell.
I'm not against Russell. Where is the Russell here? Is he here in Nigeria?
No, he doesn't need to be here in Nigeria.
No,
his ancestors have been stolen as slaves. And then in the slavery, his album manifested. And that is this what we are seeing.
What I'm saying is that this phone is not made in Nigeria.
It doesn't matter where it's made.
And we're using it.
It doesn't matter.
Fine.
Then the what you might call it, the lithium that they use in making the food. They brought it from here.
We are not making use of it now.
Says who?
Ignorance.
Says who?
No, you are not making use of it. The last time that Tinubu talked with the Chinese, he was in Adamawa, and he was begging the Chinese, please help employ some of our people. It was a terrible thing. I almost fainted.
That is him.
No, I'm trying to tell you because you are talking of, we don't know what we have because of issues which we are not here, because we are discussing misuse of life. We're not discussing things that are known.
These stones, precious stones, rare earth minerals that are here.
Yes.
Our ancestors knew about these things.
What did they do with them?
Their lives were truncated.
Who truncated their lives?
The colonial masters truncated their lives.
Why did they allow
the white men?
Why did they allow their lives to be truncated?
But hold on, though. They didn't just walk in here. It wasn't. They didn't just.
The good past.
They didn't just destroy our people like that.
The good past
there
survives.
was a resistance.
No, the good past survives. The bad past dies.
Okay.
That is life. It's a simple. You are a scientist. What do they call it? It's Darwinism. Darwin, Charles Darwinism. It's Darwinism. It's the social Darwinism, there's political Darwinism. Those, based on political ecology and whatever you want to call it. You want to call it the ecosystem, whether it's social, political, whatever ecosystem. The good past survives. We didn't make it, or our ancestors didn't make it, because they could not make it, because they were not doing well. Now it's our own turn to make it, but we are facing these rituals and rites. For us, from what we are saying, there's nothing inherently wrong about rituals. It is the purpose. Like is it Shakespeare? Somebody said there's no thought. He said nothing in life is inherently wrong. Evil. It is thinking that makes it right or evil, like you said. Nothing in life is inherently, like if you have a knife, that knife that is standing there is a tool for cutting yam, for cutting orange. And if you turn it into killing people, it's not a knife that costs it.
For even surgery, for surgery, you used to have to.
Even evil.
Yes.
Devil is not inherently evil. Because I said that Jesus Christ is the Prince of Peace.
I don't want to go there.
But devil is the Prince of Evil. And most times you need evil and good to get an amalgam for you to survive, depending on the situation.
No, as far as I'm a Christian.
No, it's not about.
No, wait. Now I'm coming. Now I'm talking about.
So I'm not a Christian.
I didn't say that. I am saying that as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing that you are going to tell me that will make me to now say that Lucifer is a positive force.
Excuse me.
Let me.
He's a prof. He's a prof. Let me give him some light.
Yes.
For instance, when you are praying for a person.
Yes. Yes.
You invoke Archangel Gabriel.
Michael.
Michael's what? For then, when the blessing is sent and that blessing is hijacked, you need to invoke devil, an evil spirit that works so good. Then that is Archangel Michael. If it's in Igbo cosmology, call it Udo, Amadio, any other violent spirit to go like the police army when you're going to in peace enforcement. When you go enforcement, it goes red. That's blood must flow. So without blood, there's no remission of sins. So when you are being snuffed of life, you don't do nothing to get somebody exterminated who wants to exterminate you. In defense, you need to involve evil. Evil is violence.
Well, you don't need to involve evil.
No.
You need to involve the good.
You are a government product of government. What we call balance of evil in international relations. Balance of devil, balance of terror. So you need to balance the Israel.
That one is
between Russia, the West, and the East.
That's what it's called.
Before the Cold War.
Mutually assured destruction.
Mutually assured destruction.
That's a different issue.
Yeah, that's devil, and that's the devil.
No.
When I know the evil, you respect me. I respect you. There be peace. I bring devil in you. You see devil in me, and I see devil in you. You will balance the evil. Then peace will come in.
I don't know. I don't want to go like that because I don't want the viewer to be.
No, that's the truth.
No,
that is truth.
No, I know that you have violent prayers.
Yes.
I know it is done.
And violent spirits, violent deities.
Yes, but all of them.
Even every reverend father, a charismatic reverend father or pastor or dibia has a pulpit for violence, a pulpit for blessing. Every dibia has a pulpit, an altar for blessing, an altar for violence.
No, it depends on where you're going to.
Like in Hinduism, it's called the yin yang. You know, the earth plane is yin yang, positive, negative, but opposing forces. You know, balance. It's black, white, tall, short. You know, that is just life. Okay, so just like he said, I strongly agree that. Okay, look at Nigeria for instance. There's a lot of evil in Nigeria which we know.
No, I want us to bring it to this ritual. Because at the end of the day, in 2023, Nigerians were shouting, and then somebody went and brought witches and wizards, and they were there watching.
Okay. Why didn't
why didn't they say Holy Ghost fire on these witches and wizards, and then they should have burnt all of them?
No, we're asking the question now.
Okay.
We're asking that question because I know that.
And even your Catholic chants said, if any to every Christ. You know what means the devil, the angels are all singing hallelujah.
No, God is number one now.
So even,
God is God.
Even in the book of Job, I saw conspiracy in the book of Job.
There's no conspiracy. God is not.
I'm coming. When he said he summoned all his ministers and Satan also came. Also means he's one of them.
He summoned his children.
Sons of God.
He summoned the sons of God.
Sons of God.
Call it whatever, but he said Satan also came.
No, he came because he's a son of God.
That's what we're talking about now. Is that not what we're saying?
No, but he asked him what he's doing here.
If devil is not so evil,
why would he? He can't come in here.
Holy Ghost fire.
Has not killed the devil.
Kill devil up till now. But as he died, cast him in the umbo, he goes to Nome. Cast him at Nome, he goes to Abogu. Cast him at Abo, he goes to Nenwe. Cast him at Abo, Nenwe, he goes to Kaduna. The cast, you can't kill the devil.
I think the point is this: a lot of people have this problem of semantics or more etymological problem. For instance, you say cast and bind. To cast is to chase away, and to bind is to tie. So who goes to untie it? That's the question. Because you cannot cast and bind something today, and in the morning, and cast and bind it in the evening.
On this ritual. I don't want us to go into this casting and binding. That could be for another day. Casting and binding. Yeah? Maybe you are going to bring the Reverend Fathers or pastors to discuss casting and binding. There are a lot of people to now know what it takes to do casting and what it takes to do binding. But the one that we are talking about now is that people see rituals as bad, but we are here to tell you that it is not true.
Yes.
It's not there's something, because when the other pastor came, he said that they do not do ritual, that they do ordinance. And I looked at that. No, I went to statistics to find out ordinance is about hierarchy. It's very simple about hierarchy. Order. Ordinance is about order. Yes. Order. That is what is ordinance. If you want to leave it to that, you don't want to talk of it in military concept. It becomes like military equipment. Military equipment, you know. So, but we don't want to go there. So when I looked at it, I said, why are we trying to escape from what we know is there every time? Okay. When a child is born, in every community, even to give the child a name, in every community in the world, there's a ritual that follows the naming of every child.
Yes.
And that was why on the day of the 8th day of the birth of John the Baptist, the fireman, the original fireman, on the day of his giving of his name, what happened? He said that they brought the father the tablet, because he made science to them. He made science to them, and they brought the tablet, and he wrote his name is John, and everyone was shouting.
John the Baptist,
I don't know about that one. So, having said that, just your last word to the viewer, you.
My last word to the viewer is of based on research, realities, not idealities or rhetorics. There's nothing is evil in ritual.
Okay.
It depends on the user.
On the user.
Okay. Simple.
And then, yes, you ask what to the viewer.
Please, it's important for someone to have knowledge. When you have knowledge, you will understand that rituals are not entirely evil or entirely good. It all depends on the person performing the rituals and the purpose for which the ritual is being put.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
For those of us who are Christians, you know, according to Father Aras, may he rest in peace, he used to tell us, protect yourself. Endeavor to protect yourself. However you have to do it, protect yourself. And with it, we continue to look up to God for better days ahead.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The financial and social strain of burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land is becoming a major concern, according to His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador Dr. Lawrence O.C. Agabozo, CFR. The elder statesman and respected traditional ruler raised the issue during a lecture delivered at the just concluded 4th Synod of the Catholic Diocese of Enugu held at the Jubilee Hall of the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Speaking on the theme burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land and their burden on the people, Igwe Agabozo traced the evolution of funeral practices from pre-Christian times to the present. He highlighted how modernization, religion, and social competition have significantly altered traditional customs. Recalling pre-Christian Igbo society, he explained that burials were swift, often conducted within 1 or 2 days due to the absence of mortuaries. Deaths were viewed as having spiritual causes, prompting families to consult diviners rather than medical experts. Burials were classified based on social status, with home burials for prominent persons, communal grounds for married or disadvantaged individuals, and even forests for criminals or those believed to have died abominably. Lavish second burials were traditionally reserved for traditional or successful individuals, although early missionaries condemned some practices, including alleged human sacrifices. Igwe Agabozo noted that Christianity helped eliminate discriminatory and dehumanizing burial rites, particularly those involving evil forests. Over time, population growth and migration contributed to the decline of village cemeteries, while modern mortuaries allowed families to delay funerals for extended periods, a factor now contributing to rising burial costs. Modernity has influenced a lot of changes in Igbo funeral rites, the monarch observed. He expressed concern over the growing culture of funerals for the living, where families stage elaborate ceremonies to display wealth and social status, often beyond their means. He condemned practices such as prolonged mortuary stays, house constructions, or renovation to meet burial standards, and the emerging first and second burials into extravagant events. Highlighting a recent example, he cited a high-profile burial where 200 cows were reportedly donated, describing it as inactive, as indicative of the trend. These displays place a huge burden on middle and low-income families, he warned, noting that many now take loans to fund burials of relatives who died in poverty. Efforts to curb excessives are underway. Several Igbo communities have shortened burial durations and abolished oppressive widowhood practices or rites. The Catholic Church has also introduced regulations limiting how long a corpse may remain in a mortuary. Onitsha Donidu's decision to abolish second burials for Christians was cited as a model worth emulating. The Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Majesty Igwe Nnemeka Alfred Achabe, has repeatedly condemned ostentatious funeral displays, emphasizing the protection of families with modern means. In his own Ezema Olo Kingdom, Igwe Agabozo revealed that practices that demean widows such as sleeping beside corpses or compulsory head shaving have been abolished. He also warned against the emergence of committees of friends exploiting funerals to collect money fraudulently via social media. The monarch called for a return to traditional values, encouraging families to conduct burials within their means while allowing voluntary contributions from well-wishers. He urged the diocese to update regulations that balance cultural identity with Christian values, reduce financial pressure on families, and discourage extravagant spending. This paper will consider its mission accomplished, he concluded, if it contributes to resolving emerging challenges that impede the advancement of Christian burial practices in the diocese.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
From the ancient seat of the Caliphate in a modern Nigerian state, balancing tradition and development, Sokoto tells a story of history, faith, commerce, and resilience. Located in Nigeria's northwestern frontier, Sokoto State is a gateway between Nigeria and the Sahel region. Sokoto is the spiritual heart of the historic Sokoto Caliphate. Founded in the early 19th century, the Sultan of Sokoto remains one of the most influential traditional leaders in West Africa. Trade remains the lifeblood of Sokoto's economy, with vibrant markets connecting rural farmers and regional traders. Beyond tradition, Sokoto is investing in education and infrastructure to shape its future. The people of Sokoto preserve a deep cultural identity rooted in Hausa Fulani tradition. Like many regions, Sokoto faces development challenges, but reforms and investments continue to reshape its future. From its rich Islamic heritage to its evolving modern identity, Sokoto remains a powerful symbol of history meeting progress in northern Nigeria.
Good afternoon, sir. Arrested for the visit of the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Rewan Dixu, PSC Daga, MPM to Enugu State Police Command on Wednesday, 24th June 2026 at the State Airport at GRA, Enugu. CP1, DCPs 3, ACPs 10, CSPs 65, SPs 50, DSPs 30, ASPs 50, Inspectors 45, rank and file 25, grand total 279, ready for your lecture, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir.
While we are here standing, the IGP. وتنزع الملك ممن تشاء وتعز من تشاء وتذل من تشاء. بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. To the headquarters, oh God, we ask, oh God, you protect and guide him, oh God. And the Federal Republic of Nigeria be with us here this lovely afternoon. Without much ado, the IGP, I crave indulgence to tell you that we have, wave your hands. I am a sergeant, wherever you are, please wave your hands. Because Sergeant Tunanokweba. Thank you, the inspector. I know that I am an assistant. Then I know I'm a superintendent of police. Wherever you are, please just wave your hand. Wave your hand. Like my humble self, I'm waving already. SP, Uju, OKK. I wouldn't know where you are. Commander CTU. And we also have the IG, sir. I have this singular privilege. Let me seize it like it is to introduce myself separately. I am the police public relations officer.
My IGP, sir, IGP Olatunji Rilwan Disu, PSC Daga MPM, the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Department of Logistics and Supply, the AIG, 4 CID Annex, Enugu, AIG Zone 13, CPGI, CP Eboin, all other senior officers here present. Due to want of time, I wouldn't want to continue to go to the long protocol. My friends, the journalists here standing, good afternoon. I'm deeply delighted and highly honored to heartily welcome the 23rd Indigenous Inspector General of Police of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, IGP Olatunji Rilwan Disu, PSC Daga MPN, to the headquarters of Enugu State Command on his official visit to Enugu State. On behalf of the officers and men of the command, I express our profound gratitude to the Inspector General of Police and members of his entourage for this important visit. Sir, your presence here today is both timely and historic. It underscores your unwavering commitment to providing purposeful leadership and driving the reforms necessary to reposition the Nigerian Police Force as a disciplined, professional, technologically driven, and people-oriented institution that earns and sustains the confidence of Nigerians. Your policing vision and mission, as demonstrated through the initiatives introduced since your assumption of office, clearly portray a leader determined to transform the Nigerian Police Force and change the hitherto negative narratives surrounding the institution. Through enhanced operational effectiveness, improved personnel welfare, strengthen accountability, innovation, and the promotion of people-centered policing, you have continued to inspire confidence in the capacity of the force to effectively discharge its constitutional responsibilities. We particularly appreciate your hands-on leadership style, strategic guidance, and steadfast commitment to the welfare and professional development of police personnel. This visit affords the Enugu State Command a valuable opportunity to engage directly with you, present our experiences and challenges, and benefit from your wealth of experience, professional insights, and leadership direction aimed at enhancing service delivery and improving security outcomes in the state. We are equally confident that your interaction with officers and men of the command will further inspire greater dedication, professionalism, discipline, and commitment to duty. It will also strengthen public trust and confidence in the Nigeria Police Force and reinforce the strategic priorities of your administration. Maybe I will jump the brief description of Enugu State. Then I will now go into a brief overview of the Enugu State Police Command. The Enugu State Police Command was established in 1991 following the creation of Enugu State and emerged from the defunct Anambra State Police Command. The command headquarters is situated at number 1 Lake Avenue by Egerton Street, Government Reserve Area, Enugu. For effective administration and service delivery, the command operates through 4 principal departments, namely Finance and Administration Operations, the State Criminal Investigation Department, and the State Intelligence Department. These departments are complemented by 5 area commands located at Agbani, Enugu, Nsukka, Ojiriva, Udenu, as well as 41 police divisions strategically distributed across the state. In line with the Inspector General of Police drive towards improved operational efficiency and coordinated responses to violent crimes, the command operates the Violent Crime Response Unit, a specialized tactical framework established to combat violent and organized criminal activities, leveraging intelligence. Within the Enugu State Police Command, existing tactical outfits, including the Anti-Kidnapping Unit, the Anti-Cultism Squad, and the Command Monitoring Unit, have been integrated into the Violent Crime Response Unit to enhance intelligence-led operations and ensure swift responses to emerging security threats. Additionally, my IGP, sir, the command supervises the following key operational formations within the state. 1, number 3 PMF, number 3 Police Mobile Force Squadron, Enugu. 2, number 76 Police Mobile Force Squadron, Nsukka. 3, SPU Base 21, Enugu. 4, CTU Base 10, Enugu. And 5, EOD CBRN Base 3, Enugu. By the grace of Almighty God, I'm privileged to serve as the 29th Commissioner of Police of the Enugu State Police Command, building upon the solid foundations laid by my distinguished predecessors, whose dedication, sacrifices, and contributions have continued to shape the command's administrative development and operational successes. State of insecurity and policing efforts. Enugu State continues to enjoy a relatively stable security and remains one of the most peaceful states in the southeast and the country at large. While this is encouraging, the command remains vigilant and proactive in addressing emerging and evolving security threats, including kidnapping, armed robbery, cult-related violence, farmer-herder conflicts, one-chance robberies, human trafficking, and other forms of organized crime. The command has therefore sustained intelligence-led and coordinated operations aimed at identifying, disrupting, and dismantling criminal networks, while denying criminal elements the liberty to operate. In particular, we have remained resolute in confronting crimes perpetrated by individuals and gangs exploiting the IPOBS's secessionist agitations and headers farmers conflict to engage in violent criminal activities, as well as other threats to public peace and security across the state. These sustained operational efforts have yielded significant results, including the results and prosecution of criminal suspects, the recovery of firearms, ammunition, stolen vehicles and other exhibits, the dismantling of criminal camps and hideouts, and the rescue of victims of kidnapping and other violent crimes. To further strengthen public safety and public confidence, the command has intensified visibility policing through strategic deployments, confidence-building patrols, targeted stop and search operations, and continuous operational assessments. We have also deepened community engagement, particularly in rural and vulnerable communities, to enhance intelligence gathering, strengthen partnership with the public, and security and law enforcement agencies. This synergy has continued to enhance operational coordination and has contributed immensely to the numerous successes recorded in our crime-fighting efforts. Furthermore, the establishment of the Distress Response Squad and the Command and Control Center by the Executive Governor of Enugu State, Dr. petermbah, has significantly strengthened the state security architecture. These technology-driven initiatives have enhanced emergency response capability, improved operational coordination and intelligence management, reduced response time, and boosted the overall effectiveness of policing and crime prevention efforts within the state. Furthermore, in line with the Inspector General of Police recent launch of the Handshake Patrol initiative, I have maintained close collaboration with my counterparts in neighboring state commands to ensure its effectiveness. This has strengthened interstate operational coordination and facilitated robust visibility and crime prevention patrols across state boundaries. Overall, while the security landscape remains dynamic, the Enugu State Police Command remains steadfast in its commitment to protecting lives and property, maintaining law and order, and ensuring that Enugu State continues to remain safe, secure, and conducive for legitimate social and economic activities. I'll just go to some of the few achievements from March 2026 to date. Through sustained intelligence-led policing, tactical operations, and interagency collaboration, the Enugu State Police Command from March 26 to date recorded significant operational successes across kidnapping, armed robbery, cultism, and other violent crimes. These outcomes, which will be highlighted subsequently, reflect improved response capability, enhanced coordination, and proactive crime prevention strategies. We have some, we have kidnapping cases, arrest of suspects, rescues, and recovery of exhibits. The command recorded major breakthroughs in kidnapping-related operations, resulting in rescues, arrests, neutralization of suspects, and recovery of arms and ammunition. Accordingly, early April 2026 witnessed the rescue of a kidnapped female victim at Agwoba Forest, Udeni local government area, with one suspect neutralized during the operation and weapons recovered. Shortly after, a syndicate involved in online locking and ransom collection was dismantled by the operatives of Violent Crime Response Unit Anti-Kidnapping Subunit, leading to rescue of a male victim and arrest of a suspect with links established to a prior kidnapping incident earlier in the month. In May, coordinated operations with other security agencies, forest guards, and neighborhood watch group led to multiple encounters with suspected kidnappers across Enugu East, Amufe, Obola for axis, resulting in the recovery of 2 AK-47 rifles, magazines, ammunition, a Beretta pistol, and other exhibits. Towards the end of May 2026, attempted kidnapping along Noah's Abakpa Road was successfully foiled, leading to the neutralization of one of the suspects and recovery of an AK-47 rifle and ammunition, with other intelligence-led recovery of a Beretta pistol linked to the criminal gang. I'm pleased to inform the Inspector General of Police that the command is currently conducting covert intelligence guiding operations aimed at dismantling criminal networks responsible for violent crimes of armed robbery and kidnapping in different locations of Enugu State and beyond. We have made significant progress and intend to sustain the operation and ensure that all the criminal elements are rounded up and their tools of operation recovered soonest. Armed robbery and related cases, arrest of suspects and recovery of exhibit. The command has also so far sustained decisive operations against armed robbery networks across the state. In March 2026, 2 armed robbery suspects were arrested in Ogu, local government area, with a snatched tricycle recovered. In April, an armed robbery suspect was arrested around a quarter section of the Ogbete market with recovery of a firearm and illicit substances. Another wanted armed robbery suspect was apprehended at Amechi Kunanu in Enugu South local government area, alongside the recovery of a stolen Toyota Hiace bus. Mid-May operations in Ogbolafo led to the arrest of interstate armed robbery suspects with recovery of a pistol, motorcycles, and other exhibits. Furthermore, towards the end of May, armed robbers who invaded a residence in Owo, in Kano local government area of Enugu State, were engaged by operatives, resulting in the neutralization of 1 suspect and recovery of a firearm. Cases of courtesy, illicit drug trafficking, and related crime, arrest of suspects and recovery of firearms, ammunition, drugs, and other exhibits. Sustained intelligence-led operations, patrols, raids, and stop and search duties led to the recovery of illegal firearms, ammunition, drugs, and other exhibits, alongside arrests of suspects in cases of cultism, armed robbery, and drug trafficking. Early March operation disrupted an unlawful assembly aimed at initiating members into a cult group and arrested 13 male suspects at Owerri Ezeoba Forest in Udenu local government area. 4 locally fabricated firearms, 2 live and 35 expanded cartridges, 3 motorcycles, and 45 motorcycles and other incriminating exhibits were recovered during the operation. Subsequently, operations across multiple locations, including New Artisan, Emene, Transekulu, Abakaliki Road, in Sukazis, and in Kano East, led to the recovery of locally fabricated pistols, cut-to-size guns, revolver and Beretta-type firearms, ammunition, and assorted narcotics. Criminal hideouts and drug consumption hubs were also dismantled, with sustained disruption of illicit cultists and drug distribution networks and recovery of stolen items and other exhibits. I also have a summary of achievements and prosecution between March and date. Total number of suspects arrested for kidnapping. Total number of suspects arrested on the whole stands at 421. The breakdown is as follows. Total number of suspects arrested for kidnapping, 13. Total number of suspects arrested for armed robbery, 21. Total number of suspects arrested for murder, 18. Total number of suspects arrested for rape and defilement, 22. Total number of suspects arrested for cultism and associated crimes, 23. Total number of suspects arrested for unlawful possession of firearm, 26. The total number of suspects arrested for a variety of crimes, including attempted murder, stealing, forgery, breaking offenses, vandalism, receiving stolen property, child stealing, trafficking, among other crimes, takes 298. Rescues. The total number of abduction or kidnap victims rescued, 23. Recoveries made so far. Total number of firearms of different calibers recovered, including 10 AK-47 rifles, 51. Total number of assorted ammunition recovered, 348. Total number of vehicle exhibits, motor vehicles, tricycles, and motorcycles recovered, 76. Okay, we also have assorted, while we also had an assorted and unquantifiable or unquantified number of exhibits, including offensive weapons, electronic devices, illicit drugs, among others. Prosecution of cases. Number of cases charged to court, 176. Number prosecuted, 321. Number of persons convicted, 62. Number of persons acquitted, 42. Number of persons awaiting trial, 226. Number of cases under investigation, 42. Number of cases closed, 7. Overall assessment. The highlighted coordinated operations underscore the command's sustained commitment to intelligence-led policing, rapid response capability, in interagency collaboration, and proactive crime prevention. Although the security landscape remains dynamic, the command, under the leadership of the Inspector General of Police, continues to record measurable successes in crime reduction, the disruption of criminal networks, and the enhancement of public safety across the state. Professionalism and discipline. The Enugu State Command remains firmly committed to advancing the Inspector General of Police vision of a disciplined, professional, accountable, and service-oriented Nigeria police force. To actualize this vision, the command has institutionalized regular lectures, mentorship, lessons, supervisory inspections, and internal compliance mechanisms aimed at reinforcing adherence to the core values, ethical principles, and professional standards of the force. Accordingly, acts of misconduct, including corruption, extortion, abuse of office, and other forms of discipline, are not condoned and attract prompt disciplinary action in line with extant force regulations. These measures are essential to preserving institutional integrity, promoting accountability, and sustain public trust and confidence in policing services. Sir, I respectfully seek your continuous support in facilitating the timely consideration and processing of operational, administrative, and disciplinary matters forwarded by the command to the force headquarters, as this will further enhance efficiency and accountability in the discharge of our responsibilities. Capacity building. Recognizing that effective policing is anchored on competence, professionalism, and continuous learning, the command has remained deliberate in strengthening the capacity of its personnel through structures, training, and development programs in line with the policy direction of the Inspector General of Police. Consequently, specialized training programs have been conducted in critical operational areas, including tactical operations, firearms proficiency, human rights compliance, officer safety, intelligence-led policing, and operational readiness. Personnel of the Violent Crime Response Unit have also undergone targeted training on ethical policing, respect for human rights, use of force standards, social and emotional intelligence, and other contemporary policing practices consistent with the reforms agenda of the Inspector General of Police. Furthermore, all police constables in the command have successfully, that is, all police constables plus newly promoted corporals, have successfully completed a 3-week combat operation training program at number 3 Police Mobile Force, Enugu. This initiative has significantly enhanced operational competence, field readiness, and overall effectiveness of personnel development for policing duties across the state. Trust building, community and citizens engagement. In line with the Inspector General of Police emphasis on people-centered and community-oriented policing, the command has prioritized structured engagement with citizens and stakeholders as a critical component of its policing strategy. Accordingly, I undertook visits to all area commands, during which town hall meetings were held with traditional rulers, community leaders, youth groups, women organizations, religious leaders, and other critical stakeholders to foster trust, strengthen public confidence, and promote collaborative policing. Building on the successes recorded, a second phase of this engagement is currently ongoing across the area commands, with 3 of the 5 area commands already covered. These interactions have continued to yield positive outcomes through improved police-community relations, enhanced intelligence sharing, and strengthened proactive crime prevention efforts. Similarly, I have sustained regular interaction, supervision and mentorship of officers and men across departments, area commands, divisions, and tactical formations, with emphasis on professionalism, integrity, accountability, discipline, and strict adherence to the ethics and code of conduct of the Nigeria Police Force. These efforts remain firmly aligned with the strategic vision and leadership of the current Inspector General of Police. Challenges. Notwithstanding the progress recorded, the command continues to face certain operational challenges, particularly in the areas of inadequate and manpower shortages, resulting mostly from individual personnel transferred without replacement, logistics, mobility, and personnel welfare. These constraints occasionally impact optimal deployment and operational coverage, especially in rural communities, agrarian settlements, and other difficult terrains of the state. Nevertheless, the command remains resolute and unwavering in its determination to effectively discharge its constitutional mandate of protecting lives and property, maintaining law and order, and ensuring the safety and security of all citizens or residents of Enugu State. Please, sir, permit me to respectfully express our profound appreciation for your exemplary leadership, clear policy direction, and unwavering commitment to the transformation of the Nigeria Police Force. Your strategic interventions and support have continued to strengthen the operational effectiveness and administrative efficiency of departments, formations, and commands nationwide, including Enugu State Command. As we strive to consolidate on the gains already recorded, I most respectfully seek your continued assistance in addressing some of the command's critical needs, especially in the areas of manpower augmentation, logistics support, operational assets, and enhanced personnel welfare. Addressing these needs will undoubtedly boost morale, improve operational capacity, and enable the command to respond more effectively to emerging security challenges. Conclusion. We are highly honored to receive you today and deeply appreciate your decision to visit and personally engage with officers and men of Enugu State Command. Your visit provides a valuable opportunity for operational assessment, strategic guidance, and renewed commitment to our shared objective of delivering effective and professional policing services to the people of Nigeria. The Enugu State Police Command remains steadfast in its dedication to intelligence-led, technology-driven, and community-oriented policing, while remaining focused on sustaining peace, public safety, and security across Enugu State. On behalf of the officers and men, I once again warmly welcome you to Enugu State and look for
welcoming me to Enugu. I'm sure you know, like I mentioned earlier, why I'm here. I came to the state to take part in the commissioning of the new forensic center, forensic and investigation center built by the government of Enugu, which is going to be of immense benefit to the Nigerian police and other security agencies. This is a state-of-the-art forensic center, and I think to be the second or third in the whole of Africa. So it's a thing of joy, and that is why I came. And most importantly, I'm here in the compound to talk to officers and men of the Enugu State Command who have been in charge of security of this state, to meet with them, to talk with them, to discuss my insight, aims, objectives to them, and for them to meet me for the first time personally as the Inspector General of Police. And most importantly, to thank them for the wonderful job they have been doing, because every day since I came, I've been getting wonderful situation from them, arrest of kidnapper, arrest of armed robber, bringing down arrest minimum. So I'm so happy with them. That's why I came to say thank you to them personally. And on the issue of the election you brought up, we just finished one off-season election, and I'm sure you saw it, I'm sure you monitor it. And from the report I got from everywhere, the officers of the Nigerian Police Force did so well in that election. But be that as it may, we are still going to talk to them, we are still going to embark on a lot of training upon training, because new laws have come out, new ways of doing things have come up, and then most importantly, being the lead agency when it comes to election process, we know that we must continue to update our thinking and our procedure. You mentioned the issue of insecurity in some part of the country. Yeah, that is true. And I assure you that the police and other sister agencies are doing everything possible to curtail this. And that brings me to the issue of this insecurity you are talking about. Every day, officers and men of the Nigerian Police Force are on duty, and they have been able to record a lot of successes. And while doing this, we are recording casualties too on our part. Recently, we lost 3 officers in Maiduguri, wonderful officers of the Nigerian Police Bomb Squad, EOD, who unfortunately lost their lives while trying to detonate IED planted by these insurgents to kill members of the community. They saw it, it was towards the evening. People suggested to them to leave it till the following morning. But these officers, because they were so dedicated, they were in love with their job, they wanted to save lives, decided to go there that night. And unfortunately, they fell into the trap set by these bandits. And we lost wonderful 3 officers. And this has been going on here, there, and everywhere. So I want you to know that we are trying our best and we are losing our jobs while doing it. I want you to know, as I speak with you, we are not sleeping on our oasis. We are working day and night. What we are doing, I will not be able to come out in the open to tell you, but I assure you, very soon you will hear the good news. You can see that immediately I came on board, the issue of state police came up, and for the first time the Nigerian police rose up to the occasion to come up with our own framework. A committee was created immediately that worked round the clock, and within few weeks or within few months, we were able to come out with our framework, which has been sent to the National Assembly. And I can assure you, the work done by members of the Nigerian Police Board took prominence in all the decisions they are taking at the National Assembly.
Okay, sir, please permit me to tell the part of the CP Enugu. When he was making his speech, he made a complaint about the downsizing of the manpower that we have here in Enugu State. Do you have any plans to, help? Because if the police is enough, then this battle against insurgency and banditry will come to, barest minimum.
I will not come here and lie to you that I have enough men to work with. And I'm sure this is what the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria saw when he said, Inspector General of Police or Nigerian Police, go and recruit 50,000 men. This is ongoing. People have been interviewed. I think they are in the medical stage as I speak with you. Some of the training institutions have been refurbished so that we can start training of these 50,000 men. And for your information, we are even looking beyond these 50,000 men recommended for us by the President. And now, localizing it to Enugu, I'm going to do everything possible to increase the manpower in Enugu, because I just had a meeting with the governor of the state who told me that he has bought a great number of vehicles and that we need to put men in it to ensure that we continue to enjoy the relative peace that we're enjoying in Enugu. Looking at the vehicles, the number of vehicles, I was elated and I gave him my words that I will increase the manpower of the officers in Enugu.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by warmly welcoming everyone to the inauguration of the Center for DLA Forensics and Criminal Investigations, a landmark facility born out of a strategic tripartite partnership with the Godfrey Okoye University and the DNA Forensics and Criminal Investigation. I am particularly honored to welcome the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation and the Inspector General of Police, the other heads of security agencies that are here represented. I warmly welcome you to the historic city of Enugu, one of Nigeria's most cosmopolitan cities. I dare also challenge the IGP that except, I think we're only second to Lagos when it comes to cosmopolitan. I want to welcome you to this great city. Today's event speaks to the kind of future we seek to build here in Enugu. But let us pause for a moment and think about the kind of world most people want to wake up in each morning. Whether you live in Enugu, Lagos, Kano, or anywhere else in Nigeria, the goals are remarkably similar. People want to feel safe. They want to know that their children can go to school and return home safely. They want to be able to go about their work, provide for their family, and plan for the future with confidence. A young person wants to believe that there is a place for them in the world. A business owner wants the confidence to invest and grow. A parent wants to know that hard work and sacrifice will create a better future for their children. Simply put, communities want to live in peace, pursue their ambitions, and build prosperous lives with dignity. And that, at its heart, is what tomorrow is here, has always been about. Creating the conditions in which people can flourish. It is about building a society where opportunity is within reach, where talent has room to grow, and where individuals and families can look ahead with confidence rather than uncertainty. From the day we came into office, we identified security as the biggest elephant in the room. We have made commitments to the Citizens Charter, a commitment to eradicate poverty, a commitment to make Tinubu the preferred destination for living, working, and investing, a commitment to grow our economy to a level we could sustainably form the future we wanted to be. But we know and we knew then that none of those ambitions would be possible without security. We have all seen the consequences: the sit-at-home orders, the disruption of education, shuttered businesses, damaged livelihoods, outbreaks of street violence and savage attacks in our rural communities, all held back economic activities across the state. Too many people have come to accept those disruptions as normal. We refuse to accept that. Security is not one item on a government's agenda. It is the foundation upon which everything else rests. Every school we build, every business we attract, every investment we make, every opportunity we create depends on people feeling safe and protected. That is why, from the beginning, we resolved to make this state the safest state in the country and to take security seriously. Not as a temporary intervention, but as a permanent responsibility of government. And while we have made significant progress, reducing violent crime by more than 90%, we know that our work is not done. It only takes a handful of criminals to threaten the peace and stability that millions of decent, hard-working citizens depend on. That is why we continue to invest, continue to innovate, and continue to strengthen the systems that keep our people safe. That brings us to why we are here today. This center represents one of the most important investments we have made in our security architecture. It strengthens our ability to investigate crime, track criminals, support the work of law enforcement, and ensure that those who threaten the peace of our community have fewer and fewer places to hide. But it represents something else as well. It represents a kind of thinking that is shaping the future of Enugu. A willingness to embrace technology, to embrace science, to embrace innovation, to build capability rather than wait for it. For too long, many people assumed that facilities of this standard will exist somewhere else, in Lagos, in Abuja, in Europe, or even in the United States. Today, it exists here. Important because this is not simply about a laboratory, it is about a mindset. The same mindset that is transforming education, agriculture, healthcare, infrastructure, and the digital economy. It is the belief that the future does not belong only to those with the biggest head start. It belongs to those willing to take a quantum leap into future-based thinking. That is what this center represents for Enugu. We're no longer waiting for that future to arrive. We're shaping it. It is fitting at this point to pay a special tribute to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. A lot of remarkable initiatives and achievements recorded here in Enugu State stem from the broad reforms and policies of the renewed Hope agenda. These reforms have allowed more funds to flow to states, enabling us to develop infrastructure at scale, including strengthening our security systems. Through his recent transmission of the State Police Bill to the National Assembly, Mr. President boldly demonstrates his support for devolution of policing responsibilities to states, and a clear appreciation of the realities of modern security management. This approach recognizes a simple but profound truth. Security is often most effective when those closest to the people are empowered to play a greater role in safeguarding them. Our debt of gratitude to Mr. President can never fully be expressed. This center arrives at a most opportune time. So, to the criminals, I say this. Every crime scene leaves a trace, and we can now track that trace and use it in evidence against you. For too long, many crimes have gone unresolved because the tools did not exist to capture and prosecute you. Now they do. If you intend to harm our people, if you intend to prey on our children, you intend to threaten our communities, understand that the state now possesses capability that did not exist previously. This center changes what is possible. It strengthens our ability to follow the evidence, identify those responsible, and support the work of the law enforcement agencies with world-class forensic science. So, let there be no misunderstanding about the message we are sending here today. Enugu is open to investors. Enugu is open to innovators. Enugu is open to people who want to build, create, and contribute to our economy. But for those who seek to undermine the peace and security of our people, the message is simple. You can run, but you can't hide.
Very good.
This is not just about the science, it is about the people. The mother whose child has been assaulted, the family searching for answers, the victim waiting for justice, the innocent person seeking to be cleared. It is about giving investigators the tools they need to establish the facts, follow the evidence, and uncover the truth. The point is not just technology. The point is that truth matters, and the IGP has also alluded to that. And citizens deserve institutions capable of finding it. And this is not just about Tinubu, and I think the IGP has already taken ownership, and I see to that. This facility may be located here, but its significance extends far beyond our borders.
Yes.
It is our contribution to the quest for a justice system that is guided not by conjecture, but by evidence, not by suspicion, but by science. Giving the cutting-edge technology and top-notch expertise deployed here, we urge our security agencies and lawyers to see this center as a trusted partner in forensic analysis, criminal investigation, and scientific inquiry. We want investigators to train here. We want scientists, researchers, and students to learn here. We want institutions across the country to see here as a resource that can strengthen the work they are already doing. This center is part of the growing ecosystem of knowledge, science, and capability. And while Enugu may be the proud host, we do not see it as ours alone. It belongs to the country. We see it as a place where partnerships can be formed, expertise can be developed, and new generations of professionals can acquire the skills needed to serve our country better. So our message today is a simple one. Come and use it. Come and learn from it. Come and help us build it further. Let it serve us all. Let it serve all of us. If Enugu becomes safer, while Nigeria remains unsafe, then none of us have fully succeeded. This center tells a bigger story for us all. It is a story about what becomes possible when government, education, law enforcement, and technology come together around a shared purpose. But the inauguration of this center also imposes new responsibility on all of us. Our society has long been accustomed to rushing to crime scenes, crowding investigation sites, and unwittingly contaminating evidence. When crimes occur, keep a safe distance, promptly alert the authorities, and allow trained professionals to carry out their work. Every footprint, fingerprint, strand of hair, blood sample, or biological trace may contain crucial evidence. Once contaminated, such evidence will be lost forever. As a government, we firmly believe that development in the 21st century must be driven by knowledge, innovation, and technology. To our partners, Gospel Okoye University and the DNA Learning Center of Nigeria. Our vision to create an ecosystem of learning institutions that are not isolated from the challenges of society is coming together, and we can all see all that coming together. What strategic partnership can bring when partners are driven by a common purpose. I want to also take this opportunity to commend the Vice Chancellor, also the director, the founding director of this center, Professor George Lee, for nurturing an environment that is wholly conducive, and for imbuing this institution with a profile that belies its years of existence. I want to comment in particular Professor George and his dexterity, and he has also acknowledged the number of people in his team. I think Mike Okoro, the Deputy Director of the Center, and a list of things that George has mentioned. I want to adopt that acknowledgement that George has already made here. I want to thank you all for the great work you've done and for bringing this center to life. I also wish to express my profound appreciation to the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation, the Inspector General of Police, and other senior security agencies, heads of security agencies that are here with us today. Beyond the honor your presence confers on us, your presence also validates the importance of this strategic center. It signals a shared national commitment to strengthening the institutions that underpin justice, security, and the rule of law. We are encouraged by the same demonstration of support, and I think that the Vice Chancellor, who had asked me earlier before today, are we going to get this place licensed? Let me tell you what the IGP whispered to me. And I think he even disclosed this. Why do I need to bother licensing what I own? So you can see that that seal of validation has already been stamped on this. Why it is important to make crime unattractive, it is equally important to make the opportunity of success more attractive. We must create a society where young people can see a clear path to opportunity, to meaningful work, to enterprise, to fulfillment, to their full potential. That is why we have invested so much, so heavily in education. Sometimes we are accused of being insane, but I think we're doing it for the right reason. That is why we're building the infrastructure that allows communities to flourish, and why we continue to invest in systems that support growth, innovation, and prosperity. This center is just one expression of that thinking. It is a story about ambition, about a state preparing for the future rather than waiting for the future to decide its fate. And it is another sign that Enugu is increasingly being recognized, not simply for what it hopes to become, but for what it has already started building. Distinguished guests, Your Excellency, today we celebrate the remarkable achievement.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Once again, we say thank you so much for joining Security Watch on Aneke TV. It is an enlightenment program whose duty it is to place a check on the security of lives and property It also acknowledges the effort of the government through the security agencies in the fight against insecurity in Nigeria. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our Instagram, our X, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi. And today our focus is on the efforts of the government towards insecurity in Nigeria. Thank you so much for being there. Permit me to introduce to you the guest we have on the studio for the show. We have the Secretary General, Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria, Enugu State Chapter, Dr. Chigezie Obasi. Doctor, you're welcome on the show.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, our viewers.
How are you today?
I'm fine. And you?
I am fine. All right. What's your concern about the security situation in Nigeria?
By concern, security in Nigeria today, what I say has assumed a situation where it's not a business. So you see that people have migrated from kidnapping individuals to taxing farmers, kidnapping children, and they're now kidnapping school, children. And what it simply implies is that they have been looking for how to make money, and they feel the government is the best approach, to making money. Because when you kidnap children, you put political question mark on the government. I think that is it. And I believe, again, this might be assuming some political dimensions, because it's obviously clear to us. You remember Chibok girls, it's assumed political dimensions, a lot of kidnappings, and this time around, prior to 2027, we are seeing increase at alarming rate on kidnapping of school children, which to me is both motivated by economy and politics. However, I must state clearly that the insecurity in Nigeria is worsening because of bad leadership. If you look at security from a human security point of view, you understand that the government hadn't done much, in terms of leadership, in terms of leadership to help tame the insecurity in Nigeria. I believe that when you do things that are supposed to be done within a system, insecurity will naturally go down.
Okay, thank you so much. Just thinking aloud, what could one maybe say could be the cause of insecurity in Nigeria? Could it be maybe attributed to something like the borders of the country being porous?
Though, it's a multifaceted factors that you could say leads to insecurity in Nigeria. But I must tell you that the major reason is poor, poor leadership. You could say intra-crisis and external crisis. Most of the porous borders as a result of poor leadership again within the Sahel region, and then climate change that is driving a lot of farmers down or headers down to the country. But within the system, we're having a situation where we have Nigeria over 50 or 60% of Nigerians are below 30, and majority of them are unemployed. You see graduates who somebody finishing as a graduate returns back to the fathers and mother and then keep begging, to be fed. That's quite unfortunate. So we see a situation whereby the country is poor, but we are completely unproductive. We are not employing, people are not being employed, and then you have a lot of youths that can easily be utilized, or recruited into criminality. So that's why I say first is the government not doing what they should do, and then we begin to look at what happens across the border. Yes, we have porous border, but again, to check porous border, you must have a government that is functional. Situation where you have over 1,500 undocumented borders over there in the north is concerning. It's completely not acceptable. That's a failure on the government, But by and large, you can't just say this is one reason, but it's a complete decay and failure of leadership that has resulted to what we have in as insecurity.
Okay, thank you so much. The complete decay on the failure of the leadership that has resulted in what we have today as insecurity. Thank you. Let us observe just a short break. Yes, we shall be right back. Our viewer, thank you so much. Please don't go away.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse, accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, thank you so much. Back from the short break. We are still on this program, Security Watch on Aneke TV. If you are joining us now, our topic for today is the effort of the government towards insecurity in Nigeria. And I've been with Dr. Chikezie Obasi here. Doc, let's continue.
Thank you.
All right, before I went on the short break, I was about asking you, for instance, this kidnapping for ransom, which is, of course, you know, is a serious issue in Nigeria today. Are you saying that the government is not doing enough to arrest the situation?
If they are doing enough, we wouldn't have it in the first instance. That's the simple truth. Countries that are doing enough, you see those things there. Let me give you a typical example. Any country that has unemployment rate to single digits, we won't have this type of insecurity. Do you see it in China? I want to use China, you know, as case in point, because we throw these issues back to the people. You know, but if you take a look at countries like in Scandinavian countries, Finland, and so on, where unemployment rate is less than 3%. You don't see this type of insecurity. You know, you don't see it. The kidnapping for ransom simply means that people are looking for money. So if you provide alternative to getting that money, which involves creating job opportunities, their living standard coming up, why would they kidnap? Do you understand what I'm saying? When somebody kidnaps for ransom, it simply means that he's looking for money. The person that kidnapped maybe have been recruited and paid peanuts. Because I'm sure those people that you know, do the kidnap and all those that plan, you know, they just executed jobs and probably they are paid peanuts. So the big boys have seen willing tools they could recruit. If those willing tools have been there doing something or the other, call it a blue-collar job, you know, in factories, and they're able to feed themselves, why would they go into such acts? That's why I say it's a complete decay, you know, involving governance and leadership in the country that led to where we are today. And it's not really abating. That's the simple truth, because you see that politicians have mastered the craft of palliating our crisis and then painting it and giving us opportunity to, you know, come back the next 4 years to exercise whatever we call franchise. So they're not talking about governance. That's the truth. But if you have a country that is having the kind of population we have, with over 200 million persons, you know, that country should know that becoming a serious nation is more than just, you know, a talk show. It has to be action-packed. And if you take a look at the corruption of our leaders and the, you know, punishment for or reward for criminality, you can find that one could say Nigeria is one of the most corrupt nations in the world. So it's not everything you can see government is doing. It's not really working. It's not even showing any effort. For me, there's no tangible effort, you know, to curb insecurity. That's the simple truth.
That's no tangible effort to curb insecurity.
For people might think it's there's an effort, but for me, once an effort is not yielding the desired, you know, result, I would call it an insignificantly intangible effort.
But I think our security agents are doing their best in trying to see that it is done the way it's supposed to be done.
Managing security has both sides. You have kinetic and non-kinetic approach. And when you say the security agencies are doing all they could, I believe you're talking about a kinetic approach to it. And I can tell you that kinetic approach can never, you know, resolve the Nigerian insecurity system. It has to be the soft approach. You have to nip you have to remove the firewood that ignites that fire. And how do you extinguish it? Create good leadership, staff the criminals opportunities of recruiting people. Like I said, in virtually all these insecurity we're looking at, people that perpetuate it are ragtag individuals. These are people that are looking for daily bills. So provide the alternative, the recruitment stops. If you listen to what happened, how Boko Haram or ISWAP recruits people over there in the Northeast, you will cry. Some of them are paid as low as 10,000, 15,000 per month. Most of these guys will call headers. Some of them are paid almost nothing. So how are you recruiting? How do you begin to tackle these issues? It means that government have to live up to expectations. And you live up to expectations by doing what you should do as government. So make sure that the unemployment rate is reduced drastically. Make sure that people are educated, not just ordinary education, but quality education. They understand the meaning of life. and then be responsive as the government. So you begin to cope and create hope and opportunities. You create opportunities and hope within the system, and people will begin to embrace the system. Stop living a ostentatious life. Reward criminals with the adequate punishment. Situation whereby people get a pat on the back because they embezzled money is worrisome. Serious nations don't do like that. So that's why I say I'm not seeing government, creating a venue for people to see that criminality or kidnapping is not an incentive.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Basi. That is a very strong submission. At this juncture, we want to welcome another strong voice who is also going to tell us, speak on his own view about this same matter, insecurity in Nigeria. May we, at this point, welcome a management consultant, a former director of National Rotation Agency, Enugu State, who is also a member of the National Institute, Dr. Augustine Okolie. Doctor, welcome on the show.
Thank you for having me. Welcome, viewers.
All right.
Welcome, my brother.
Good morning, sir.
As a matter of fact, we are looking at the effort of the government towards insecurity in Nigeria. Yes, I want you to be specific and then intentional in scoring the efforts of the government so far.
Well, thank you once again for having me in your platform. It is said that security is so important that it cannot be left to government alone. They say security is everybody's business. Security is everybody's business. Therefore, government will play their own part, and the citizens will also play their part without going back on the principles and the reasons for having government. They say the primary purpose of government is to provide security and to provide welfare and good governance for the people. So therefore, even though you do not leave it for them alone, because they cannot succeed, I mean, the government of all tiers, the first tier, the second tier, and the third tier of government, all of them have to collaborate with citizenry. So it's a collaborative effort, whether it is kinetic or non-kinetic. You see, when you talk about the efforts of government that understands what the business of security is, government that is what the name government, because some people are not prepared to become members of government. Some people call themselves accidental public servants, because actually accidentally they found themselves in their position. They are not prepared. But if you are prepared to be in government, whether at the community level government, whether at the local government level government or governance, whether at the state level or whether at the apex, the one Yoruba call Ijọba Àpapọ̀, that's federal government.
Okay.
So whichever level of government you find yourself, you know the primary purpose of having government, the reasons why society have to have government and have to have the monopoly of violence. Any place you don't have a monopoly of violence, then insecurity have to have its way. Because there's only one person out of the entire society that's entitled, so that you have control. So you have what you call mitigation. There's no society that don't have crimes or insecurity, but it is a level. You can see where we found ourselves. We are number one insecure country in the world now. We are number one in poverty. So it's not even a case of creating employment. It's a case of drawing people out of poverty.
But I want you to look at it from this dimension of kidnapping for ransom, which, according to Dr. Basi here, that government is not yet doing enough to arrest this situation. What is your view?
Well, you see, kidnapping, Yoruba call it bomo. Bomo is to kidnap the kid.
Okay.
In our own places, it's not only Omo, the kids that they kidnap everybody. Now you can see the perversity of the issue. Talking about, what effort government is making, like I was trying to build a background, because when you come to government and know the reason, then you have to have the policy. You have to have a well-choreographed strategy to which to tackle, because you know it is there. And you also promise that when you come, you will do a different work. So when people tell you as executives that it was still there when they came, that they are not the original people, so it means that they are abdicating their responsibilities. It is begging the question, how can you come as a government and you tell us that it was there before I came? No, now, there's problem before we came, there is sin. But when you come, you make a difference by making strategies, by your way of concepts of your policies. So, coming directly from your question, kidnapping for ransom, you see, started in the South in Nigeria. Then it was the Igbo people that they kidnap, and they pay money. Now everybody learns it, oh, it's paying. Now they now went to schools. So school own is that even when you kidnap school children, it becomes a global issue. Then there's no other way than to discuss with them. Even when government is mounting, they don't dialogue with the kidnappers. You don't negotiate with kidnappers. They're only begging the question. Because when the school children are kidnapped, you have no much choice. You cannot say kill them so that we will not pay. You have to do something because you are called upon as government, whether you call kinetic or non-kinetic, you must be seen to be doing something tangible. To say, that's why people go to the street to protest, that you're not doing your work. Now, this is leakage in your primary purpose as a government.
When you say you must do something, sorry for the interruption, there's something that has been common that everybody has been doing, Doc, and that is what? To pay ransom. Yes. But there is this Amended Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act, which criminalizes the paying of ransom. And I think I'm going to use that as an effort.
Not trivializing that matter. That is an unimplementable, what's it called? Unimplementable act and then or law. Because until your own person is kidnapped, you know whether you obey the law or not. I mean, that's the simple truth. We saw a military general that died last 2 weeks in the hands of, a retired military general. And I was discussing with somebody. I said, that's a very big slight, on the military. And even the wife nearly escaped, being killed because she was shot and left to die before the military were able to pick her up. And so anybody telling you that you don't pay ransom is just, trying to placate it. Because even the government on their own pay ransom. And by the way, why it is a policy of every government in the world not to pay ransom to kidnappers, it's been seen that that is not always the case. But what government try to do is, even when they pay the ransom, they try to track down the criminals. And then you find that in our own case, do they pay the ransom and track down the criminals? That's a big question. Or do they pay the ransom and these ransom are in the connivance of those in governance? We've seen a situation whereby even the last administration is being accused of paying ransoms to kidnappers and criminals. So the issue is that particular piece of law is only meant for the wardrobes. You go to police officers. Policemen have been kidnapped. I mean, the people that would rescue you have been kidnapped. And they cannot rescue anybody. So who says you won't pay ransom? They are paying ransom. It's unfortunate, but that's why I say it's a piece of law. I'm not encouraging that people should pay ransom. But wait until your own person is being kidnapped. You know whether you pay the ransom or not.
Dr. Gulli, I think government does that to maybe prevent, or they see it as if you pay ransom after being kidnapped, or maybe if your family pays ransom after being kidnapped, it's a way of sponsoring and encouraging the kidnapping menace in the society.
Well, if you ask me, like you did, what government law says, do not even negotiate with kidnappers. What is like nibbling at the issue?
Simple.
The issue of insecurity is more than kidnapping. Okay? So because it's just like one part, a dimension, out of multi-dimensional issue. When somebody is kidnapped, you say don't negotiate, let him keep him or kill him, so that you discourage kidnapping. But in our own case, I say it is multi-dimensional, because some people are just even attacking military formations. Before they say soft targets. Going to school to kidnap people is called soft targets. Then they will even use IED to just bomb the place, bomb the church. That is another phase. Then this time around, that's what we call the military hard metal jackets. as military formation, they will attack there and kill the military, kill generals, and take away their arms and ammunition, and go back. And they come in their hundreds in motorbikes. So sometimes I begin to wonder, is there no surveillance? Is there no division of what we call in the military, the recce, who will now look around the micro and the macro environments where they stay, so that before somebody comes very close to you, you'll be able to see the person coming. Either to get away and come back, or to be able to prepare yourself to attack them, to be able to, you know, kind of evaluate the equipment they are coming with, whether it is small arms or the big ones that they use to shoot, you know, helicopters and aircraft. So when you now talk about kidnapping for ransom, you are just, you know, reducing the issue to ordinary 1/10 issues. You have those they call the bandits. It's not for kidnapping. They kill, they burn, they, you know, displace the people. That's another form of, you know, insecurity. There's other ones that they call terrorists. Okay, now that is a global, you know, name. So that if you're a terrorist, the way to handle it is also different. Okay, the laws. That's why some people say we are bandits, we are not terrorists. Now the menace of even people kidnapping members of their family, fathers kidnapping their children and paying ransom and collecting them back, or murder, or one of the members of the family will fake self-kidnap. So that one is, you know, a microcosm of the problem. So, but I want to take the stories and the issues holistically, whereby you see that we are insecure, and government do not know what to do about it, which means they're not prepared.
Okay.
And that is why some people are calling for government to resign.
Look, I think in any way, the government is making effort, and that is why we are here today. I know that government is busy tightening the cashless policy so that there won't be enough money in circulation, since these people demand the ransom in cash.
Well, is
that not a way to go?
Let me intrude now. You see, when the cashless policy was brought about, it was fought by this same government. Cashless policy makes it possible so that you can't keep cash at home. So nobody will attack you. Armed robbery will go. Because when you are going to somebody's house, you know he has no money with him. That is the purpose of a cashless policy. It will also help the movement of cash in the economy. So, but you fought it, and now you want to introduce it, just like this oil subsidy, that you fought vehemently with all your blood, and now say oil subsidy is the way to go. And you see, I'm telling you that if you want to go into governance, into government of any level, you have to be prepared. You have to be prepared.
What do you mean by that? Because you've mentioned this before.
Yes, I said that if you're not prepared, for instance, you can't be telling me you're waking up from sleep when you are in the war front. We are facing a war. Nigeria is at war. So you cannot come and tell me, oh, it is the former general, the former commander-in-chief, or the former governor that has the issue with... No, you cannot tell me that, because as we are coming, just like those who are campaigning now, there's campaign now, less than 2 or 3 months now, we'll have an election. You cannot come there and tell me, oh, this problem has been there. You campaign with the issues. Like, if I come there, I will stop the insecurity. I will stop it with both kinetic and non-kinetic. Non-kinetic is not ransom paying. It's not negotiation. It's to make sure those things, the precursors of poverty. Because poverty, like my brother here was saying, that people are paid nothing. But because they do not even have 1,000. So when you pay them 15,000, that cannot even buy a loaf of bread now, then you see that it is a lot of money for them. But when you cure poverty, that is a non-kinetic approach. When you remove people from poverty, when you tell people what we call values, core values of the society, that's sharing blood. Like the Muslims and the Christians are against, you know, sharing of blood. Because some people say if you kill somebody, you get 7 virgins or whatever. So, but somebody also from there told us that this is not what we are preaching. That even killing somebody for anything is against God's injunctions. So people can come out into criminality because they can survive and thrive in the environment. So government is blamed. The people are also of blame, because the people and government need to collaborate. I said earlier that security is not a business for only government.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doc. Dr. Basi, I want to have your view now on this attitude of the government, tightening the cashless policy. Wouldn't you give government a pass mark for that as a way of tackling the insecurity?
I'm not giving them any pass mark.
They have not even come with the policy.
I mean, it's a very... this is a joke. What does it take to run cashless policy? A joke, within 1 month, CBN will mop up the cash, make it easy, and reduce the cost of transaction online, and it ends. So what are we walking about it? In China, you do transaction using WeChat. Once it sees your face, you pay. So what's the big deal about it? So what am I giving them thumbs up? We are giving somebody a thumbs up for something that had not been done. I mean, these things have been implemented everywhere. We were in this country, things became a little bit difficult during the COVID time. We saw these apps, these online financial, what's it called? Transactions. Fintechs come up. And look at one of the fintechs going to New York Stock Exchange to be for $4 billion. You know, within how many years of operation? I mean, they're not serious. You know, the incentive to corruption is cash. So what they are fighting is how would they be able to get those incentives? Because if you give a contractor job, the only way a contractor can pay you is to bring the money in cash. The only way to bribe electorates is to pay cash. That is where the trouble is. It is not whether you will implement it. If you just if you tell CBN to mop up a currency, the next MPC meeting, they will tell you that transaction in Nigerian government can absorb the transaction because the cost you bear in minting money, transporting money, securing money, you can put it and say, let's remove it, electronic transaction cost. And you see the cashless policy, everybody will embrace it overnight. When these fintechs came on board, maybe we'll argue that mothers in the village will not take it. But I can tell you that go to anybody, including the woman now worker. They use their own, what's it called, the POS. Now everybody has embraced it. So my brother, there's nothing to tell you that it's like drumming their, framing their ember. It's nonsense. They're not interested in removing it. That's number one. And then number two, you see, when the government says they want to tighten a whole lot of issues, when I look at countries that have done it, it becomes, I feel we are joking. Honestly speaking, we are completely joking. Like I said earlier, if you look at countries like China, India, and so many of these developing nations, this is the least thing. In fact, minting money alone, the cost of minting money alone, the cost of minting 100 naira note, 200 naira note is more than 100 naira. So why would any, some government, collecting tax, VAT is easier done with electronic transaction. So why are you encouraging that? And I can tell you that give CBN a marching order by next 1 month. You see that, in fact, you won't even see any currency again. That's simple truth. So I don't know.
Then why is the order not given?
The order is not given. I told you the only issue. The most corrupt individuals are those in government. If you go to any businessman today, there are people who want to pay more than 100,000 naira, they will tell you to transfer it. Go to Oboete, they are there. You can't bring 500,000 naira and give a businessman. For what reason? So private sectors are not accepting it. There are some places you will see we only receive bank transfers. They don't receive cash. So the private sector and individuals in Nigeria have embraced, have moved on. It is those in government. So when they tell you they're trying, they're not trying. They're just asking how do we mitigate, cross over this if we remove all the money.
Thank you so much. Dr. Coley, let me come back to you. I want you to take a close look at the security in Nigerian schools. Because as we speak, a lot of schools are closed down because of insecurity. What's the effort of the government to rescue that situation?
Well, we just continue to talk about efforts of government. There is a government policy they call Safe School Environment. Policy. What are they doing about safe school policy? I also heard and learned that one of the schools in the north, that there is an intel about people coming to kidnap. And the school know about it, they told them, and they sent the military. But at the point of them coming, then somebody gave an order that they should withdraw the military. Up till today, as I'm talking to you, nobody has been able to tell us who gave that order. Because they came and they kidnapped the children.
Yeah.
And there are no consequences. Let me tell you, Emeka, the truth is that there are criminals everywhere. But the deterrent and the mitigation is the severity of the application of the law. We have very good laws, have very good policies, but we are not like, if I borrow from my brother here, that all the crimes are committed by members of government. There are the people who give cash because it is not traceable. It is not traceable, it is not trackable. And they say tell you laws of money laundering. They say tell you have FIU. That is Nigerian Financial Unit. We are supposed to track large volumes of money moving. You see, when you are, our people say, whoever commits suicide does not appear during divination. No. When they want to go to divination to find out what killed the man, and he committed suicide, he will not appear. So that's what is going on in the country.
But it's
so
surprising. It's surprising to me hearing that the Safe School initiative is not workable.
Well, you can tell me when they started it and whether it is working.
No,
because more, it has even increased. The Safe School initiative is that there are some structures that are raised, the barriers within the school. Remember, part of the security is going to start with Boko Haram. And what is the meaning of Boko Haram? Boko Haram is that Western education is seen. So they get it by objective or by hook or crook. So by closing down schools, you're also, feeding into the embers of their policy that Western education, they kill teachers, they burn schools, they kidnap children, they kill them. About 300 children are in the bush as we speak. Children, toddlers, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. So what is the policy doing? It's not a case of mounting policy. It's the implementation, application of the laws, severity of the law. I once said it when I was with the National Orientation Agency. We were talking about corruption. What is feeding into corruption? What is promoting corruption? I said, one, American people who, and the English people who now coined the word corruption, they first knew it. Those who coined bribery, they knew what it is, then they gave it a name. Now, corruption thrives in the environment where there is no application of law. That's why they say in any government, particularly in a democracy, that the rule of law is supreme. Then the law does not understand whether you are black or white. You see the symbol of justice. They close, many people do not even ask questions. That justice do not want to know whether you're a government functionary, whether you're a male or female, whether you're handsome or ugly, whether you're big or small, that the law is no respecter of person. So the lack of what we call the political will to implement the laws, that's why I say it is not the making of the laws. Some will say create new courts, some will say create emergency. It is not courts. They will leave other courts and begin to treat political cases. Go to the court and see, files sparked, 15 years, because we continue to do elections, off-season, cycle elections. So other issues should go and take a seat. So you commit suicide. You commit social suicide. That's what I'm saying, that if you commit suicide, it will not appear when the people want to go to divine for you to explain to what killed you. For you to come and tell them, oh, it's a natural death. Oh, it is people who poisoned me. Oh, it is what I did. It will not even appear. So it is self-destruct policies. It's and the case is an issue that we know. People are complaining when they were in the opposition. They now come into government and they are doing the worst. So even the other people now have become opposition. It becomes a cycle. So it is an issue of values. It is an issue of application of law. When we begin to become severe with the application of the law, most of these things will go. Okay, you now say there will be no negotiation. Then government will go to negotiate. The governor of your state the other day was telling us there's nothing he can do but to do something to get the children out of the bush. What is that?
Negotiation.
So you go and negotiate because you cannot go and say, kill the children. You will not say, I'm coming to fight you, because even if you go, they don't know who you're going to get. But they're going to get the children, you're going to get the culprits. So it is a case of the devil's alternative. Whatever you do, man must die.
But
so you do something.
Let me tell you what my problem is. I am very much interested in seeing any of these government safety measures working. Yes.
It's not going.
Like we have rapid response coordination network. That's part of the safety measures. Are you saying that none is working?
See, let me tell you this.
Policies. It's the application and implementation of the law.
Let me tell you this. I'm a medical doctor. And incidentally, I'm dealing with public health. There's one slogan that says prevention is better than cure. you go looking after criminals when they've, arranged. Let me tell you the implication. You know the cost of shooting one bullet. For each bullet that's expended, costs nothing less than 1,000 naira. As small as it is.
1,000.
That's at least. Let me say even from government suppliers. Let's assume in the company supply to Nigeria. For each bullet you shoot, costs nothing less than 1,000 naira. You know what that implies? You want to deter criminals. I heard when you were talking about making school environment safe. Why must you barricade the school other than children, strolling out of the school? Why must you begin to pay people to guide our children? How many schools are you going to guide? The society there's what we call herd immunity. Herd immunity is such that when you are protected against a disease, and multiple people are protected against a disease, the society is protected. Everyone mustn't be protected. When the society is working, the society protects itself. We all grew up in villages where when we finish our school, as early as primary school, we'll go home. Nobody actually feels, unsafe. So how many security are you going to provide? Okay, you provide security in the school, you provide at the church, you provide on the work area. I mean, how much do you have? These monies, if you go to economics, they will tell you what the alternative for gun. What would you have used that money for? For development. And you are using it to buy bullets to expand, kill your own citizens, because those criminals are Nigerians. You kill them. I mean, why don't you use that money and do something better in terms of governance and prevent them from going into the crime in the first instance? And that's why when they say we are doing everything humanly possible, it makes me laugh, because once I look at your blueprint and you are not working in tandem to making Nigerian lives better in terms of economy and educating people to have value for life, I mean, you are doing basically nothing. And this is not rocket science. That's why it's worrying to me. That's not rocket science. The only thing that is stopping it is that these politicians are benefiting from it. We've seen okay, let me give you a typical example. Why should any sound human being in today's world, the Nigerian system, still support a pilgrimage and pay money for people to go for pilgrimage? On both sides, you know how many billions that go off? People are enriching themselves through that mechanism. And you see top politicians who would have been good at going on pilgrimage on a yearly basis. Why should you do that? You don't have, the people are not feeding, people are living below poverty line. 70% of Nigerians are above that, are not insured health-wise. And you are paying people that will go on pilgrimage. Healthy people? I mean, that's crazy. It's a policy somersault. So why don't you gather these monies and begin to think of how to develop the system? If you don't know anything to do, go to China and sit down and ask them, please give us how you developed your country. Go to India, they're making effort. Bangladesh, Brazil, these are countries that are at the same pedestal with us. Take their blueprint, come back here. We have eggheads that will help you turn it around. The other day we saw former minister of, what's his name? Former minister of power in prison for, I think, 30 billion naira. Over how many years? Why should the government be allowing that, leakage in the system? And you're telling me you're making efforts? These are monies that would have been channeled into some other thing.
Dr. Basi, thank you so much. Dr. Collier, thank you so much. We want to observe just another short break. When we come back, we'll check through the drone surveillance that were provided by the federal government and about 112 emergency hotlines, whether those lines are blocked or they go through in the times of these emergencies. Thank you so much. Our viewer, another short break. Please don't go away. We shall be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. Good afternoon and welcome to the news on the hour. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. NCDC steps off Ebola preparedness, strengthens border surveillance. Lagos police arrest suspect with human hand, weapons. Now the news in details. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, says it has intensified nationwide preparedness measures against the Ebola virus disease while assuring Nigerians that no confirmed case has been recorded in the country. The Director General of the agency, Dr. Olajide Idris, gave the assurance during the 15th Expanded Ministerial Oversight Committee meeting in Abuja. Dr. Idris said the agency had activated surveillance systems, strengthened coordination with relevant institutions, and assessed treatment centers and laboratory capacity to ensure the country remains prepared for any potential outbreak. He noted that response activities commenced before the recent constitution of the Presidential Ebola Task Force. According to the NCDC Director General, the agency is working closely with the Port Health Services, the Nigerian Immigration Service, the Nigerian Customs Service, and aviation authorities to strengthen surveillance at the nation's points of entry. He said the initial focus is on states hosting international airports to improve the screening of inbound travelers. Dr. Idris added that the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare has introduced updated entry protocols requiring all travelers arriving in Nigeria to complete health declaration forms before arrival. He urged the public to remain vigilant, observe public health advisories, and report any suspected symptoms promptly. The Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, says Nigeria's integrated identity management system has led to the arrest of 7 suspected Boko Haram and ISWAP commanders who recently returned from the 2026 Hajj pilgrimage. He started this shortly after President Bola Tinubu signed the National Identity Management Commission (NIMC) Act 2026 into law at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. Dr. Tunji-Ojo said the suspects were apprehended at Katsina Airport after arriving from Makkah and were subsequently handed over to the Department of State Services (DSS) for further investigation. He explained that the arrests were made possible through the integration of the National Identity Management Commission database with the Nigeria Immigration Service database and international security platforms, including Interpol. The minister said the newly signed NIMC Act would further strengthen Nigeria's national security architecture by accelerating the harmonization of identity databases, improving interagency collaboration, and enhancing the integrity of the national identification number system. He's noted that the law would also strengthen efforts to combat identity theft, terrorism, financial crimes, and other transnational offenses. Dr. Tunji-Ojo added that before the current reforms, Nigeria's identity management systems operated independently, making security coordination more difficult. She said the integration of identity databases is expected to improve service delivery, strengthen border security, and enhance the country's capacity to detect and prevent security threats. The General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Pastor Enoch Adeboye, and the founder of Living Faith Church Worldwide, Bishop David Oyedepo, have called for stronger international support in addressing terrorism and insecurity in Nigeria. The appeal was made during the Faith Heroes Award Gala organized by the Save Nigeria Group, USA, in Washington, D.C. Pastor Adeboye said terrorism remains one of Nigeria's greatest security challenges and urged the international community to sustain efforts aimed at combating violent extremism. He stressed that the scale of the crisis requires greater global cooperation, warning that insecurity continues to threaten lives and communities across the country. Bishop David Oyedepo, who was represented at the event, also expressed concern over the security situation and backed international initiatives aimed at strengthening measures against terrorism. Other participants, including former United States Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom, Mr. Sam Brownback, and human rights advocate Dr. Katrina Lanto-Sweat, called for greater protection of religious freedom and improved security for all Nigerians. The speakers urged governments and international partners to deepen collaboration in tackling terrorism, promoting justice, and safeguarding vulnerable communities. They maintained that sustained efforts by national authorities, regional partners, and the international community remain essential to restoring lasting peace and stability. The Cross River State Police Command has commenced an investigation into the death of a 13-year-old girl, Nancy Peter, allegedly following corporal punishment at a church in Boki local government area of the state. The General Overseer of Goodness of Jesus Ministry, Wula, Pastor Roman Samson Okoye, and the deceased mother, Mrs. Agnes Peter, are in police custody in connection with the incident. Police said preliminary investigations indicate that the teenager was taken to the pastor after being accused of stealing 30,000 naira. The girl reportedly collapsed after being subjected to punishment and was later confirmed dead at a hospital. Detectives attached the homicide section of the State Criminal Investigation Department are handling the case. Speaking to investigators, Pastor Okoye admitted administering corporal punishments but said he never intended to harm the teenager. The deceased mother, however, maintained that she only took her daughter to the cleric for counseling and prayers, denying that she authorized the alleged beating. The spokesperson of the Cross River State Police Command, Mr. Ewa Eitopa, Sunday confirmed that investigations are ongoing. He assured the public that the command remains committed to a thorough investigation and that anyone found culpable will be dealt with in accordance with the law. The Anambra State government says it is backing steps to formally recognize autonomous communities within the state's governance structure through a proposed community administration law. Governor Chukwuma Soludo stated this while addressing members of the Anambra State Traditional Rulers Council at the Lighthouse in Oka. Governor Soludo said the proposed legislation follows the recent Supreme Court judgment that resolved long-standing disputes over the status of autonomous communities in the state. He explained that the law would contain a comprehensive schedule identifying the autonomous communities that make up each local government area. The governor said the initiative is aimed at strengthening grassroots governance and addressing recurring disputes over community administration. He noted that while town unions currently play important roles in community development, they are voluntary associations, a situation that has led to the emergence of multiple unions in some communities and avoidable leadership conflicts. Professor Soludo reaffirmed his administration's commitment to strengthening local governance, promoting peace and ensuring orderly community administration across the state. He added that the proposed legal framework will provide greater clarity in community leadership and support sustainable development at the grassroots level. The Anglican Bishop of Enugu Diocese, the Right Reverend Samuel Obiajolo Ike, has called on the federal government to end the reintegration of repentant terrorists, insisting that those involved in acts of terrorism should be prosecuted in accordance with the law. He made the call in his presidential address at the third session of the 19th Synod of the Diocese held at St. Peter's Anglican Church, Owerthe, Enugu. Bishop Ike expressed concern over the nation's security situation despite increased government spending on defense. He noted that about 5.41 trillion naira, representing approximately 9.3% of the proposed 2026 national budget, had been allocated to security, yet incidents of killings, kidnappings, and violent attacks continue in many parts of the country. The cleric urged the federal government to strengthen its counterterrorism strategy by ensuring that perpetrators of violent crimes are brought to justice. He also called for decisive action against individuals found to be supporting terrorist groups and advocated the official designation of Boko Haram members as terrorists. In addition, he urged authorities to address the use of social media platforms for extremist propaganda. On the economy, Bishop Ike criticized the federal government's continued borrowing, describing it as inconsistent with earlier commitments to reduce dependence on loans. He also questioned whether the country's significant investment in military hardware had translated into improved security, maintaining that Nigerians deserve greater protection of lives and property. The news on the hour is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Nigeria strengthens Ebola preparedness as NCDC tightens border surveillance. Coming up shortly, police arrest Lagos suspect over human hand, illegal weapons. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Enugu State Police Command has recovered 2 vehicles stolen in separate incidents in Imo State and arrested 3 suspects in operations aimed at curbing vehicle theft and other criminal activities. The recovered vehicles include a commercial minibus recently snatched in Okigwe and a Lexus RX 300 sports utility vehicle stolen during an armed robbery in Owerri in 2018. Police said operatives of the Anambra Police Division acting on credible intelligence recovered the commercial minibus after it was traced to Wike community in Diabo Anambra local government area of Enugu State. The suspects reportedly abandoned the vehicle and fled on sighting the operatives. Efforts are ongoing to apprehend those involved. In a separate operation, operatives of the Enugu Metro Area Command recovered the Lexus RX 300 after a verification by the Federal Road Safety Corps confirmed it had been reported stolen. Police investigations revealed that the vehicle was snatched during an armed robbery in Owerri in 2018. 3 suspects, Chukwudi Ubani, Uchenno Baji, and Nnemene Chukwudi, were subsequently arrested in connection with the case. The Commissioner of Police, Enugu State Command, Mr. Bitrus Giwa, commended the operatives for the successful operation and urged the public to continue providing timely and credible information to the police. He also advised intending buyers of used vehicles to verify ownership documents before purchase and encouraged vehicle owners to register with the Nigerian Police Force Electronic Central Motor Registry to facilitate the recovery of stolen vehicles. The Lagos State Police Command has arrested a 21-year-old suspected armed robber allegedly found in possession of a suspected human hand, firearms, and other dangerous items during a stop-and-search operation along the Lekki-Epe Expressway. The police public relations officer, Mr. Bimbola Debisi, said operatives intercepted an unregistered commercial shuttle bus conveying 6 occupants, during which one of the passengers was arrested. A search of the suspect reportedly led to the recovery of a suspected human right hand, 2 locally made pistols, and 1 live cartridge, 2 axes, a point-of-sale machine, and 5 automated teller machine cards. According to the police, the suspect allegedly confessed to robbing 3 victims and dispossessing them of valuables, including the recovered POS machine and ATM cards. Investigators are working to identify the victims and reunite them with their recovered property, while further inquiries continue into the circumstances surrounding the suspected human hand. The Commissioner of Police, Mr. Fatai Tijani, reassured residents of the command's commitment to tackling crime across the state. The police said investigations are ongoing to identify other suspects linked to the case, while the suspect will be charged to court upon the conclusion of investigations. The Vice-Chancellor of the University of Uyo, Professor Chris Ekong, has expressed concern over what he described as the persistent funding deficit facing Nigerian public universities, warning that inadequate financing is affecting infrastructure, research, and the delivery of quality education. Professor Ekong said capital allocations to federal universities have remained below 10% over the past 4 years, while institutions are also required to remit 25% of their internally generated revenue to the federal government. He noted that failure to comply could result in deductions from personnel allocations. The Vice-Chancellor spoke during the University of Uyo Alumni Association's first anniversary lecture and the inauguration of the renovated 550-seat ELF lecture theatre and the institution's main campus in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. He said universities require stronger financial support to meet growing academic and infrastructure demands. Professor Ekong called on alumni associations, corporate organizations, and other stakeholders to complement government efforts through strategic partnerships and investments in tertiary education. He also announced plans to include members of the Alumni Association in the university's advisory committee to strengthen institutional development. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Tunji Disu, has directed security agencies in Osun State to intensify collaboration to combat criminal activities and ensure adequate security ahead of the August 15th governorship election. Represented by the Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the Southwest, Mr. Adegoke Soyoade, the Inspector General gave the directive during a stakeholder security meeting at the Osun State Police Command Headquarters in Osogbo. He expressed concern over reports of violence and other security threats in parts of the state. The meeting brought together security agencies and political stakeholders to review security preparations for the election. While representatives of the All Progressive Congress attended the meeting, police noted the absence of the Accord Party despite an invitation extended to the party. The Inspector General urged security agencies to identify criminal hideouts, strengthen intelligence gathering, and ensure that offenders are dealt with strictly in accordance with the law. He reaffirmed the commitment of the Nigeria Police Force to maintain peace and guaranteeing a secure environment before, during, and after governorship election. The Osun State Police Command has arrested 3 suspects over the alleged unlawful possession of a human skull believed to have been removed from a family grave in the state. Investigations into the incident are continuing while efforts have been intensified to arrest another suspect who remains at large. The Police Public Relations Officer, Superintendent of Police Abiodun Ojelabi, said the case was reported after a resident discovered that the grave of his late elder brother located within the family compound had been tampered with and the deceased skull removed by unknown persons. Police said intelligence-led investigations resulted in the arrest of Ogunshola Ojo, who allegedly implicated Ayoloja Latif, Aziz Rashid, and Kunle Fatai. A subsequent search at the residence of the fleeing suspect, Kunle Fatai, led to the recovery of the suspected woman's skull concealed in an uncompleted building adjoining the property. The recovered exhibit has been taken into police custody while investigations continue to establish the circumstances surrounding the incident and apprehend all those connected with the alleged offense. The command assured residents that all suspects found culpable would be prosecuted in accordance with the law. The Vice-Chancellor of the University of Uyo, Professor Chris Ekong, has expressed concern over what he described as the persistent funding deficit facing Nigerian public universities, warning that inadequate financing is affecting infrastructure, research, and the delivery of quality education. Professor Ekong said capital allocations to federal universities have remained below 10% over the past 4 years, while institutions are also required to remit 25% of the internally generated revenue to the federal government. He noted that failure to comply could result in deductions from personnel allocations. The Vice-Chancellor spoke during the University of Uyo Alumni Association's first anniversary lecture and the inauguration of the renovated 550-seat ELF lecture theatre at the institution's main campus in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. He said universities require stronger financial support to meet growing academic and infrastructural demand. Professor Ekong called on alumni associations, corporate organizations, and other stakeholders to complement government efforts through strategic partnerships and investment in tertiary education. He also announced plans to include members of the Alumni Association in the university's advisory committee to strengthen institutional development. Lagos State Governor Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu has directed the commencement of a large-scale demolition and environmental cleanup of illegal structures on the median of the Lagos-Badagry Expressway beginning Monday as part of efforts to restore order and improve sanitation along the corridor. Speaking during the monthly environmental sanitation exercise in Surulere, Governor Sanwo-Olu said the illegal occupation of the highway median as an abuse of public infrastructure and a threat to the ongoing reconstruction of the Lagos-Badagry 10-lane superhighway. He warned that all illegal structures between Orile, Igamu, and Okokomaiko would be removed without exception. The governor reiterated that the road median was designed solely for highway infrastructure and not for commercial activities or residential occupation. He assured residents that the enforcement exercise would support traffic management, environmental sustainability, and public safety across the state. Governor Sanwo-Olu also announced that the state government had procured an additional 150 waste compactors to improve refuse evacuation. He said the first batch of the equipment is expected to arrive within the next 3 months as part of broader efforts to strengthen waste management across Lagos State. Residents of Alimosho local government area of Lagos State have expressed concern over the persistent accumulation of refuse in their communities, saying prolonged delays in waste evacuation have reduced the effectiveness of the state's monthly environmental sanitation exercise. The residents spoke during the June environmental sanitation exercise reintroduced by the Lagos State government in April 2026 to encourage regular community cleanup through movement restrictions observed on the last Saturday of every month. They said overflowing refuse had become a public health concern despite residents' efforts to keep their surroundings clean. Some residents attributed the situation to the inability of private sector participation waste operators to evacuate refuse regularly. They said many collection vehicles were unable to clear the growing volume of waste, resulting in overflowing dump sites and offensive odors in residential neighborhoods. However, other residents urged members of the public not to abandon the sanitation exercise, stressing that environmental cleanliness remains a shared responsibility. They called for improved waste collection services and stronger collaboration between residents and the Lagos State government to achieve a cleaner and healthier environment. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, ndlea, Enugu State Command, says it confiscated Naira 29.463 kilograms of assorted illicit drugs and secured the conviction of 53 drug offenders between November 2025 and June 2026. The seizures include cannabis sativa and methamphetamine, popularly known as the crystal meth or rumiri. The state commander of the agency, Mr. Obuti Adekunle, announced this during 2026 International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Drug Trafficking held in Enugu in collaboration with the Enugu State government. He added that 111 drug-related cases were pending before the Federal High Court, while 157 clients received counseling and 23 others were undergoing rehabilitation. Mr. Adekunle described drug abuse as a major threat to public health, security, and national development. Governor Petermbah, represented by the Commissioner for Health, Professor George Ugu, urged young people to reject substance abuse and embrace opportunities in agriculture, digital technology, and mechanized farming. Delivering the keynote lecture, Dr. Roland Okereke, Senior Registrar at the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Enugu, called for improved access to treatment, early intervention, and stronger family support to address substance use disorders. Before we go on the news, a recap of our top stories. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention has intensified national preparedness against Ebola virus disease, with Director General Dr. Lajide Idris announcing strengthened border surveillance, enhanced screen and international entry points, and closer collaboration with relevant agencies despite the absence of confirmed Ebola case in Nigeria. The Lagos State Police Command has arrested a 21-year-old suspect allegedly found in possession of a suspected human hand, 2 locally made pistols, and other dangerous items during a stop-and-search operation along the Lekki-Ebe Expressway. The police public relations officer, Mr. Bimbola Adebisi, says investigations are ongoing, while the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Fatai Tijani, has reaffirmed the command's commitment to combating crime and ensuring public safety across Lagos State. That's the news. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Have a wonderful afternoon.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect, before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991, from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef, or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival. This carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Aneke television. How agribo di egwu nkwa go na ahia mgboji ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ma. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na emelu ogbe ya mela amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezu oru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Heu na-emelu ogbe ya mela amadi ihe. Ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site.
A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba. Ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụ ike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ. Ekene gị dịka ị na-esonyela anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị. Anyị abịakwa ka anyị karịa akpa dịka anyị si akpa, dịka ndị nne, dịka ndị nchịkọta, dịka ụmụada. Na nke taa, ihe anyị na-eji neba anya bụ ọgba aghara, nsogbu na mkpagbu anyị na-afụ kịta na ezinụlọ anyị dị iche iche n'ọha obodo. Ọ bụrụ na ị gee ntị ihe na-eme, etighe nwaanyị tigbuo ya, akụọ ya, kụfee enyi isi. Ụfọdụ ọ bụla ụmụaka anyị na ha bi ka a na-akụ, dịka nke na-eme ugbu a. Nwatakịrị nne buru afọ ọnwa ite naanị nechelu nwa onye ọzọ buru afọ ọnwa ite naanị ka anya nwasị wee gbuo, wee kwụọ anya ụda apa ahụ ọ kwara ya. Ọnya ka anyị bụ ndị nne, ụmụada na ndị nlekọta ezinụlọ, maka a na-asị n'obodo ọbụla nwaanyị kọọ na ihe kọọ ha. Ọnya ka ha ji wee sị ka anyị zukọ tata ka anyị tinyeke n'ọnụ n'okwu a, maka na o tego aka anyị na-ekwu mana ọ dịka ntị a na-agwa ka ọ na ha ada anụ. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nke tata. O nwekwe na alụ ị ga-atụnyela anyị, etụnyela anyị. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele. Na nke taa, ndị mụ na ha na-eji ịtụnye ọnụ n'okwu bụ site n'aka ekpe mụ Akwaagụ Chikọdị, Odoziakụ na Ọkpatakụ ka ọ bụ. Akwaagụ Chikọdị, anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na nke tata.
Ndewo.
Onye ọzọ anyị na ya nọ wee bụrụ onye na-eme iwu, ọkaikpe, barista. Ana m asị ha put it to you, mana asị m ya na ọma put it to me tata. Naanị ihe na-agwa ndị mmadụ maka ndị I put it to you ama mbọsị polisi chọrọ m okwu n'ụzọ mma anya ụla, maka ama m na enwe m onye ọkaikpe. O wee bụ barista Judith Ekwe. Anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na nke tata. Onye ọzọ anyị na ya so na nke taa wee bụrụ Chidimma ọzọ ihu, na-ekpokọta, na-achịkọtakwa, na-akpatakwa n'ezinụlọ. Chidimma, anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na nke tata.
Daalụ. Ndị Igbo mụrụ m ekene m.
Dịka anyị si wee kwuo, m ga-ebido ebe ị nọ. Chidimma, ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ mkpagbu, ọgba aghara na mmegide anyị na-afọ kịta anụwa, mana anyị ga-ebido ebe ụmụaka nọ, maka o tego aka anyị kwube nke ụmụ nwaanyị, anyị ka ga-etinyekwu ya ọnụ. Wee na-achọ ka anyị bido ebe ụmụaka nọ, dịka ihe anyị na-afọ kịta. Nwatakịrị ya na mmadụ bi, tie ya ka anụmanụ nọ n'ọfịa. Wee na-ajụ, biko, dịka onye nne, dịka nwaanyị dị n'ezinụlọ, ọ dị gị ka gịnị na-akpata mmegide na mkpagbu a na ọgba aghara anyị na-ada afụba na imegide ebe ụmụaka nọ?
Ekene m gị onye nchịkọta. Abịa na ezinụlọ dị iche iche, ihe na-eme n'oge dị ugbu a chọrọ njọ, nke bụ na onye arịkpanyere mmadụ ka ọ nekata na-eji ya eme ihe masịrị ya. Ọ bụ enweghị obi Chineke na-akpata na a ga-enye mmadụ ga-akpọrọ nwa ya kpọnye mmadụ ka ọ nekọta ya, o were ya were ebe ọ ji akwa akpa, o were ya mere ebe a na-agba aja, ọ na-eme ihe masịrị ya, na-etighi ihe. Ọ dịka a ga-asị na ọ bụrụ mmadụ mụrụ nwa ahụ. Nke m dị mma, mana nke onye ọzọ adịrọ mma. Ọ bụ ihe jọgburu udene ma sigbuo nkakụ. Ka ọ ragodi m n'ọnụ otu a.
Daalụ rinne. Odoziakụ Chidimma, ka m bịa ebe ị nọ. Ọkaikpe, omebe ikpe, omeiwu, barista Judith Ekwe, dịka nne, dịka onye fugoro ọtụtụ ihe n'ezinụlọ, ọ dị gị ka onwe ihe ọ ga-abụ nwatakịrị mee nwaanyị nọ n'ezinụlọ, o tie ya ụdị ihe anyị na-afụ, o tiche ya, o tie ya ka anụmanụ dị n'ọfịa? Ọ dị ka onwe ihe ga-eme nwaanyị inwe udo obi ahụ n'ebe nwatakịrị akpọnyere ya nọ ma ọgodo nwa nke maka ụfọdụ na-etukwa ụmụ nke ha.
Ndewo. Ya bụ ihe dịka nwanne m nwaanyị kwuru nwere otu o si wee dị. Nwaanyị nwere ụdị obi ahụ wee tie nwa ya ma ọ bụ nwa onye ọzọ ihe dị otu a dịrọ mma chaa. Ineba anya n'ihe a obodo na nwa ahụ bụ okenye mana ine anyị fụ na nwa a bụrụ okenye, ọ ka bụ obere nwa. O jọgburu ude na-esi gbuo nkapị. Ọ dịrọ mma, anabataghị m ya chaa. Ụdịrị ha ka na-enebara ya anya. Nwaanyị ahụ kwesịrị ihe a ga-ejide nye ya ntaramahụhụ n'ụlọ ikpe maka ihe ndị bekee na-akpọ ya bụ child abuse. O nwere iwu megidere ya. Kee ka mmadụ dị ndụ tụrụ ime ga-esi wee mekpaa ụdị agwa ahụ. Nne m ọ jọgbukwara ude na-esigbo nkapị. Anyị anaghị akwado ihe ọjọọ. Ihe ọjọọ adịrọ mma chaa.
Daalụ rinne Barrister Judith Ekwe. Na-abịa ebe ị nọ Chikodi, dịka nne nọ n'ezinụlọ, o nwere ụdị akparamagwa ọ ga-abụ ụmụaka kpaba, ọ dịka ọ na-afụ anya ofu ka o si n'ahụ. Nwatakịrị nọkata o were ihe a na-enyeghị ya. Mgbe izi eri ozi, o nwere ka ọma njie mgbe ị kwesịrị. Kedu ihe ọ dị gị ka nne nọ n'ezinụlọ kwesịrị ime na ọ fụba ụdị ọnọdụ a karịa iji aka tigbuo nwatakịrị ya na ya bi?
Ndewo, Oriakụ. Nwatakịrị kpawa agwa ọjọọ dị iche iche, iziri ozi, o mewe ihe ọzọ. Ihe nchekwa dịka nne na ị ga-eme ya, ịma na ụmụazị ha na-etolite, ịnapụ ha nke a dozi ha ewetakwa ọzọ tiekwe na nke ahụ ịnapụrụ ha. Mana dịka nne, site na amara Chineke, anyị ga na-enwe obi umeala, wefu iwe ọkụ. Maka iwe ọkụ dị gị n'ahụ, ị ga-eji ya wee merụọ nwatakịrị ahụ arụ. Maka na ịbụ nne, ihe ị ga-eme bụ ịkpọọ ya, biko mbọsị ọzọ ihe anụnwa ime na ọ dịghọ mma. Nwa Chineke ga-emezikwa na ihe a mbọsị dị ụtọ dị ụtọ. Igwe anya udo ahụ, ọ bụrụ mgbe ọbụla nwatakịrị mere ihe ịdarị akụgbuwe, ọ dịghọ mma n'ezinụlọ. Ị ga na-agwa ya anya maka ụmụazị ga-emenata ihe ha ji bụrụ ụmụaka. And isowe ha ka ha si akpa agwa, ịma na ị ga-akụgbu ya onye ahụ adọrọ n'ozu. N'oyi ji nwayọọ jiri ndụmọdụ na-agwa ya okwu. Mgbe ịgwakọtakwara ya, Chineke ga-eme amara, o chegharịa, mewe ọfụma.
Daalụ rinne. Mgbe ịgwakọtara ya, Chineke ga-eme amara, o chegharịa, maka ihe niile abụghị tie. Dịka anyị na-ene n'anya na nke ụmụaka, mkpagbu a na-akpagbu ụmụaka ma mmegide a na-emegide ụmụaka n'ezinụlọ, ka anyị bịake n'ebe ndị nne nọ, maka ọ bụ sọsọ ụmụaka ka a na-emegide. Ka m bịa ebe ị nọ Barrister Judith, ị na-anya n'ọtụtụ ihe na-eme, mmegide a na-emegide ụmụ nwanyị n'ezinụlọ n'ọgọdụ n'obodo, dịka ọ dịka ọ na-arịgozi kwa mgbe. Anyị anụgo nke Osinachi, anyị anụgo nke onye dị egbubiri aka. Ọtụtụ ihe kwa ka aka na-anụ. Onwe nke asị na nwoke amamihe nwunye ya mere, o wee tie ya ka ewu Awụsa, na ọ bụrụ ndị kwuru okwu. Biko, o nwee ihe ọ dị gị ka ọ ga-abụ nwaanyị mee n'ezinụlọ, o mee ka nwoke tie nwunye ya ụdị ihe ahụ?
Oriakụ, ajụjụ dị amaka. Echeghị m na o kwesịrị ekwesị nwoke iti nwunye ya ihe. Ụdị ihe ọ sọkwa nwaanyị ahụ mee, o kwesịghị imetụ ya aka n'ahụ. Maka na mgbe ha abụọ bido n'ụwa di na nwunye, ha kwere onwe ha nkwa ịhụnanya bụ ihe na-ejikọ di na nwunye. Ịhụnanya ka ha ji were hụta onwe ha wee nụwa. Ọ dịrọ mma na nwoke were aka ya wee metụ nwaanyị n'ahụ. Ụdị ihe ọ sọkwara ya bụrụ, o nwere ụdị iwe ga-enwe nwoke, o nwere ụdị iwe ga-ewe ewe nwoke n'ebe nwunye ya nọ. Maka anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị, anyị na onwe anyị dịkwa ihe ọnụ anyị anaghị adị ofe ebe. Mana nwoke nwere uche, ihe ụdịrị ha akpasu gị nwe, ị nwere ike ụkwụ ego odidi ịma ihe i mere, imepe ụzọ pụgodu. Mgbe ihe ahụ i chere na ụlọ ga-ajụkwa oyi, ị na-achite. Mgbe ahụ obi nwaanyị adago. Maka ihe na-ebute ihe niile abụ enweghị ndidi. Ịfụnanya ahụ adịghị. Iwe ọ na-emebi ihe, oke iwe. Anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị kwesịkwara anyị ebenatakwa ọnụ anyị. Maka anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị, ọnụ anyị karịkwa. Maka o nwere ihe na-ebute eji eti ihe ahụ. Anaghị anọkata nwoke ebido tiwe nwaanyị ihe. O nwere ihe ome, o nwere ihe kpatara ya. Ụmụ nwaanyị ugbu a nruwe isi adịghịzi n'ebe ha nọ. N'oge gboo, oge nke nne na nna anyị ha, echeghị m na ihe dị otu a dị. Mana anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị, anyị na-enedakwa ndị di anyị anya. Ọkwa ya na-ebute ihe dị otu a. Oriakụ, ọkwa ihe nsị ka m kwuo eziokwu na anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị. Mma nji na m bụ nwaanyị wee kwuchetewere ụmụ nwaanyị. Enwere ebe nwoke na-enye nsogbu, nwee ebe nwaanyị na-enye nsogbu. Mana nwaanyị ma nwoke, ọ bụ na ha ghọtara onwe ha, echeghị m na ụdịrị ha ga-adị. Mana nwoke, mgbe ọbụla nwunye gị kpasuru gị iwe, ma ọ na onye ọzọ kpasuru gị wee nata ụlọ, ị ga-ama ka ị ga-esi were kwuo okwu, ma ọ bawa mba, ma ọ kwuo okwu dị aṅaa. Gị bụ nwaanyị makwa n'ihe nwoke kwugodu, ịgbachi nkịtị, kpụrụ mmiri n'ọnụ. Maka ụdịrị okwu a na-eme nwoke, ịmaka ụmụ nwoke si eme. Mgbe ọbụla anyị bụ nwoke, mba ọga ọmụmụ ezinụlọ, ikpe ọnụ ụkpụrụ mara ka isi agwa ya okwu. Gịnị ya bụrụ ọgbọ? Nwoke bụ nwoke, nwaanyị bụ nwaanyị. Ndewo.
Daalụ rinne. Mgbe na-abịa ebe ị nọ, Odoziakụ Chidimma, oge ụfọdụ anyị na-ekwu mkpagbu ụmụ nwaanyị ka a na-akpagbukeri, ụmụ nwaanyị ka a na-aka eti ihe. Eziokwu na ọnụ anyị ada ekwe njite. Mana kene echiche nke gị, kedu ihe ọ ga-abụ nwaanyị fụba ọma na nsogbu adịbago? Kedu ụdị omume ọ ga-abụ nwoke mebe ọ dị ya ka onweghị ebe mmiri si wee baba obi ụmụnne?
Daalụ onye nchịkọta. Ọ dị ọtụtụ ihe ọ ga-abụ nwaanyị hụba n'ezinụlọ, ọ mara na agwọ nọ n'akịrịka, na udo adịrọzi n'ezinụlọ. Nke mbụ, oge nwoke bụ nna ezinụlọ wee ego, mana nwunye ya n'ahịa ego a ga-eji gote nri, ma ọ bụ ego a ga-eji gotere ụmụaka, kwụọrọ ụmụaka ụgwọ akwụkwọ, ma ọ bụ jee mee ihe ndị ọzọ. Nwoke ahụ asị, enweghị m ego adịrọ m, ewero m. Mana ọ ma na o wee ego, nwaanyị ahụ na-echi onwe ya mara ma o were ihe ọ dị ọjọọ ọ na-eme mere nwoke a ji wee mee ụdị ihe dị ụta. Maka ọ bụrụ ebe udo dị, nne ezinụlọ ama nkata obi pụọ, rapụ inye nwunye ya ego ka o wee nekọta ụmụaka Chineke nyere ha n'aka ka ha lekọta. Ọ bụrụ na nwaanyị hụ ụdị ihe a, ya jụọ onwe ya ajụjụ mara kedu ebe nsogbu dị. Nke ịbụọ, ọ bụrụ na nwoke na-eje ọrụ, ọ na-abụ ojebe ọrụ, ọ na-akwụ ihe dịka elekere 4 nke mgbede ma nke 5, ọ na-atago n'ebe o jere ọrụ, bịa nọrọ ya na ezinụlọ ya nọrọ. Mana nwaanyị hụwazie na ọ na-abụ ọkụ maghara nke 5 ahụrọ m di m, ọkwụọ nke 7 ahụrọ m di m, ọkwụọ nke 9 naanị ahụrọ m di m. Nwaanyị ahụ mara na agwọ na akịrịka na nsogbu ụdị na owoge ihe ọjọọ mere nwoke ahụ. Nwoke a ji wee koo obi na-ahapụziri ezinụlọ ka ọ nọwazie, nwoke wee jee ebe ọzọ na-ezoro gịnị ndo. Maka nwoke bido natawa n'abalị, o were ebe ọ na-ezoro ndo, o wego ihe gị bụ nwaanyị mere ya, mere o ji rapụrụ gị ezinụlọ. Ndewo.
Daalụ. Na ntụnye nke gị Chikaọdịlị, kedu ihe ọzọ dị gị ka ọ ga-abụ nwaanyị fụba ọma na nsogbu adịgo? O nwere ike ọ bụ na o si n'aka ma o si n'aka di ya. Kedu n'echiche nke gị ihe ọ ga-abụ nwaanyị fụba n'ezinụlọ ọma na ọgbaghara abatago?
Ndewo onye nchịkọta. Ihe na-echekwa na nwaanyị ga-abụ ọfụwa n'ezinụlọ ma na nsogbu adị, dịka Oriakụ Chidimma si wee kwuo, na ịma bụ na di gị na-abata n'oge emegidezikwa di gị ada abatazi. Mana ọtụtụ mgbe anyị nwa bụ ụmụ nwaanyị sokwa na-eme. O nwere ike ọ bụ na di gị bụ onye na-asị na ọ na-eri nri n'oge, na ọ na-akụkwa n'ara elekere 6 na ọ ga-eri nri. Ị na-eme anyị nọkata ịma mmezi a. Onye na-eri nri ọ nọkata ọbịa ịma ndosiziri ya nri ka isi edosiri ya. Ifro na onwego na esemokwu ya bụ nsogbu abatawago. And ọtụtụ mgbe anyị nwa bụ ụmụ nwaanyị anyị na-adị n'eghara anya. O nwere ike mgbe anwa di gị ịmagokwa na orugokwa oge anwa di gị ga-abata, ịtọ n'ebe ị na-apị fon, hapụ ihe ị kwesịrị ime. Mgbe ahụ o butego esemokwu. Di gị nwere ike bata n'anya fụ na ndị ya adịrọ na tebụl. O nwere ike ọ baa n'ụlọ dosa akpị ya pụkwa ezi. Mgbe ahụ o bidogokwa pụwa ezi jee riwe nri ebe ọzọ. Fugo na anyị nwa bụ nwaanyị anyị ejirigo onwe anyị wee chụpụ nwoke apụwa n'ezi. Ọragodo m otu.
Daalụ rinne. N'echiche nke gị Odoziakụ Judith Ekwe, ama m na onwe ihe ị ga-agbakwunye n'ihe a, mana ka ị na-agbakwunye o nwee ihe nchọ itinyekwe na ya. Ọ dị gị ka ọzụzụ oso na-akpata ụfọdụ omume ụmụ nwaanyị na-eme, akachacha ndị a na-eme ihe di ha ji eti ha ihe etiri eti?
Ọzụzụ
ya bụ otu esi wee zụọ nwaanyị ahụ na be nne ya.
Ọtụtụ oge ọ na-esokwa. Oge ụfọdụ ọ naghịkwa abụcha ọzụzụ enyere onye, maka na n'oge ugbu a ha na-akpọzi onwe ha ndị Gen Z. Ha anaghịzi eyizikwe nne ka ha ji eyi nna. N'ọkwa ihe ha na-afụta mana onyonyo na ebe ndị ọzọ dị iche iche, ihe ndị ọcha webatachara anyị ka ha na-emezi. Echeghị m na ọ bụcha otu esi wee zụọ onye o ji wee na-ebi ndụ ahụ. Mana n'oge ugbu a o nwezikwa ndị nne na nna achọghịzikwa ịma ihe na-eme na ndụ ụmụ ha. Ụfọdụ ndị nne anaghị akụziri ụmụ ha ka esi esi nri n'ụlọ. Ifu nwata nwa agbọghọbịa tochara ọnụ ọdị oje na-akpọta oje na ndị na-eshi nri n'ilo, ha shieri ya nri butere ya okujuo na friji. Ọ bụ ihe kwesịrị ekwesị? Ọtụtụ ndị nne na nna hapụrụ ọrụ dịrị ha na-eme ihe ọzọ. Ọtụtụ ụmụ nwanyị anya lukwelu ha ana, ha jikwa aka nne na nna ha nyere ha ọzụzụ enyere ha wee na-ebikwa na be di ha. Ife ezinụlọ dị ụtọ, ọ na-atọ ụtọ. Ha na-anọ n'udo, ha ma ihe ha kwesịrị ime, maka na nne na nna ha gbaziri ha ọfụma, kọwatara ha ka esi ebi n'ezinụlọ. Echeghị m na ọzụzụ bụ ihe na-ebute karịa. Ụfọdụ enyekwara ha ezigbo ọzụzụ ahụ, mana site n'ihe ha na-afụzi na-eme na mba ụwa, o mee ha obi ha pụọ n'ọzụzụ nne na nna nyere ha tupu ha anụwa di, ha emewe ihe ọzọ, mewe ka o si dị ha mma.
Daalụ. Dịka onye ọka iwu, ọ dịghị ka o nwee ihe mmadụ ga-abụ mee ọ bụrụ ihe ga-eweta etimeti? n'ezinụlọ maka oge ụfọdụ tie anụnwa na-ebuso ezinụlọ ọ dịghị ka onwe ihe ọ ga-abụ mee nwoke nwee ikike iti nwunye ụdị ha ahụ
nwoke enweghị ikike ọbụla iti nwaanyị ihe ekwugo m ya na mbụ na ọ jọgburu ude na-esigbuo nke abụọ ihe ọbụla nwaanyị megodere gị hapụ iti ya ihe iwu megidere ya enwego ọtụtụ ebe nwoke tigide nwunye ya ha tigbuo dịka ikwuru na mbụ gbasara Osinachi nke wuru ewu onye ọbụla makwa nwoke tigide ha tigbuo ya ọ bụrụ onye nwụrụ anwụ ọkwa ya bụ nwoke mechaa tawa ahụhụ dị na ya tawakwuo onwe ya ụta maka ahapụghị ya ọ dịghọ mma ihe niile a bụ iwe na ihe isi ike obodo anyị nọ na ya ọ dịkwa nke ya na-ebutekwa ọnọdụ ahụ mgbe nwoke chere ụgwọ akwụkwọ chee nke ahụ chee na ego nri adị nwaanyị abịakwuo fụkwashi ya ibu na-abara ya mgbe ekwu okwu enyi ha nghọtago nwoke nwere ike ma ya mara mgbe o ji were gbawa akwụkwọ onye aka tie nwaanyị ihe o nwere ike ọ bụ nnọọ nke emegoro ya wee na-abata na bịa nwaanyị na onwe ya ama nghọtakwu ọma nghọta onye ọbụla ya na nwoke bi kwesịrị ime obi di ya makwala obi nke ya udo a na-achị n'ezinụlọ o tichara ihe a tite gịnị nwee n'ihe o titere mgbe ahụ ka ọ mụnyeziri ọkụ n'ụlọ ọkụ a na-enwu ọ dịghọ mma
na echiche obi nke gị Doziakụ Chidimma o nwere oge abụ emegide ihe mmegide a nwaanyị asị kama m ga-abụkwa Osinachi ka m pụọ
ndewo n'ezie o nwere oge ọ ga-abụ nwaanyị bigodo n'ezinụlọ nwoke etigide ya ọ ga-abụ ọ bụrụ na oge ọ ga-eru ọ na-abara gị ma na-eti gị ihe dịara gị bụ ije gwa ndị mụrụ gị ma ọ bụ nne nke nwoke ma ọ bụ nna nke nwoke n'ikwu ihe nwoke a na-eme m ma ọ bụrụ na aka gị dị ọcha ọ bụrụ gị na-ebute ọgba aghara n'ezinụlọ ndị mụrụ nwoke ahụ bịa gwachacha ya okwu ma ọ bụrụ na o gere ntị biko nwanne m nwaanyị kama isi gị ga-atọkwa na ị nụrụ di ọkara mma na m buru ngwongwo m na-be nna m maka na ndị ndụ Chineke nyere m aka ọ bụ na mụtụ nwa o ruo echi ụmụaka m ga-abịa kpọrọ m kpọnatakwa na be di m ma dịwa ndụ mana kama m ga-ebi n'ezinụlọ mgbe ọbụla i were mmiri akpa aja ebe ị na-ama otu esi esu ọkpọ ebe ị na-ama otu esi agba karat nsogbu dịkwa ihe dị otu a mie nwanne m nawa eziokwu na akwụkwọ nsọ kwuru wee sị na ma n'ọnwụ ma na ndụ na nwoke na nwaanyị ga-ebiriri mana o nwere ọnọdụ ọ ga-abụ ọ dịgide o nwere ihe a na-akpọ n'oyibo abolition of marriage agbasa unu kama isi mmadụ ga-abakwa nne ya agbasa unu nwoke ejebiri nke ya nwaanyị ejebiri nke ya ka ọ ragide m otu a n'ọnụ
daalụrị nne ka m bịa ebe nọ barista dịka onye ọka iwu kedu okwu inwe ike ịgwa nwaanyị nọ n'ezinụlọ maka abịa na-ene ọ na-afịa ahụ efu ebe afọ na nwaanyị na-eti di eti ntintim afụbe nwaanyị na-etiti ntintim ọ bụrụ na ụmụ nwoke na-eti ụmụ nwaanyị dị 10 ma nọ naanị ofu nwaanyị ka ị ga-afụ ebe ọ na-eti nwoke biko kedu ndụmọdụ ị ga-adọ ụmụ nwaanyị nọ ebe a na-emeti ntintim
ndụmọdụ m na-enye ụmụ nwaanyị nọ na be di ha na-emegide na-eti ihe mgbe ọbụla ndụmọdụ m na-enye ha bụ ọ bụrụ na ọ dị otu a enwere ndị na-ahụ maka ihe dị otu a nwere iwu megidere ya ndị human rights ndị wako o nwere ike o jesi ha na-ekwe ọnọdụ dị otu a ekpesara ha mana tupu ọ gaa n'ihu mkpesa ọ ga-agba mbọ hụ na aka ya dịkwa ọcha na ọ bụghọkwa ya nwa bụ ihe nsogbu si n'aka maka ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke na ha na-akpa agwa dịka emerụ ihe eme ejighị eji mgbe ha mechakwara ha bịakwa yọọ nwaanyị si ya biko ya gbaara na ha ama mmezi ọzọ mana enwere nke na-akarị ibe ya mgbe gị bụ nwaanyị hụrụ na ọ kweghezi gị meghe ọnụ tiwe mkpu ka ọnụ ha gị ka a gbatara gị ọsọ enyemaka ụwa asago anya anyị anọghọzi n'ishi anyị anọghọzi n'isi ijekwuru o nwekwara ụmụ nwaanyị ndị ibe gị ndị ọkaikpe na-ahụkwa maka ihe gbasara esemokwu di na nwunye ije gwa ha sị ha na-ekwe ha mara ihe ha mere na ị chọrọ enyemaka ọ bụghị imechie ọnụ gị na-anwụ ọ dịghọzi otu ahụ oge ugbu a ndụmọdụ m na-enye ha bụ ha wewe isi nwee ndidi mana enwere ka ị ga-esi nwere ndidi o kweghezikwa gị o kamakwa ị ga-eji wee nwụ ịchọwa enyemaka meghe ọnụ kwuo okwu ka amarụ ka a ga-esi nyere gị aka onye nwa bụ ndụmọdụ nwere ike inye
daalụrị nne ọkaikpe Judith Ekwe na-abịa ebe ị nọ Chikọdị dịka nwoke dị n'ezinụlọ ịma ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke pụta ha ekuo nku onye ka ebu ị ga-eji wee gwa ya okwu ya kwuo ikwesịghị ịsa biko kee ndụmọdụ ị ga-enye ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke chee na iwu bụ na nwaanyị ga-ekwu isi ala mgbe ọbụla na nwaanyị enweghị ọnụ okwu kee ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke a na-abụ nwa kparịrị m otipu gị maka onye mbụ ọmụ abụ ọga mmụọ
ndụmọdụ na-enye ụmụ nwoke dị otu ahụ mana a na-asị na ụmụ nwoke oge ọbụla ha na-aha gị shoda ha ndụmọdụ ga-enye ha bụ na ha kwesịkwa irote ịhụnanya ahụ ha nwe mgbe ị bịara kụọ aka ịfụ nwa agbọghọbịa sị na ịla ikiri ya na ị ga-anụ ya na gị na ya ga-ebi dịka di na nwunye irotegodu na onye a na ọkwa be mmadụ ka o si pụta o ruo echi niile nwaanyị ahụ mụrụ gị nwa ahụ ọ mụtara onye ọzọ bịa nụrụ ya merie otu ahụ ị ga-ala ike ị ga-emegodo ọbụrụ mgbe ọbụla nwaanyị ama nkwu ị ga-ahapụgodo ọbụgodo na ịma nwe okwu ahụ ọ chọrọ ikwu gbagodi ya nkịtị ka o kwugodo okwuo isi a oriakụ Nneọma ihe a ikwu na ọ dịkwa mma mana ọ dịcharakwa ka emee ya otu a ọ bụrụ oge ọbụla ọ bịakwanara isi anya mechie ọnụ na ịbụ nwoke mba ọ bụrụ ọsọ nwoke bụ ihe ga na-ekwu ihe na-eme n'ezinụlọ nwaanyị ga na-atụnyekwa na arụ nke ya ịgba nkịtị ka o kwugodu okwu ọkwa si na ndị Igbo si na anyụkọ mamịrị ọnụ ọgwụ ụfụfụ a na-eme otu a echekwana m na nsogbu ga-adị n'ezinụlọ udo bụ ihe ga na-abata ọragodu m otu a
daalụ na mkpokọta okwu gị Chidimma ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ ma nwoke ma nwaanyị nọ n'ezinụlọ ka a ghara ịdị na-afụzi ọgba aghara na tintintim n'ezinụlọ anyị
ndewo ndụmọdụ m ga-enye nwoke na nwaanyị nne na nna bi n'ezinụlọ bụ biko ka ịhụnanya tọrọ atọ bụrụ ebe ha ji wee rube isi ha ji wee hiri isi ya bụrụ ịhụnanya bụ ihe akwa ha onye meguo nwanne ya ka nwanne ya si ya nwunye m ọma ihe anyị mere m ọ dịrọkwa mma deke n'ihe i mere m ịgbawakwara m obi anyị gị bụ nwaanyị a gwara n'ihe i mere adịrọ mma i were obi nabata si di m ọma biko gbaghara m amaghị m ụma wee mee ihe dị otu a mgbe ha na-eme ihe dị otu a ha ga-ahụ na ịhụnanya ga-adị n'etiti ha nke ọzọ bụ ka ha nwee ike na-ekpe ka ekpere bụ nnukwute ngwa ọrụ ọgwọdụ na ekwensu chọọ ịbata a na-ekpe ekpere a na-ekpekọ egbere ọnụ ọ ga-enyere aka ka udo na ezinụlọ udo na ịhụnanya dị n'ezinụlọ ndewo
daalụrị nne gị bụ onye ọma sonyela anyị o wee bụrụ ebe a ka anyị na-ekpokọta nke tata ọ bụrụ na ihe anyị mee tata masị gị sonyela anyị mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-akpakwa nkata na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV ana m ekene unu maka isonyere anyị na nketa daalụrị nne Barrister Judith maka isonyere anyị daalụrị nne Chikọdị maka isonyere anyị ekenekwe gị Chidimma maka nke taata. Ama m na mgbe ọzọ m ga-akpọkwa unu na unu ga-abịa.
Anyị ga-abịa. Ndewo.
Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele. Wee ruo mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-akpakwa nkata. Chebirikwe na anyị na Aneke TV.
A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba. Ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ.
Aneke television. Heu agịrịgbo m dị egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. Heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ha ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Heu na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiho mọnwụ ntakịrị tụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks and welcome to Frontline Africa, broadcasting live on Aneke TV. Today, we'll take you behind the headlines, cutting through the noise to bring you the sharpest analysis, unbiased perspectives, and critical insights into the stories shaping our continent. From politics to the economy, our panel of seasoned analysts is ready to unpack the biggest issues of the day. This is Frontline Africa, and I'm Uche Osai. Joining us is Ozo Ibeneku Ogazimora, Esquire, former Commissioner of Strategy, Culture and Tourism here in Enugu State, a legal luminary and a seasoned public affairs analyst. Ozo.
Thank you very much.
And with us is Emeka Odom, who is a journalist, equally a development communication expert, and equally a seasoned public affairs analyst. Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure to have you one more time.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, gentlemen.
And you're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, let's get started. And one of the key issues we will look into today is 2027 election. Court set aside INEC timeline on party primaries and nomination. Following the suit filed by the Youth Party, which successfully challenged INEC's restriction, including an earlier deadline for submitting membership registers, in a significant ruling on Wednesday, the Federal High Court in Abuja voided key portions of the Independent National Electoral Commission's INEC's revised timetable for the 2027 general election. The court, presided over by Justice M.J. Omar, held that INEC exceeded its powers by attempting to shorten or prescribe timelines for political parties' primaries, nomination of candidates, withdrawal, replacement of candidates, and related pre-election activities. Then I'm asking, gentlemen, is this victory for political parties or a setback for electoral discipline?
Thank you. The fact remains that it is victory for democracy.
Victory for democracy?
Yes, in the sense that, you know, the court had to call INEC back to its rules. The court did not introduce any new rule. What the court has done is to tell INEC to go back to your rule, shortening the timelines for the political parties, stampeding the political parties, shutting doors against participants in the election. It's actually disenfranchising people, taking away from people the opportunity to participate. So the usual positive laxity or elasticity that is required was going to be suffocated and shut out by the new guidelines. And the court asked the INEC, please follow your rules. Follow your rule. Looking at the Electoral Act, these are your rules. You are not following it. By introducing these emergencies, you are violating your own rules. So you have to go back to your rules. So it was not as if the court were introducing any new rules. The court didn't introduce any new rules. The court is just saying, go back to what your law says. And your law says that people can do this and do the other thing. You know, the INEC was behaving like it was being teleguided.
Like it was being teleguided?
Yes, it was being operated in such a way that doors had to be shut against so many people. So there will be no room for defections. There will be no room for trying one's luck elsewhere after the door is shut at the other end. You know, if you look at what happened at the APC primaries, with the obvious manipulation and the brazen rigging that happened at the congresses, you see that people who had reasons to seek redress were denied such opportunities because of the INEC guidelines. People who now discovered that they had no chances in APC had their fate sealed until the introduction of this judgment. Because if you go by the guideline, many of the people who saw the obvious manipulation and deniers didn't have any chances again. Didn't even have chances of moving to another political party. Because by that guideline, INEC has shut movement, inter-party movement. And the court says, no, you are exceeding your bounds. You are manufacturing rules that are not in the electoral law. So why not follow this electoral law? Follow it so that the society will be more relaxed. The people will perceive fairness. But if you don't follow it, you are going to create kind of anarchy. Because people who are terribly frustrated won't even find succor elsewhere. They are condemned to remaining in the very gathering, in the very party. They had this unfairness visited on them, this manipulation visited on them. They are compelled to remain a part of it. That is to say, your fate, your interest in contesting election in any other party is sealed. And INEC is saying, the court is saying, no, That is not your rule. That is not your rule. You shortened the time of this rule so that you shut some people completely out. And in doing that, you have removed people's right to participate in the democracy. And that is what the judgment has delivered for Nigerians and for the benefit of democracy. Everybody is a beneficiary.
Everybody is a beneficiary.
Yes.
You know, I will come back to you because of the legal implications of this ruling. However, Mr. Emeka, let's get your input into this court ruling because you seem to have seen this coming.
Yes, well, not too different from what Honorable has said. The point here is that I understand INEC, I sympathize with them because the truth of the matter is that the 2023 Electoral Act, you know, had specified how long it would take parties to conduct their primaries, go through the processes, submit their candidates to INEC, and before the election itself. As a matter of fact, if I understand very correctly, I think it's about a cumulative period of about 180 days, about 6 months or so.
Yeah.
Now, that is what Nigerians had in mind, you know, going to 2027 general elections. And remember also that INEC on its own took quite some time before the guidelines came out, because at the point in time, people actually, because the guidelines says that they must publish the guidelines to the election 1 year before the election. And so many people were expecting them, but because the Electoral Act was undergoing amendment at the National Assembly, so on their own, they were also foot dragging. They wanted the final, the amended Electoral Act to come out, signed by the president, so that they will know, you know, what the new act says and what guidelines to set and things like. Eventually it came out, and by the time it came out, even the guideline itself had shortened, you know, some specific period, the time. So INEC was now probably trying to respond, because I remember there was also a time they said people, some civil society organizations and parties met them and asked them, so look, people should publish this so that the parties will know what to do. Yeah. They said they were waiting for the Electoral Act. So to a certain extent, I sympathize with them, and that they were only trying to see what they could do to respond to the thing. But at the end of the day, the parties should not be made to bear the consequences of whatever disjointment that has happened along the line. Because with the guideline that the INEC set, it put the parties, it creates some kind of pressure for the parties, put them at the edge, you know, pinning them against the wall, to the extent that the individual politicians there, their hands became tied. So if you miss a primary, if you miss to, for any reason whatsoever, you miss to be selected as a candidate in the primaries of a particular candidate, there's nothing else you can do. You just have to get stuck in that. Now, as much as we, the Nigerian people, probably do not want politicians, the itinerant politicking, a situation where somebody goes to this place, misses the primaries, and he runs to another political party to pick their ticket. Nigerians may not want that, but that's a moral issue. Legally, you shouldn't shorten people. You shouldn't shut people out. If a politician, you know, goes to party A, 6 nomination he doesn't get, he wants to go to party B and he doesn't still get, he wants to go to party C. That is his problem. It is his right to move to all of these places. Then allow the electors to say, we will not vote you because of this character that you have. Yes. Not that you shut out, you know, technically shut out a candidate because he was not able to, you know, get it. So I guess this court judgment has come to restore the rights and privileges of parties and individuals in a democratic setting, right? So, for me, that is what it should be.
All right, quickly, before I go back to us on this, these judgments, are you saying or you agree that he has opened the floodgates of defection amongst what you call itinerary politicians?
You see, the defection is a situation where one politician feels dissatisfied in a political party and he decides to move another one. Now, whatever has led to that dissatisfaction is a different ballgame entirely. So, but he must exercise that right to change party. That right must not, for any reason whatsoever, to be abridged. So that is the case. Again, also, you should also understand that this whole process is roundabout. It has an inbuilt checks and balances. Now, if a party recognizes the fact that, look, if you treat your members unjustifiably, there's likely to be an implosion. And what exactly is an implosion? Where party members decide to move out in droves to another party. So I guess if you look at politics is full of all kinds of the politics they play is full of all kinds of tricks and manipulations. Somebody had done an analysis somewhere to say, look, that the ruling party understands very clearly that if there's an implosion today, they are going to be the worst hit. And since they control the National Assembly, and that's why that clause is brought there, so that if you are in the party and eventually you are not chosen as a candidate, you have no choice but to remain there, because there's nowhere for you to go. And so and be punished,
Yes.
So, but as it is now, the court has come to the rescue. So parties must know that if any party fails to adopt fairness and the democratic procedure in choosing their candidates, their members will leave and seek.
The door is open.
The door is open. That's
to move wherever.
Exactly. Quickly, before we go on a short break, another veteran will be joining us. Just got the information. He will be joining us shortly. But before we go on a break, Honorable, from a legal perspective, we'll listen to Justice Mohammed Jiyuma, and from his ruling, the position of INEC, the INEC timetable is in conflict with the Electoral Act 2026. He cited section 29, 31, 32, 33, 84, and 98 of the Electoral Act. But in this instance, INEC has opted or opined that they would go to challenge that ruling at the appellate court. And I'm asking in this instance, where would INEC drive its legal authority to challenge this ruling if their position negates the principal position of the Electoral Act?
Yeah, as I said earlier on, the court is asking you to go by your rules. There's a rule. This law establishes you and establishes your guideline. Just go back to it, irrespective of who benefits. The framers of the Electoral Act, you have to respect their wisdom, whether you like it or not. And their wisdom is this number of days. So you now coming to say that by your new guidelines, you are shortening the days. We are looking at defection as if that was the motive for the order, for the judgment. But that wasn't the motive. The motive is just let us go by the law. If you start breaking the law now that the election has started and you are not checked, then you know that that election will eventually be a joke. So the court is saying go back to that rule. So whatever, they have the right of appeal, they can appeal it, but let us see what is going to happen. So me as a lawyer, it is not professionally correct for me to begin to say they will succeed or fail. It is up to them. They know the laws they are going to bring in. Maybe they know precedents they want to bring in. It is entirely up to them. But at the point we are now, the court says, go by your rule. And by the understanding of the rules, by this particular Federal High Court, these are your rules. Sections 29, 30, 31, and the rest. That is what you have to go by. If you think there is a better interpretation, the appeal is open. Very well, go ahead and appeal. If you get it, beautiful. If you don't get it, beautiful. It is Nigerians that are now saying, interpreting it to mean that this judgment has opened doors for defections. But then, when we talk about these defections or merits of it or not, you look at what has become our political culture. Our political culture is such now that the political party isn't anything, because there is no single politician that anchors his political leverage or expression in a particular party based on ideology. Ideology is no longer considered.
Absolutely.
That is why somebody will become a governor a week after he defects. That somebody becomes a National Assembly member a week after he defects. Somebody becomes a senator, right? He defects without a thought for that political foundation that gave him that seat.
All right. Also, thank you very much. On that note, we'll go on a short break. And when we return, we'll continue to probe these issues. Please, stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching Frontline Africa. Here on Frontline Africa, we are seasoned analysts, deboning biggest stories that is shaping our day. And joining us in this discussion is Ken Ofoma, a veteran journalist and a seasoned public affairs analyst. And of course, you already know that Ozo Ibuneku Ogazimora Esquire, a former commissioner of strategy, culture and tourism, and Emeka Odom have been here, deboning these issues. But Mr. Ken, it's a pleasure to have you on Frontline Africa.
Thank you for having me.
All right.
Thank you, my co-discussants.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay. Gentlemen, let's continue our deep dive into this conversation. And then we are moving in the high-stakes arena of Nigerian politics, where ambition collides with loyalty and power reshapes destinies. One seismic decision sends shockwaves across the nation. As the All Progressive Congress, APC, gears up for its governorship primaries, the battlefield has dramatically narrowed as the biggest bombshell comes from the oil-rich Rivers State. Governor Similayi Fubara, the man at the center of one of Nigeria's most explosive political rivalries, has turned supporters and foes alike by withdrawing from the race. In fact, in his words, he says, after due consultation with his family, friends, and associates, I have taken the difficult but necessary decision to withdraw, not out of fear or weakness, but in the supreme interest of peace, unity, and stability for Rivers people. He pledges unwavering support for whoever emerges the party's flag bearer. And of course, we know there's been a flag bearer already. But the question is, Fubara's exit, what is the implication for, one, Rivers State and the APC? Let's start with Ken, who just joined us on this conversation.
Well, I think there are so many things that happen in politics behind the scene that sometimes even the actors will not come to public with such events or happenings. But with time, maybe after a year or two or three, those things will begin to unravel. We know that why Fubara could not enjoy the privilege other governors were enjoying in the APC was because he had a larger-than-life godfather in Abuja, the man in Abuja, FCT minister, wike, who vowed that Fubara will not go back for second term. I recall also that Fubara was even impeached, or rather, there was a state of emergency after an attempt was made to impeach him. And after 6 months, he came back. For him, he may consider himself lucky that he even came back because of the powers against him. It may not be justifiable, but politically, anything happens. Anything can happen in politics. And so, remember that when he joined the APC, maybe he was hoping in his mind that his problem would be over. Yet, he was the only governor that joined the ruling All Progressives Congress that was not received officially in a fanfare like other governors were received, if you recall. He's the only governor in APC that is not enjoying the position of the leader of the party in the state. They wanted to humor him when he joined, telling him that 001. But at the end of the day, we discovered that 001 means nothing.
Means nothing.
It means nothing. There is one man who said he's the leader of Rainbow Coalition in Rivers State. He is the one that will dictate who gets what, both in APC and in PDP.
Sorry, in practical terms, Rainbow Coalition, what does it signify? All the coalition of all the political parties in Rivers State?
Various colors.
Various colors of the political parties.
In the state, yeah.
Are we still in a democracy in Rivers State?
Well, he could exaggerate his position, not that it was the reality.
All right, let me give you a few minutes to.
Yes, so in hitting the bullseye to your question, the implication. Now, a man in the House of Representatives under the ticket of, in fact, as a matter of fact, the minority leader of the House, in the person of, what is his name? Kingsley was...
Amehule.
No, not
no. Hunda, so what is
Kingsley was...
Chinda.
Kingsley Chinda,
yes, Chinda
was drafted to become an aspirant in APC. Many people say that they didn't know when he defected to the APC. So it's one of the miracles of maybe this dispensation. So he is the one that has now clenched the ticket. Rumors had it that Fubara couldn't even be cleared. So he was told the plain truth, that somebody said he should not attempt to contest, he may be disgraced. You know what it is? It's not really a test of popularity. It is a test of who the powers that be want. They are the people that they will give the materials for the primaries, the result sheet and whatever. So no matter what transpired in the field, the result will be reached. And
the result was there before the contest.
So it is whoever they want that will announce. The implication is that there may be a protest vote. Because more so, when the person choosing Kingsley Chinda is also from Ikwere, I think the same local government as the political leader. I know they have been dominating, the upland people have been dominating in the governorship of the state. The only time it went to the riverine was by Fubara, and they were saying, even if you don't want Fubara to return, why not give it to another riverine person? Or even from Ogoni, they have many qualified people. Why back to the same Ikwere, So these are the issues. So Ijos will also feel bad. Other riverine people will feel bad. Ogoni people will feel bad. Whether they were able to overlook that, and I'm talking about party members, but party members alone cannot deliver a candidate. There are also non-partisan people who are voters, who will decide the fate, what will happen. That is, if we have free and fair election.
Okay. Honorable, let me bring you to this conversation. You know, we had setting this issue as last week, and here we are. We didn't see this coming, that the governor would, to use some languages, chicken out from the process. People expected him to fight in this regard, but he has chickened out. Though, what I'm asking you now is, with the new court order, the High Court ruling, does Fubara stand a chance in the essence of moving to maybe use another platform to realize his dream? And where does this leave the president going into 2027 election? Because give or take, one thing we'll know is that there are people who are not happy in this instance. Okay. And perhaps the commander or the commander of the Rainbow Coalition in Rivers State may not be able to persuade everybody to take his toll.
Okay. You see, sorry, let me quickly correct an impression. That was not a court ruling.
Okay.
It's judgment.
Judgment.
And we have the judgment order. Okay. So there's a difference between ruling and judgment. So this is a judgment. Judgment is final. Of course, you can appeal and get a superior judgment. But at the moment, this is the utmost you can have at that Federal High Court. So that is a judgment. Now, there's a perspective he's just brought in. Ethnic perspective, right? That ethnic perspective is really a determining factor. It just occurred to me that there's a point in the choice of that gender, and that is ethnic point. So, ordinarily in Nigeria, the issue becomes loyalty based on primordial interests, not loyalty based on person's capability or quality, but because you are from my area, it has become a traditional duty for me to protect your interests. Even when I know that you are not capable, that you are not just not capable, you are a disaster. But then, because you are from my end, and I think that you being from my end serves greater interest for me, I go for you. So this perspective he brought now, why didn't the commander, I use your term now, commander of the Rainbow Coalition, why didn't he consider Udgoni man, or Calabari, another Calabari man, or that's Ijo, and the rest of them. But he chose the upland people, Ikwere. And you know, the truth is that the Ikwere people, that is the Igbo-speaking people, are more in population. And they are also more politically organized. So, with that, you have a situation where you may begin to soften your ground in favor of that commander, right? But there's another point. What is evolving in Rivers State is to tell you, is for us to know that there is no ideology in Nigerian politics.
There's no ideology in Nigerian
politics. There's no single ideology. Nobody is into any political grouping based on principle. That these people, I know these people, they have this quality, they will deliver this type of thing. Rather, what is interesting, what is of interest to a political player in Nigeria is where is my bread going to be put out? My personal bread. So you now have a situation where people are likely to carry out a shift, one based on the point he made now, ethnic factor, right? Another being the bulldozing capacity of that commander of Rainbow Coalition. And there's another factor. That factor is the power of the big man who may have dictated, who may have told the commander, whatever you like, what I want in Rivers State is to deliver it, right? And that was why a governor, sitting governor, not that you evaluated this man and said he wasn't performing, not that you evaluated him and said he was corrupt or more corrupt than the others, not that you evaluated him and said he wasn't healthy, he wasn't of sound health, but you took the decision to tell him at the gate, why do you waste your time? You are, to save yourself this embarrassment, why not pull out? Because you won't be cleared. Even if you are cleared, you won't get a single vote. And he listened to it. That does not remove the fact that if he wants to put up a fight, he cannot. He has the muscle of the state, the resources. He has some backings. But also, while looking at that, you also consider if the chips are down, can he sustain a fight? Because once this matter becomes ethnic, the Igbo-speaking people, let us say the Igbo-speaking people are about 2/3 of the population, or 3/4 of the population. So you, being the governor, having every muscle, can you actually sustain a fight with them? That ethnic coloration has become a determinant that can only be upstaged by another party with the capacity to explore that ethnic consideration. And that now takes me to your question. Can he defect? Yes. That judgment has made it, he now has a wider window. He has, the road is open to him. Can he defect? But then in defection, he must consider this. Does he have the political clout? He may have the resources of the state to fight. Is he likely to have the following, even after spending money? Take, for instance, in Enugu State. A very strong factor in Enugu State is this quasi-ethnic factor. Nkano, Nsukka, Agbaja. That's Agbaja. Even though it has been blunted by the zoning arrangement, which has been working from 1999, But should there be any shift, you find out that we are actually sitting on a keg of gunpowder. If you look at what happened in 2023, where the Enugu North people were determined to have an Nsukka man, Nsukka so to say, because Isuzo is not actually Nsukka, but then they are insisting it is Nsukka. Have an Nsukka man back there. You see, the fight they put up, it was a rare battle. And such block vote from that area, and then picking from here and there, it was a serious challenge to the present governor.
All right.
I do not think that will play out now. It may, but in River State, it has rendered useless most of the calculations we may have made about the governor having resources, being able to put a fight.
Mr. Don, I know you've been itching to go on this matter because you've been on this issue for quite some time. But looking at it from the perspective where they are coming from, I still, repeat that same question. Can he still put up a fight?
Well, for me, this issue should be viewed from two perspectives. One is you look at, does Fubara as a governor, considering the position of a governor in Nigeria, the capacities that office can muster, and all the elements that are available to a governor. Can a governor put up a fight? Of course, I do not think anybody will, have a problem in saying yes. As a governor, he has the capacity, he has the muscle, he has all it takes to put off. After all, the so-called, the coalition commander that we refer to today, a couple of years back, he was just a local government area chairman, and eventually, perhaps the chief of staff to a governor, and from there to a minister of state, and finally became a governor. And we are now seeing a man who probably, everybody is very careful to approach. So, in all of these things, what actually made him? If you if you go through the processes, you find out that maybe the breaking point was the opportunity to sit on that seat as the governor of River State.
Yes.
And if you also look back, those who have also sat on that seat, so you have no problem to say, I think that seat has the capacity to, produce a roaring lion, so to say. Then, but that's on one side. Then you now look at Fubara. Can he put off a fight as the man similar to Fubara? Because one thing is to have the capacity, another thing is to have the will. Now, if you look at what has happened since similar Fubara, in quotes, the conflict between him and his political godfather came to the limelight. If you assess all that has happened so far, the back and forth, the various agreements we were told that were signed, the interventions of Mr. President, the pledges that were made in public before the camera, and the eventual, resurgence of the conflict, and the backtracking and every other thing else. And if you consider all of these things, and the question is asked, can Fubara put up a fight? Quite frankly, I think people will be very careful to say yes, he can, because some people will tell you, that if you look at this fight when this issue when it began, some people will say, oh, it began too early, and the issue came to the limelight. A lot of people were in support of the governor. A lot of people supported him. I remember very well some big politicians in River State support, particularly the second fight, so to say, the second issue that came to the limelight. And eventually it led to the imposition of the state of emergency. And as I can also tell you that people were a bit disappointed. We are journalists, for goodness sake. And many times we hear information, you know, from people on the street. Many people were disappointed. Many people today, a lot of people, with due respect to him as executive governor, as an exalted position, we cannot diminish by any means. But some people will tell you, you know, in the typical Nigerian palace, you know, there's something they call in Nigeria. They say, "Inge liver."
Yeah, Inge liver. Yes.
So people will ask that question.
Common expression.
Does he have the liver?
Yes.
Beyond the resources that are available as a governor. So, what makes, or rather, what made Nyesomike what he is today? So, I honestly, if for him to put up a fight, in Rivers State, he has to go all out, because this is now the peak of the entire conflict, elections. This is actually the contest. Everything else that has happened is just a preliminary. This is the real contest. So, for me as a person, if I consider all that has happened, I'll be very careful to say yes, he can put up a fight. The capacity may be there, the resources may be there, you know. Now, all the people who probably, because when you say for a man, whatever a man is today, you can't detach it from the structures around him. And when you talk about structures, his people, they say, who is this man? Who are his people? These are the questions they ask. So, who are these his people? I remember very well there was a time the elders in Rivers State came together and they put up a statement to say, look, we stand solidly behind the governor of Rivers State. Can these elders come out today to do it again? We are, again, when he joined APC, if you are, of course, we will be following the news. You saw how disappointed many people were, because some people felt that, look, as a governor, you should have. That was an opportunity to stand there to face, in quote, the governor and tackle him head on. Because we've seen similar things. We saw a Tio who probably withstood Ojuzokalo in Rivers State. I mean, in Abia State.
Abia State, yes.
We saw it very clearly. We're even seeing the governor of Benue State, who, to a certain extent, is also withstanding the Secretary to Government of the Federation. These are passive godfathers. Yes. So what are we talking about? What exactly are we talking about? So it's not just to say, okay, well, there's a man who has picked a nomination form in NDC. You know, who also goes by the name Fubara.
I was coming to that.
So, and you know, the Nigerian story is already flying. That is a placeholder. You know, something like.
I'm coming to that very point. But gentlemen, let's go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to dig deeper into this conversation. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
"7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us. And you're still watching Frontline Africa. We are seasoned veteran analysts digging deeper into these news issues. And we'll be looking at River State. Ken,
yes.
Do you agree that the governor, he has that capacity to put up a fight amidst the information, making rounds that there is a certain Fubara who is said to be a family member, though I do not have that information clearly, but this Blessing Fubara is said to be a family member of the governor and is said to be a placeholder in NDC, where he has gone to pick a form, and this is an unfolding dimension to this whole conversation.
Well, mistake many analysts make about the situation in River State is to say that Fubara is weak.
Is to say that Fubara is weak?
Yes. Without looking at the circumstances surrounding him. He has two major Achilles heel, two major weaknesses. That even if he's a lion, even Wike today, if you remove Wike as Minister of FCT, he becomes pussycat. He may have the air of an alpha male, but he's emboldened by one man, the president. If Fubara decide to fight today, we will not be fighting Wike. The person we'll be fighting is the president, and you know the power of the president. In Nigeria, some states which are contesting presidential election, states like Kano, Lagos, Rivers, Kaduna, Katsina, you want to have them. President does not want to joke with Rivers. Wike delivered in quote in 2023. And he's consistently telling the president that I can deliver again, this man cannot deliver. So what you are thinking is not what the president is thinking. The president is thinking about his election. Anybody can be thrown under the bus. Then the two major weaknesses, like I said, that Fubara had, now the House of Assembly. Wike has a vice grip over the House of Assembly. What could have been a savior for him, which to Fubara, which again he doesn't have, the chief judge of the state. These are critical elements. Assuming he had one, he can fight. He can dare the president. But if you don't have the two, you don't have the House of Assembly, you don't have the chief judge of the state. Because when it comes to impeachment, it is the chief judge that will first of all set up a panel to investigate whatever allegations. And if the chief judge decides to pick people who are amenable or who have sympathy for the government, they will come out with a verdict that is clear of allegations. And that is the end of the impeachment. It happened in Nasarawa State under Makura. It was impeached practically.
Even in Enugu.
Even in Enugu.
Let me
land. What I'm saying that is not weak, it is the circumstances. Because if they impeach him, if he tries to fight back, these people, they have overwhelming majority. We can had almost 90% in the State House of Assembly. They can decide to impeach him tomorrow. Within 1 week, they impeach him. And once it goes to...
Can that cat still sell again?
Yes. We're in Nigeria. Anything can happen. They can decide to impeach him within 1 week. And if they have the nod, that's why I'm saying that he's not fighting Wike, he's fighting it. If the president gives approval, it will stand.
Yeah, I just that time will not allow us to delve into this issue.
So in conclusion,
I strongly very disagree with this.
Let me land. Okay. If he wants to fight, he will not fight directly. He will do shadow fighting. What he can do, all those his supporters who were disqualified, House of Assembly, House of Rep, with this opening of the High Court ruling, they can move into a particular party of his choice. And if he doesn't want to annoy the president, let it not be NDC, a party that will have a strong presidential candidate. President will see it as a threat. It happened currently. There is a particular candidate of, or rather aspirant in PDP, who asked the president that he wants to contest for governor. Governor told him, if you want to contest, don't go to a party that will have a strong presidential candidate. Go to another party. Today, that person is contesting under PDP. Because if he goes to NDC, they will come after him. He has something on his neck. So it will happen to him too. If he's pushing his men, he will push them to a party that doesn't have strong presidential contestant. The president can overlook it. Okay, they are going to contest for House of Assembly, House of Reps, Senate. They know that they don't have a strong presidential candidate, so that won't be a threat to him. But for him, as a person, even if there is a window to move to another party to contest as governor, they will impeach, even if it is 1 month to the election, they will impeach him.
All right, let's get your thoughts. You disagree with that?
Yes,
position?
very strongly too. You see, the case of River State is not new to anybody. It's not new to anybody. And like I said before, the reason why the just so wicked that we know today, that people are very cautious to approach, is because of, first and foremost, his personality, right? Now, to start with, you talk about the issue of the State House of Assembly. In the first place, why would this problem began 26 members of State House of Assembly against the governor, and the governor was suspended, and for almost 3 years, the 26 members of the State House of Assembly are still intact, and you are the governor of the state. You have not been able to win even one person over to you, and you are in control of the resources of the state. The just only that has all these people at his beck and call, is it God? How was he able? Was he the one that created them? How was he able to be in control of the loyalty of these men? What exactly did he do?
I will tell you what he did.
No, you see, the point is very clear that the question here is, as a governor, yes, he has the capacities are there, but as a person, do you see him putting up that fight? I don't see him putting up that fight. The reason is because somewhere along the line, you see Governor Fubara also coming to tell you that, look, he wants peace. Yes, he wants peace as a governor. But I can tell you, those who he's contending with, when they want to achieve their own objective, do they also consider the things you are considering?
No. I will tell you what Wike did. I insist. If Fubara decides to fight Wike, he will be fighting the president, not Wike. Remember when the president intervened and gave them a checklist, 10 points to go and execute. 1, 2, 3, 4 till 10. All of them were against the governor. You can't be fighting somebody when your hands are tied behind you. You can't engage in swimming competition when your hands are tied behind you. That's exactly what's happening. The ministry Wike is occupying is as good as being a governor too. Remember, governor removed a provision going to, before you award contract, going to due process. Because in the other ministries, if you are going to award a contract over a certain limit, you're supposed to go to due process, it will take time. But he removed it from Wike. That's why he can wake up today and award the contract tomorrow morning. He can appoint people, executive directors. He can give people land. And if president is not backing him up, president can summon those House of Assembly members. Remember when Ahmed was impeached? The House of Assembly members in Bayelsa we are ferried with a jet. They were ferried to Abuja by Obasanjo.
You know,
I mean, the director, what to do?
You see, it was the same thing. You know, I mentioned the Enugu. You know, this thing happened in Enugu, where 16 members of the House, 24-member House, 16 went against the governor. There's a point he made there. With that 16, that is 2/3 majority. But the chief judge, he refused to constitute the panel. His reason, if you are 16, the chairman is not supposed to vote. That is to say, you are 15. It doesn't give you the 2/3.
Except when there's a tie. You can only vote when there's a tie.
Yes. So, that was what this Justice Ugu, the Enugu State High Court is named after him.
Yes.
That was when that thing failed. They were working for the opposition, you know, Jingo, Bodo, all of them, Atiku. And the chief judge said, no, you do not have the 2/3 majority. So the battle now became they trying to get one from the remaining 8. And then we had to put up a fight to stop them from getting one. Good. They couldn't pick one. And the battle lasted almost to the end of that government in 2003. So, yes, the point is making is that the man, if he puts off a pint, he'll be walloped. But the point you are making is that the man is capable of putting up a fight. But let him, there was a term he used. Does he have the mind? The mind means, I want to storm out of this room, either dead or alive. I'm going to venture. I may be cut down before I get to the door. I may also make it. So the question now is, can he gamble it? Odomi is saying that he can gamble it if he has the will. And he is saying he should not gamble it.
We have seen governors. We have seen governors say
that. We'll have the incumbent presidents fight then President Olusegun Obasanjo.
Yes.
Against all odds, he was able
and he was not walloped. Was he the only one?
He wasn't walloped.
All Jews of Kano
president.
All Jews of Kano.
He fought against Obasanjo. The PDP then did everything to take over Lagos State.
Lagos State. All Jews of Kano that Obasanjo State.
Lagos State and told him. There are different circumstances.
No, every governor.
Not like you are comparing Rivers and Benue. They are not. They are not. Every governor has. In Benue State, Governor Leah,
yes,
he has some leverage. He has some members of assembly. He had the chief judge. This SGF cannot do more. He may have stakeholders and few members of the House of Assembly. So it's not the same. No,
those people that he has.
He brought the form of the 31 members.
Yes, we know.
We had 14 members of the State Executive Council.
That story can expire.
He appointed the chief judge before he left.
That story can expire.
And then he has most importantly, you have a new delivered the president in 2023.
You have a new shape for the seat.
If
the president may have seen the actual result,
if he wants to put a fight, like members of those executive council, just sweep them away.
The president may have seen the actual result of Rivers State in 2023, and he saw what Wike did.
He mustn't have.
That was why he had compensated him with the position of FCT minister. And he still has a battle of 2027.
Do you know that the governor can tell the president,
the only way
gave you 2 million votes?
The only way,
I will give you 3 in 2027.
The only way Fubara could fight.
And the president is only after the votes.
To decide, to be crazy, to be mad. I will fight you and be damned. That's the only way.
Who?
The only way Fubara can fight,
yes,
is to be mad. To say, I can fight you.
Now you're coming, now you're talking. Now you're talking.
So whatever happens, I'm not interested. Is it governor? Impeach me if you can.
All right. Now you're talking.
You are ready to put the whole state on fire.
Gentlemen.
If the president looks at you and sees that you are serious, he may say, let's take you.
Now you're coming. Now you're coming home.
Before we go into the question, if we've seen the last of this battle, there's another angle that we're omitting. That of NDC and the supposed placeholder, a Fubara, who has surfaced in NDC with a governorship form in his hand, and is said to be a family member of the incumbent governor.
You see, this issue of placeholder in this particular situation is not really a matter of placeholder. Do you understand? It's not really a matter of placeholder. We have had a placeholder that let down his master. If you remember that of Saraki, he had a placeholder who was elected senator, and the guy said, no, I will not do the job. And he stayed there, and Saraki stayed out. In Enugu State, the Uchennaji was placeholder for Jim and relinquished the position to him. It doesn't always work that way. But then, for you to have a placeholder as you cannot even call it a placeholder, because Wike is not having anything, sorry, not Wike, Fubara is not having anything other than that governorship. So, for that guy you saw, that guy may be coming there for himself. Even if he's not coming for himself, the question now will be, what is going to be the electoral muscle of NDC in Rivers State? A lot of factors will come in. If eventually the NDC picks a governorship candidate, for him to win, is he going to be the upland or the riverine? It becomes a factor. That same ethnic factor. So if the other Fubara cannot play that ethnic game very well, he is still not a replacement. Or if he is holding place for the Fubara we know, can he play that same ethnic factor? Because eventually ethnic factor will come in. I do not think I have the entire facts to say that this is performance of Wike as governor. For him to tell his people, do this, and they'll do it. But I know for sure that all over Nigeria, that ethnic factor is a major factor.
All right. Are we possibly seeing the Fubara that we know, the incumbent governor, perhaps wanting to run through prosy?
No, you see, the point is this. You know, I always tell you that in politics, you'll be living in a fool's paradise if you take what politicians say, hook, line, and sinker. In the speech that Governor Fubara made, if you look at that speech, you know, you'll be tempted to believe that, look, he's going nowhere. He's going to stay in APC, support whoever APC produces as their candidate. Of course, now Kingsley, Chinda, support him, do everything possible to ensure that APC retains Rivers State, both for the presidential and the governorship and everything. So that is on the face value. But the reason why people came up with the placeholder, idea is not as if there's a confirmation to that. The thing is, number one, there could still be surprises, because not minding what the governor has said in his speech, that is just for today. Tomorrow may open a chapter of a new thing. This whole thing may just be for because you see, if you look at Governor Fubara right from when he joined APC, he has never missed mouth in telling you that he owes a lot of gratitude to the president. So he thinks that even as it is, that he should help to ensure that Mr. President, the state is delivered to Mr. President. But remember also that as a person, there are rumors everywhere that he has his plans. And they say in every rumor, there's always an element of truth. So the whole idea of the placeholder is not a confirmed story, but it could well be that somewhere along the line, you may see the so-called placeholder because, maybe resign to say, look, I'm no longer interested, which opens up a fresh opportunity. And by which case, Fubara himself may not want to ruffle the shoulders now that the primaries are going on, right? He may not want to do that. And of course, I agree with Ken. Ken said, of course, all eyes are on him right now. When he just threw in the towel to say, I stay away from the primaries, everybody wants to see what is his next move. they'll be probably putting under a very close watch, right? But by and large, I can assure you that we may not have seen the end of all this, because politicians naturally, because he has already told you that, look, that this is a very painful decision. So it simply means that he wished the other way around. Nobody willingly and out of their own volition go into pains. So we may not have seen the end of this. And I can tell you also that whether you like it or not, there's going to be a contest in Rivers State. There will be a contest. Remember also,
without the incumbents,
the candidates.
Now you see, we run a multi-party democracy. Don't forget that. If you trace the history of this country and elections in 2007, 2011, 2015, 2019, 2023, there has always been a very fierce contest. Remember also that in 2019, when Somiko was going for his second time in office, Amechi was in APC at that point in time. So it was also a battle. So I at every point in time, even though you have probably a River State that is that has a single line of focus in terms of who they vote for, but over time we've always seen also an opposition. In 2023, we saw that opposition there. The Labour Party factor was a major issue in River State, and I can also tell you right away that in 2027, it's also going to be a factor, because APC River State has never been an APC state.
Never.
It has never been. So what is happening now? We want to live to see how River State is going to transform from what we all know it, what it used to be, into a fully APC state. So we wait to see how that's going to happen.
My take is that Governor Fubara, going by his disposition, we see him as somebody who is not a violent person, who is not ready to fight. Not that he doesn't have the capacity. If you're a governor, even if you don't have the capacity, you can procure it. It's a very big and influential office. But let's take it that it is in his nature not to fight. He doesn't like violence. Fine.
He's a civil servant.
So but violence here doesn't necessarily mean. Sorry, sir. See, fighting doesn't necessarily mean instigating violence.
In Rivers, you cannot fight without violence. That is rivers of blood. Well, if you take all the general elections, you know, there was a particular general election that a report said more than 70 people were killed.
I think that was 2007 election.
Fighting is blood as far as these politicians are concerned. That is the kind of desperation they display. And perhaps that was why he was chosen by Wike. Somebody who will not give him a fight. Somebody who doesn't want fight.
A civil servant.
A civil servant. But not even all civil servants are so, calm like that. There are some civil servants who can also give a fight. But the reason he will not...
The civil servant may not have the know-how.
You can procure it, like I said. Even if you don't know it, you can procure it. You can procure
just like we said,
who know
that office is a miniature of the presidency.
What do you do? Even if you don't know it, there are people who are ready to offer you the services. They will be telling you, Yes, let's do this. If you are ready to push them, they will do it for you. So but why he will not fight is for the same reason. But he can fight diplomatically. He cannot place himself now to contest governorship. I think he's already content with serving as governor to go.
For one term.
But for the sake of those following him, remember there was a whole lot of people. And the ethnic thing we are talking about, you see, Wike has touched so many people. Even in his Ikwere area. Not all of them love him.
No.
He may lose, and if there is going to be free and fair election, even in his local government, there are people who, look at that local government chairman, is it Ihenwu or something? He's from Ihenwu. So many people are not happy. There are people whose hotels were demolished when he was governor. There are so many things. There are politicians, Sekibo and other people. Remember in 2023, Atiku, a presidential candidate, was not allowed to campaign in Rivers State. So a lot of things, but so Fubara may not want to. come out openly. But for the sake of his followers, whose political future will also be sacrificed if he allows the whole thing to go, he may allow them to move to a particular party where they must, because politics is local, is interest. He will allow them to go and dominate and fight for their own political future. That is what I can see. So the Fubara that is holding the ticket of NDC, no, he's not. I don't think he's the placeholder. No, they may choose NDC, they may choose another party, but wherever they choose, in the weeks to come, you will know.
Yeah, well, the things will unfold.
When you see all his followers going to contest under that party.
All right. On that note, gentlemen, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll dig far deeper than we are on this moment. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap a ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Many thanks for staying with us. You're still watching Frontline Africa, where seasoned and veteran political affairs analysts are digging deeper into issues shaping the moment. Gentlemen, why would some of the issues around Fubara? Let's look at it this way. We have a Kingsley Chenda who has the ticket of the APC, and perhaps we assume he has the blessing of the coalition commander in this instance. And the question is, let's just venture a little bit into conjecture. Are we having another Fubara? Because we are talking about a Fubara that the circumstances around him is such that he may not be able to put up a fight. Are we seeing another Fubara in Kingsley Chenda?
Well, do you mean another Fubara in terms of a political godson?
In terms of a political godson who would equally be caged like Fubara in this
There's no doubt about that. He's going to be a political godson caged. You know, we also know his background. We know how his name has been moving around over land acquisitions in Abuja on behalf of the minister himself, as the commander of the coalition. So
allegedly?
They are tied together. It is there in the...
You mean the Fubara that picked form in NDC?
No.
The Chinda. Okay, Kingsley Chinda.
Okay. So he's known to be a close ally. But it may not be like we have now, because he has been a lapdog. It's like somebody who has been a lapdog for a long time. He knows how he works with his master. While Fubara had come from the background of civil service, the meeting was when Wike became governor and picked him. So Chinda may have had a longer relationship with the godfather and may have a smoother relationship, but no less, a kowtowing godson. Because Wike, as a person, going by all we know about him, is a bully. He's not going to be any person to sit with, to reason any matter. He gets you to do his bidding. So Chinda may do that. You remember why this Fubara got into trouble with him? Fubara pointed out internally generated revenue. Why is it that every return leaves out this particular amount? Where does this money go? Chinda may not ask that question. To start with, Fubara, being the accountant general, knew the figures. He knew everything. That was why he was able to ask the question. For somebody who is not an accountant or who doesn't know the workings, when these figures are posted to him, he may not have that clinical eye to say, yes, this, where is this one headed to? Why is it always, these ones continue to this place, this one continue to this place? Why is this one stopping here? It's only a professional who will do that. So in Fubara, you may even have a better opposition, a better fighter, somebody who is more principled, who says, no, I want to know, I'm now the governor. This had been happening when I was the accountant general. Now I want to know where it is going. That was what he said. That was the problem. So is this a chinda of a man who has been used, who is being used in buying estates, buying lands, who is getting allocations on behalf of that placeholder in property acquisition? Is he likely to ask such a question? Is he even likely to know what is going on? So if he's a political godson, I am going to see him as a political godson that will be far more disadvantageous to the people of Rivers State. Fubara is going to be far, far more advantageous to the people of Rivers State. And that is, because of this, Rivers State is a state of quite knowledgeable men. And some people are going to ask questions. Some people are not going to just sit back there and say, because Wike has posted this man, we should not take him. They may reject him at the poll. That is a fact. But in terms of rising up to Wike, I do not see the possibility. He is very much likely to be far weaker than Fubara. Because one, from the point of view of knowledge, from the point of view of long subservience to Wike, he is not likely to stand a fight or even start a fight. So I will give it to Fubara that he's going to be a more beneficial godfather to the people than the Chindaman you are having at the moment.
All right, gentlemen, as we sum this issue, there are two questions here. One is, could this improve the party's chances, going into the general election, or does it weaken the grassroots support that he already had in Rivers State?
No, it weakens the party, the APC. That is, should voting count.
Should voting count?
Yes. If voting counts, that is a mess. It has messed up the party because in every part of Nigeria, it is an insult to the generality of the people that one man determines everything. You say a sitting governor cannot be cleared to contest in a Congress. You now say this your personal pick is going to be the governor. The people are knowledgeable. They are likely to say no. So this thing now is, we are looking at APC. NDC is coming. ADC is coming. And they are likely to have strong candidates. And if they have strong candidates, if there is actual voting, I'm talking of governorship, I may not talk about the presidential election. If actual voting takes place, actual counting takes place, then you are likely to have this man defeated.
All right, Ken.
Yes, I don't want to be categorical, like the way my discussant said, that Kingsley Chinda may not fight or may not have issue with Wike. He's the one that will most likely have issue with Wike. Having been a long associate, he may have also known Wike's weaknesses, and he can use it. But he will be more strategic than Fubara, because he's also a politician, a long-standing politician. He may not fight at his first tenure. He may take time to allow the tenure of the chief judge to expire so that he will appoint his own. He will allow time to elect his own men in the House of Assembly. After doing all these things, everybody wants power. Everybody wants to be the boss. Is it that is always there's inspiration for every power. Every kingdom must come to an end. Every empire must come to an end. Wike's reign will come to an end one day.
All right.
So they may even have the deadliest fight if they start, because the man would have strategically placed himself to fight him. And by then, Wike may not be enjoying the support of the president. He may not even be minister if the president returns as a second term. And if he's not a minister, his power is gone. So, as for election, if there is free and fair election, a lot of people are not happy. I told you that even in his local government, in Wike's local government, a lot of people will not support him. A lot of people are not happy. There is no state that will be happy that the resources of the state is controlled by one man or a clique in the name of structure. It's not for the benefit of people, the people. The people are not happy. They may not be talking. They will talk with their vote if there is free and fair election.
All right. Mr. Wike, I know you're itching to go, but let me ask you categorically. Can Wike deliver again, given the present circumstances going into 2027?
I think I align very seriously with what Ken had just said. If it's not a question of whether he can deliver or he cannot deliver, if there's a free and fair election, you see, you say things based on all things being equal. So if there's a free and fair election, quite frankly, I only about maybe less than 10% of the politicians we have now will deliver. They will return, and all the people we have now. But when the election is not free and fair, then it becomes a question of the bullies will have their way, and those who are ready to bully.
Gumbo democracy.
Exactly. So, and talking about Kingsley, if Kingsley Chinda eventually becomes the governor of Rivers State, you know, I also agree with Ken, because you may be thinking that is this very close ally, they've been together and things like that, and that is when you see because power is a different ballgame entirely, you know. Or maybe before now, there has always been a boy, you know, say sa. But right now, he's going to enjoy, you know, like the Yorubas will say, when he must have eaten in Ija Balagba, he will now understand that it is.
Look at Kano.
Exactly.
Even this country, is it Senegal, where the president has sacked the prime minister?
Exactly.
Who was the one that brought him into power?
Look at the case of Kano. You see, the other day I was just reading the story of Governor Yusuf and Kwankwaso. You see the huge gap between the two of them, and how Governor Yusuf over time, with loyalty, with commitment, with respect and reverence, you know, attached that he has given to given to Kwankwaso, and Kwankwaso has come to believe that this is a boy that I have brought up over a long period of who have served me and in whom I'm well pleased. And eventually, when the time I had opportunity to sit on that seat, you can see what we are seeing today. So it's a different ballgame entirely. And usually, when such situations arise, it becomes far more daring. And just like he said, he will learn from the backward that we are seeing now, and probably position himself in a way to say, when the Oga says yes, he will say no. When he says no, we say yes.
All right. On that note, gentlemen, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll look at Oyo State as we conclude.
morning headlines before you step out, midday updates while you work, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're watching Frontline Africa. And now, let's move to Oyo State. In a chilling escalation of insecurity in Nigeria's southwest, armed terrorists have abducted school children in Oyo State and have now opened negotiations, dictating harsh conditions for their release. While parents wait in agony and the nation watches in disbelief, this latest school hostage crisis exposes deep cracks in our education and security architecture. Gentlemen, the question is this a sign that bandits and terrorists are now emboldened enough to treat schools as a bargain chips?
They have been emboldened a long time. You see, since that 2015, when the state sponsored terrorism against the state, they have been emboldened. What you have now were designed for political greed, for political ascendance. And those Sahelians who were brought in, they came and they understood Nigerians that we are quite a comfortable people. We don't want to inconvenience ourselves. We don't have this culture of fighting for ourselves. And we are busy bickering, talking ethnicity, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani, and the rest of them. So they were having a field day. And you see that there is almost a stamp of governmental authority in it, approving it, because Nigerians are not even allowed to resist them, in the sense that you are not allowed to keep a gun, but the person assailing you is now has a gun. Then it comes to a situation where they too will become political weapons. And they are also instruments of businessmen, miners, foreign miners, who are using them, who are giving them the guns and ammunition. Now, in the case of Oyo State, I participated in a discussion where somebody was saying that it was designed, it is being carried out to punish the governor of the state, put him in bad light. While some other person holds that it is done to put the president in bad light. Particularly that issue of beheading somebody and then publishing it. The issue of sleeping with the woman, filming it, and publishing it. You now see that it is not just criminality, it is business, it is political. You begin to ask why. Then you look at one of the results. You will saw clips of children flooding out of schools, screaming, bandit, today. Bandits are coming. And they left the school. And in so many local governments in that Oyo State, people are no longer going to school. Even the universities, people are fleeing. So you now see how it has become a political weaponry against opponents. And in this particular case, you don't even know who is fighting who. If you say it is being done against the president, you ask the question by who? If you say it is being done against the governor, who is opposed to the president? The normal presupposition is that it is by the presidency people. who are trying to put down the governor, portray him in bad light, cause him a rejection. But then, to what extent? This governor is in his final term. He's not coming back after 2027. He has done all what the Constitution allows him to do as a governor. Now, is it an attempt by somebody to portray the governor as being from a region that has failed security-wise? Who is doing that? Your suspicion or your finger may go to the strong political opposition. And among this strong political opposition, who is that? So, my own view is that it has gotten so dangerous that Nigerians will now understand that what we saw as initial kidnapping for ransom, which was criminality, graduated from that to business, where it has been reported that businessmen, miners, whether illegal or legal, are using those criminals to flush people away from their villages so that mining would go on. The people in Kwara State said, we were chased away today. Tomorrow we sneaked back and found miners in our places. That is business. Now, it has gone back to 2014, 2015, when the present APC used it to chase away Jonathan. Because then one of their leaders said, we imported people for us to intimidate the government. And when the president was given the graph, the data, these are men who have been positioned to kill people in the north and the rest of them. So it is better you relinquish power. And the man did and left. So we are in a quagmire.
In a serious quagmire. Mr. Ken, the question now is, what dangerous precedent does yielding to their demands set?
As it is now, since we don't have the political will to move into that forest and rescue those children, we have to yield to their demand. Why do I say so? When you are having off-cycle election in Kogi, they will announce that the police is deploying 35,000 policemen. Civil defense is deploying 15,000 policemen. A good number of the military will be deployed, and other paramilitary agencies. I am saying, why can't you deploy 20,000? Maybe provide them with 100 APC. That is armored personnel carriers. Back them up with our Air Force, military arsenal. Move into that place. Those that remain alive, they will remain alive. But make sure that no single terrorist or who, by whatever name, escapes. When they see that determination in the government, others will not easily go to kidnap school children again. But that is by the way. What we have in our hands, it appears that our politicians don't seem to realize it. Nigeria is sitting on a gunpowder. Nigeria is being turned gradually into the hub for global terrorism.
The hub for global terrorism.
That's what is happening. Any other thing you see is a subset. Oh, the miners moved. They are just taking advantage of it. There is one central team. From that night, 2015 to date, they are not letting go. They have continued the killing. They are conquering. Kwara, Kogi, Ekiti, Osun, now Oyo, they move to Lagos, Ogun. Of course, even in Southeast, we are surrounded. Kogi, Benue. You see what the people in, what is the name, where they killed Nibu, that local government, also one. You see people in issues. They don't have been killed. Not everything is being reported. People in all those border communities. There is a playbook. Islamization. We may deny it. We may decide to politicize it. We may play politics with it. These people, that is their aim, and they are not letting go.
All right, Mr. Mecca, let's delve into possible solutions to this issue as we wound down.
You see, when we talk about solution, we must have an expanded analysis of the security challenges that the country is having. And when you have an expanded analysis, you begin to include what I call a human approach to security management, or response to insecurity, human response to insecurity. Yes, there are very established cases of pure criminality and criminal intent, in which case you may conclude that even if you bring heaven and give it to some certain individuals, they will certainly also choose to, go the negative way. However, we must also not shut our eyes to the reality on ground that there are too many things that are wrong with this country today. And many of those things that are wrong, many of them are fueling insecurity, whether we like it or not. The current Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, when he was Chief of Defense Staff, he had said something. He talked about the fact that, and it is something that we know, it's not as if it's something new he was talking about. The best way to fight insecurity is good governance all over the world, very clearly. Like I said, yes, even if you bring heaven and give it to some people, guys, we used to say that they will choose to go the other way. But when there's good governance, you would have reduced insecurity to at least 50 or even less than 50%. And so that is why that it bothers me that each time we talk about non-kinetic approach to security management, it doesn't necessarily mean that you must go and discuss with bandits. It doesn't necessarily mean that you must go and sign agreement with them. It simply means that employ other means that is not force to ensure that, to discourage people from choosing to go the negative way. Yes, you will use force. The military will do what they want to do. Because all over the land today, all over Nigeria today, you will find out that whether it is kidnapping, for business, for ideological reasons, religious reasons, share insurgency, and things like that. The truth of the matter is that the environment is so toxic that to even recruit people, sometimes we wonder, when the security agencies say, oh, so and so number was decimated. I remember during the period of President Muhammad Buhari, Lai Mohammed will always come to tell you, this number of terrorists were decimated here. This number was decimated here. This number was decimated here. And every day you begin to ask, if all these thousands of terrorists are being decimated, they're not finish.
More coming.
You see, the truth of the matter is that you also find out that the terrorists themselves are also recruiting people. And why are they more and more recruiting people? Because we have an army of unemployed youths. In some places, people who are very angry and disenchanted with the country. They say an idle mind is devil's workshop. So it becomes, these people becomes a ready-made tool in the hands of people with criminal intentions.
And we also have greedy people.
Exactly.
People who have jobs. So because it's more lucrative, join to be
so because the truth is that if you have a situation where people's aspirations are fairly met, those who go to school, those who went to school, they come out from school, and there are opportunities for them to get very decent jobs, those who want to work, those who want to go into business and things like that, I can tell you that to a certain degree, insecurity will reduce. Insecurity will reduce. But a situation where you buy there's injustice everywhere, there's a unfair treatment. Look at politics is coming now.
Yes.
Politicians is a common thing. It is not new. I'm not the one saying it. Over time, we have seen it happen. Security agencies themselves have said so. Politicians are going to arm all kinds of people, use them to intimidate opponents. Then after the election, what happens?
They can't retrieve the guns.
And they are added to the pool of insecurity in the land. So you can see our problems are many.
Gentlemen, that's the much we can take today on the front line. And we've been having this conversation with seasoned veterans, talking about Honorable, referred to as Ozo Ibuneku Ogazimora, Esquire, who is a former Commissioner of Strategy, Culture and Tourism. He's a legal luminary and a public affairs analyst. And also with us here is Ken Ofoma, who is a veteran journalist as well, and a veteran public affairs analyst. And Emeka Odom, who is equally a journalist, development communication expert, and public affairs analyst as well. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure having this conversation with you on Frontline Africa.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
As always, the conversation continues beyond the studio. Stay informed, stay engaged, and keep your eyes on the unfolding stories. And I am Uche Osai. Thank you for watching Frontline Africa. Bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
As political activities continue ahead of the 2027 general elections, concerns are again mounting over the increasing use of inflammatory language, ethnic profiling, religious intolerance, and misinformation during political campaigns. Political scientists and democracy advocates warn that hate speech remains one of the greatest threats to peaceful elections and national unity in Nigeria. Studies show that divisive political messaging has repeatedly contributed to tension, voter intimidation, and violence during election cycles. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has repeatedly cautioned political parties and supporters against the use of abusive, provocative, and discriminatory campaign language. Ahead of the 2023 elections, INEC warned politicians to avoid what it described as bullying, cyber abuse, and hate speeches, capable of undermining peaceful campaigns and democratic stability. The United Nations also raised concerns over Nigeria's political climate before the 2023 elections. The UN resident and humanitarian coordinator in Nigeria, Matthias Schimel, warned that election violence starts with divisive statements and hate speech, urging politicians and supporters to focus on issue-based campaigns instead of inflammatory rhetoric. Political observers say Nigeria has witnessed several dangerous examples over the years. Following the 2011 presidential election, post-election violence erupted in parts of northern Nigeria after months of heated political rhetoric, resulting in deaths, destruction of property, and mass displacement. Researchers studying the elections of 2011, 2015, and 2019 concluded that hate speech had become a major driver of election violence, in Nigeria's democratic process. During the 2015 and 2023 election cycles, several campaign messages on television, radio, and social media openly portrayed opponents as enemies of particular ethnic, regional, or religious groups. The National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, repeatedly sanctioned media organizations for airing inflammatory political content capable of inciting hatred and public disorder. In February 2023, the NBC fined a television station over what it described as hate speech and inflammatory comments linked to election coverage. Experts say the rise of digital media has significantly expanded the spread of political hate speech in Nigeria. According to a recent academic study published by the University of Just Journal of Political Science, Facebook, WhatsApp, X, formerly Twitter, and other platforms were widely used during the 2023 presidential election campaigns to spread divisive narratives, misinformation, and hostile political propaganda. Another research project titled Echo Hate found increasing levels of abusive and hate-filled political conversations online, particularly during elections in Lagos and other politically sensitive states. Political communication experts say hate speech often succeeds because it manipulates fear, identity, and historical grievances. Instead of discussing policies on the economy, education, insecurity, healthcare, and infrastructure, some politicians and supporters resort to ethnic stereotypes, religious sentiments, and personal attacks to influence voters. Analysts warn that such rhetoric weakens democratic institutions, deepens social divisions, and distracts citizens from issue-based political engagement. The National Peace Committee, civil society organizations, religious leaders, and traditional rulers have repeatedly appealed to political actors to embrace peaceful campaigns and responsible communication. INEC says Section 92 of the Electoral Act prohibits abusive language and campaign messages capable of provoking ethnic, tribal, or religious hatred. Media professionals are also being urged to strengthen fact-checking and avoid amplifying inflammatory political narratives. Communication scholars maintain that journalists, broadcasters, and social media influencers have a major responsibility to promote accuracy, fairness, and national cohesion during elections. Observers further note that ordinary citizens also play a crucial role. They say voters must avoid sharing unverified political content online, especially emotionally charged messages designed to provoke anger, hatred, or violence. As Nigeria prepares for another electoral cycle, democracy advocates insist that political competition must focus on ideas, competence, accountability, and national development, rather than division and intolerance. They warn that when hate speech replaces constructive debate, democracy itself becomes endangered.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, Digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the ancient seat of the Caliphate in a modern Nigerian state, balancing tradition and development, Sokoto tells a story of history, faith, commerce, and resilience. Located in Nigeria's northwestern frontier, Sokoto State is a gateway between Nigeria and the Sahel region. Sokoto is the spiritual heart of the historic Sokoto Caliphate. Founded in the early 19th century, the Sultan of Sokoto remains one of the most influential traditional leaders in West Africa. Trade remains the lifeblood of Sokoto's economy, with vibrant markets connecting rural farmers and regional traders. Beyond tradition, Sokoto is investing in education and infrastructure to shape its future. The people of Sokoto preserve a deep cultural identity rooted in Hausa Fulani tradition. Like many regions, Sokoto faces development challenges, but reforms and investments continue to reshape its future. From its rich Islamic heritage to its evolving modern identity, Sokoto remains a powerful symbol of history meeting progress in northern Nigeria.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall, and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.